Hey everyone! Welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
London, England. Inside a luxuriously decorated room, Luen sat beside the fireplace with an unopened letter in his hand. A snow-white owl stood on the nearby table, tilting its head as it calmly preened its feathers. Luen opened the envelope and unfolded the letter inside. It was written in elegant, flowing English. Fortunately, he had already lived in 1980s London for 11 years, so reading it was no problem. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sorcerer, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. Dear Mr. Luen, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. The new. Pulling the power in his body, Luen easily retracted the lightning into his body. The implantation of the Dragon Slayer crystal not only means strengthening to an inhuman physique, but also the use of lightning. And also all the magic of Thunder Dragon. Thunder Dragon's roar, Thunder Dragon's collapsing fist, and the most powerful dragon-killing mystery, Mangekyō. These magics are, without exception, the most powerful. Recalling his thoughts, Luen was sitting on the sofa at this moment, and began to think about the next thing. He has just handed over his reply to the owl. Regarding his orphan status, Hogwarts also wrote the arrangement in the letter. A professor will be sent to guide Luen on shopping. After all, some orphans do not have the ability to buy what they need to go to school, so they need the professors of the school as guides. In other words, all you have to do now is to wait at home for a visit from your professor. And exercise the knowledge of dragon-slaying magic in your mind at home. In Luen's memory, dragons also exist in this Harry Potter world. But the strength is not very good, and it is even used by wizards as a material for making wands. The dragons of the two worlds are not comparable at all. Luen said to himself. After all, in the world of fairy tale, the giant dragon is already the strongest creature in that world. In contrast, the dragons in the Harry Potter world are just too stretched. 3 days later. Today is July 31st, 7 in the morning. Luen, who had just finished breakfast, was helping his frog cub prepare the luggage for the next trip. It's time for the frog cub to want to go on a trip again. Ding dong dash. At this moment, the doorbell rang suddenly. Hold on. Through the letter Luen knew that the professor of Hogwarts School was coming over today. But he did not know which professor it was. And for the professors at Hogwarts School, Luen has only a few impressions. After all, having lived in this world for 11 years, those memories are really too long. With that in mind, Luen opened the door. Mr. Luen Gerald? A cold British-American sound rang out. Yes, it's me. Luen raised his head and looked at the man in front of him with pale blue eyes. He has greasy-looking shawl-length hair, thin cheeks, an aquiline nose, indifferent eyes, and a black robe. Excuse me, you are. After seeing the man in front of him for the first time, Luen knew who this man was. Severus Snape. Severus Snape. Snape gave a standard gentleman's ceremony, and a slightly hoarse voice rang in Luen's ear. Good morning, Mr. Gerald, I'm Professor of Potions at Hogwarts and head of Slytherin House. The guide assigned to you by my school will take you to buy some preparation items and subject books for the start of the school. Luen responded with a courtesy, opened the door with a smile, turned to his side, and said to Snape. You are very welcome, Professor, please come in. Snape nodded and walked into the living room. The two sat on the sofa facing each other, and Luen carefully prepared 2 cups of black tea and placed them on the table. He didn't expect that his guide would be Professor Snape. As for Snape, Lewin was the most impressed with him. The double agent, the NTR bitter master, is a tragic character in every way. The two sides talked about some things in the living room. It's nothing more than what to prepare, and the pounds needed. Lewin had everything ready for this day. He purchased some gold from some of his family's property in advance, so he went to Gringotts to find those pesky goblins to trade. After all, gold, a precious metal, has great value in both the Muggle world and the Wizarding world. It can be said to be a common currency. The British pound has depreciated a lot by comparison, because this thing is not very useful in the Wizarding world. After telling Snape of his preparations, Snape's indifferent eyes showed a hint of satisfaction. Such a well-prepared little wizard is rare. After Snape told Lewin everything he needed to do, he also had an idea of today's schedule. "So Professor Snape, are we going to Diagon Alley to get school supplies now?" Looking at Snape with his wand out, Lewin asked. "Mr. Gerald, we're going to finish everything today, and please grab my shirt." "Okay, Professor Snape." Lewin hurriedly picked up the frog cub who was sleeping beside him, then approached Snape and grabbed the corner of the black robe. "It might be a little uncomfortable." Snape kindly reminded him, and before Lewin could react, he activated the apparition magic. The next second, Lewin felt a sense of suffocation, and there was a sense of tearing and squeezing all over his body. But the effect of this level is simply insignificant for the body that has been fused with the Dragon Slayer crystal. The discomfort disappeared after only a few seconds. When he came back to his senses again, Lewin found that the two had come to a bar. "This is the Leaky Cauldron on the way to Diagon Alley." Excellent adaptability. Snape was satisfied with Lewin's performance and praised loudly. Such adaptability is much stronger than he was at the beginning. "Mr. Gerald, do you want to go to any college?" Snape asked. "No, I didn't make a choice, Professor." Hearing the question, Lewin thought for a while and replied. To be honest, he himself intended to join the Little Lion Gryffindor, but such words could not be said in front of Snape. After all, Snape was a professor at the Snake House. And for Lewin, it doesn't matter which one of the 4 academies he joins. However, if an orphan like him joins the Snake Academy, if he does not have the strength, it is estimated that it will not be easy. Really? Hearing Lewin's reply, Snape pondered for a while, then directly stated his purpose. "Why don't you think about the Snake House?" The little wizard in front of him is the one that fits his heart the most he has ever seen. If he can, he naturally cannot give it to other academies. But Professor Snape, according to the letter, isn't the house assigned by the Sorting Hat? "No, Mr. Gerald, as long as you want to go, the Sorting Hat won't interfere with your decision." Lewin was silent for a moment. He could see Snape's solicitation for him. There seems to be nothing wrong with going to the Snake Court. Even get Snape's full training. Compared to other professors, Snape is definitely the most powerful professor. Professor, of course, if you can. Hearing these words, the corners of Snape's mouth rose slightly. Asterisk. After getting Lewin's answer, a rare smile appeared on Snape's face. Immediately afterwards, the corners of the slightly raised mouth were pressed down. Then, "Mr. Gerald, follow me." After speaking, Snape walked in front of him resolutely, and Lewin followed closely behind him. There are a lot of people in the entire Leaky Cauldron bar. After all, this is the gathering place of wizards in London, so most of them are drinking and chatting here. Before Lewin could take a look, Snape pulled him into an alley with a wall. There is also a trash can placed in the corner of this wall. Count 3 bricks above this trash can, then 2 across the way. With that said, Snape picked up his wand and tapped the brick twice, and then, a fantastic scene appeared in front of them. I saw that the bricks began to move constantly, and soon a circular stone gate was formed, revealing the crowded streets inside. "Remember where I hit just now, you'll use it later." Snape still had a very good impression of this little wizard who was about to join the Snake House. "Naturally, there will be more." "Understood." Lu En nodded, and then his pale blue eyes looked curiously at the street that belonged to wizards. This is Diagon Alley, where you buy things, and where all wizards gather. After coming to Diagon Alley, the first thing to do is to exchange some galleons, which is the common currency among wizards in this world. The place where money is exchanged is called Gringotts. Under the leadership of Snape, the two soon arrived at the entrance of Gringotts. The bronze-colored door stood at the corner of the street, and beside the door were two neatly dressed leprechauns. When the two walked into Gringotts, a goblin greeted them. "What kind of service do you two want?" "I'll exchange for galleon." After speaking, Lu En opened the backpack that he had been carrying behind him. He put the sleeping frog cub on his head, and immediately took out a gold bar and placed it on the table. Immediately afterwards, he saw a glint of light flashing in the eyes of all the goblins around him, which were greedy eyes. In this world, fairies are the most greedy. Thinking of this, Lu En put his backpack on the table and poured out the gold inside. The gold of this half backpack cost at least 1/2 of Lu En's estate. Arguably, Lu En now has more assets than some pure-blood wizarding families. How much gold galleons can these be exchanged for? Before coming back, Lu En had already learned about the currency situation here at Snape. Gold galleons are the most valuable, followed by silver seco and bronze gnat. After the two came out of Gringotts again, Lu En now has more than 10,000 gold galleons in his hands. He had only taken out 200 galleons now, and a key from the Gringotts warehouse. Shop now for wands and everyday items. Under Snape's guidance, Lu En came to a room. The sign above reads, Ollivander's Wand Shop. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Ollivander walking over with a smile and greeted cordially, "Long time no see, Professor Snape, 13 1/2 inches long, birch, phoenix feather core." "Long time no see, Mr. Ollivander." Snape nodded, then said, "Your memory is as good as ever." "Of course," said Ovalid proudly. "I'll remember any wand I've sold here, including their owner. Is this little guy here to buy a wand?" Looking at Lu En, who was standing behind Snape, curiously looking at the box with wands around him, and asked happily. "Yes sir, I think I need a wand." Seeing Offenaris looking at him, Lu En responded with a smile. "Everyone has their own wand, and the fit of both parties must be perfect. You must know that the wand chooses the owner. If you encounter an inappropriate wand, the magic will be greatly reduced. Come and let me measure you, little wizard." With that said, Ovalid picked up the tape measure and began to measure Lu En's height, head circumference, arm length, etc., which made Lu En a little puzzled. "Do I still need to measure these things to buy a wand?" "It's to help you cut down on inappropriate wands, okay little wizard." Ovalid recorded the data, then asked Lu En, "Which is your dominant hand?" "Right hand," Lu En replied. "Oh, wait for me to see." Ovalid put away the tape measure, then went to the depths of the store, found a small box, and took out a light black wand. "Come on, try this one. Cedar wood, ptarmigan feathers, 13 inches, the aptitude of the powerful, try it out. Just wave the wand in your hand, little wizard." Lu En took the wand and waved it lightly, followed by an arc of electricity from the tip of the wand. Lu En could feel that he could control that tiny arc. In the surprised eyes of Snape and Offenaris, the arc began to slowly draw in the air. After a while, a golden tree with golden yellow leaves appeared in front of everyone. "Good, so pretty." A melodious voice sounded from the doorway. Lu En turned his head, and saw a delicate-looking little girl with long fluffy brown hair. Behind her, there was a couple standing. Lu En raised his eyebrows, then controlled the arc to dissipate in midair. "Thank you, beautiful lady. Awesome, perfect fit, you're the first little wizard I've seen for so many years selling wands." At this moment, Ovalid couldn't help clapping his hands. And Snape nodded in agreement. This was also the first time he had seen such a talented little wizard. "Thank you for the compliment." Lu En responded with a smile. At this moment, the little girl at the door also recovered from the scattered golden trees, and looked at Luan with a pair of brown eyes. The sunlight falling from the window just fell on Luan's handsome half-face, and his smile was very dazzling. In an instant, her pure white cheeks turned pale red. After complimenting Luan, Ovalid turned his attention to the little girl at the door. "Little wizard, do you need a wand too?" "Ah, my name is Hermione Granger, and no, I need a wand, sir," the little girl said incoherently. And Luan stood by, familiar with his wand, and his expression flashed a little bit of understanding. Sure enough, it was Miss Hermione. Really cute. Asterisk. Vine wood, dragon heartstring, 10, with great power at its core, great wand, Miss Granger. Ovalid handed Hermione a wand tangled in vines, and motioned her to give it a slight wave. This time the wand didn't quite reach the level of Luan's perfect fit, but it was also a wand that fit itself well. Hermione felt a little dissatisfied looking at the wand that cast its magic with ease. Her wand wasn't quite as flexible as Luan's. After all, after seeing the perfect display, people will always feel slow about some flaws. Ovalid seemed to see Hermione's mood, and explained softly, "Your level is among the best among the little wizards who have purchased wands in recent days. The little wizard next to you, his fit with the wand, is the only one we have seen in our shop for more than 300 years. And Luan, who was studying the wand by the side, also gained an understanding of his own level after hearing this. The reason why this wand has such a high degree of fit is because this wand is made of Thunderbird's tail feathers, and what Luan just got is the Thunder Dragon Slayer crystal. Secondly, on the other hand, Luan himself has a high degree of control over Ray, and it doesn't matter whether he has a wand or not. He can even perform an unarmed call to thunder on the spot without a wand. After all, in a sense, he has inherited everything from Thunder Dragon, his physique, magic. "Hello, my name is Hermione Granger, are you also a wizard this year?" Just as Luan was thinking, a pleasant voice brought him back to his senses. Following the voice, he raised his head, and the light blue eyes reflected the petite and lovely figure. He nodded and said, "My name is Luan Gerald, this year's incoming student." "Nice to meet you, Miss Granger." Having said that, Luan glanced at Snape who was standing by the side, and saw that the other party was staring at him with interest, which made him feel a little chill behind him, so he quickly asked. "Professor Snape, should we go and buy the rest?" "Of course, Mr. Gerald." Snape found that the little wizard who was about to enter the snake house had too many surprises. With strong aptitude and stable character, after a little training, he will definitely become an excellent wizard. Maybe after growing up, even that one. Just then, a voice broke Snape's mind. "Gerald hasn't bought the rest yet, do you want to go with us?" Seeing Luan looking at herself, Hermione's cheeks were slightly flushed, and she quickly explained, "I just didn't buy the rest, so I just went together. Just call me Luan, but you'll have to ask Professor Snape about this." Luan was intrigued by the proposal, but he didn't forget that he had a professor by his side. "Professor?" At this time, Hermione also noticed the tall man in black robe who had been standing beside Luan. "Are you a professor at the school?" "Yes, Professor Snape is the potions professor at Hogwarts." Hermione thought he was Luan's parent, but he was a professor. "But aren't all the little wizards who enter the school led by their parents to buy things?" "Certainly, Mr. Gerald." As Snape agreed, the two paid Kim Galleon for the wand. One is the price of 7 galleons. The Grangers, who were following Hermione, were curious about the wizarding school their daughter was about to enter, so they kept asking Snape about it along the way. This left Luan and Hermione slowly trailing behind the trio. "Miss Granger, what do you want to buy next, books or clothing?" "Just call me Hermione, I want to go to the bookstore next." "Then go buy textbooks first." After having a goal, the group quickly came to the location of the bookstore. There are not too many courses in the first grade, so there are only a few textbooks. On the contrary, Hermione bought all the textbooks for the second grade in advance, and even bought a few more books of common knowledge and magazines related to the magical world. This can't help but make Luan look at him. A scholar is indeed a scholar. Thinking of the learning ability of the original Hermione, Luan sighed in his heart. With this ability, even without entering the magic world, Hermione can far surpass ordinary people in various fields. After coming out of the bookstore, Luan and Hermione had an extra backpack on them, which looked bulging. There is one last stop, Mrs. Morkan's robe shop. Luan picked up the shopping list, and there was only one thing on it, and that was the robes the wizard needed. No, we're going to the pet store next. Pet shop. At this time, Luan suddenly remembered that his frog cub suddenly disappeared by his side, as if he had exchanged all gold galleons. Going on a trip? Forget it, the frog cub is invincible anyway and can't die. Then go. It was noon now, so Luan wasn't in a hurry, anyway, with Snape around, going home was a matter of apparition. What pet does Luan want to buy? Came to the pet store, Luan looked at the various animals in the store and felt a little bored. These animals are nothing more than owls, toads and cats. There are no interesting magical animals. Hearing Hermione's question, Luan shrugged and replied softly, I already have a frog and don't need another pet. But an owl that delivers letters is still necessary. Time flies. After buying pets and owls, the group went to Madame Mokin's clothing store and bought a set of wizard robes. Then came the time to part. Luan and Hermione made an appointment to go to King's Cross Station together before school starts, and write letters to communicate when they have time. The light of the afterglow fell on the stone bricks of Diagon Alley. Luan watched the Grangers leave Diagon Alley, and then apparat back home with Snape. See you at school then, Mr. Gerald. Also, if you want to come to the Snake Academy, remember to learn magic from books. Before leaving, Snape left a sentence and disappeared into the living room. Do you want to increase your strength? Looks like Snape really likes me. Luan pondered as he put the purchases on the table. However, there were several photos on the table at some point in time. Luan picked up one and looked at it. On the huge rock wall, there are 4 ingenious figures carved. Asterisk. Looking at the scene in the photo, the huge rock wall is carved with 4 heads, Luan is more and more familiar. President Rock doesn't look like this. Wait, it won't be Naruto World this time, will it? Suddenly, Luan remembered. After all, he has lived in this world for 11 years, and his memories have long been very vague. For example, in the current Harry Potter world, Luan can only remember a few famous characters. As for the plot, it's already blurred. The world that the Frog Cub has visited in the last 2 times is very strong. The last fairy tale world brought back Thunder Dragon Slayer crystals. This time Naruto World does not know what interesting specialties it will bring. Thinking like this, Luan began to look forward to it. Time flies fast on boring days. In a blink of an eye, it was the day before school started. Luan sat in front of the fireplace and handed his finished letter to the waiting owl. This is a reply to Hermione. After the two separated, they have been using owls to write letters to communicate. Thanks a lot. After opening the closed window, the pure white owl flew into the sky. At this time, Luan turned his head to the frog cub sleeping in the nest. As early as half a month, the frog cub came back. And also brought back a special souvenir. It was a smaller scroll. Through identification, I learned the scroll's full name, Spirituality. Since then, the frog cub has been sleeping in the nest and has never traveled again. But Luan doesn't need other things to enhance his strength now. After all, a Thunder Dragon Slayer crystal is enough for him to study for a few years. The magic of those dragons in his mind, until now Luan has almost mastered it. In addition to the ultimate Dragon Slayer profound truth, he can easily activate everything else. In addition, Luan's body is constantly strengthening day by day, and the originally flat abdomen is now angular. But in terms of appearance, wearing clothes is not much different from before. He even did an experiment on his own strength, and now Luan can easily lift a solid wood table with one hand. Is the dragon's crystal constantly changing my physique? Luan looked at the blue sky and whispered to himself. Forget it, anyway, he won't become a dragon in the end like the first generation of dragon slayer magicians. After all, he is the second generation of the transplanted crystal, which has no effect at all. Leave these useless thoughts behind. Now Luan has to get ready for school tomorrow. Books, clothes, headphones, game consoles. Most of these items do not belong to this era, they were brought back by the frog cubs when they traveled in the past. After everything was tidied up, the bright noon had turned into a starry night. Simply make your own meals and dishes. Although he has lived for 11 years, Luan really has no way of being familiar with the food here. Since he can move his hands and feet, all the food is wuxia food made by himself. After the meal, the owl just came back with a letter from Hermione on its mouth. The content of the letter is very simple: go to King's Cross Station tomorrow, and then the two of you will meet. Although Luan and Hermione both live in London, the distance between the two is quite far. With everything ready, Luan is ready to go to sleep. On the spacious bed, the moonlight transmitting curtains sprinkled on the handsome face. Except for the occasional frog croaking, the whole room fell into silence. 6 in the morning. Luan woke up early. After taking a shower and having a simple breakfast, Luan went out with his luggage to find a taxi. King's Cross is well known throughout London, after all, it is a Grade 1 station built in the heart of London. Luan had been to King's Cross before, but at the time he never thought it would be the Wizarding World. Luan's house is not too far from the center of London, and the speed of the car is also very strong, and it takes half an hour to arrive at the station. When Luan got out of the car with his luggage, he saw a cute girl with fluffy hair looking out in the crowd. "Hi Luan, here I am." Just as Luan was about to pass, Hermione's brown eyes also caught the blonde Luan. After all, that handsome face stands out in the crowd. After Luan approached, Hermione raised her head a little suspiciously and said, "How do you feel, Luan? You've grown so much. Is there? Maybe during the developmental period." Luan naturally knew what was going on, but obviously couldn't tell. 11-year-old Luan has reached about 155, and he is also more conspicuous among his peers. "Oh, is that frog on top of your head your pet?" Hermione nodded knowingly, and suddenly her eyes lit up. She asked curiously at the frog cub lying on Luan's head with wide eyes. "Frog cub, this is my pet." Luan took the frog cub off his head and put it in front of Hermione. It's a frog who likes to travel. The appearance of the frog cub is very strange, not the appearance of ordinary frogs, it looks like the image in the game. This cute look naturally attracted the attention of the little girl Hermione. So cute, like a magical creature. Hermione touched the little head of the frog cub enviously. She wants one too. "If you have a cub, can you give me one?" "Welp." Luan's mouth twitched, looking at the frog cub lying on his hands and pretending to be dead. Shouldn't give birth. Although he did not know that the frog cubs were male and female. "Sure." After a moment of hesitation, Luan nodded. After chatting all the way, the two also came between the 9th platform and the 10th platform. 9. Where is the platform? The Granger couple, who followed behind the two, looked around blankly. It should be that pillar. Luan looked at the train ticket in his hand and pointed in a direction. I saw the introduction in Hogwarts magazine, and this column is the platform that goes through Hogwarts station. Saying that, Luan picked up his luggage and walked over. I'll try it first. His fingers lightly touched the patterned pillar, and it was obvious that it was just a phantom. Then, under the surprised eyes of the Grangers, Luan walked in slowly. Miss Hermione on the side also imitated Luan, and quickly passed the pillar and came to the 9. platform. The Grangers followed closely behind. When I came to the platform, what appeared in front of everyone was a dark red steam locomotive with its name marked on it. Hogwarts Express. The train to the magic school is about to leave. Asterisk. Hermione, here. Luan pulled out an empty compartment with the luggage of the two of them, and tucked the two suitcases in his hand into the luggage rack above. The strength of his body was exposed at this moment. Thanks a lot. Hermione thanked Luan, then looked at Luan curiously with her bright brown eyes. I didn't expect that. It didn't look very strong, but it has such a strong strength. You must know that her suitcase is full of a lot of things, and she knows the weight. Even getting on the train had Luan to help. She really didn't expect Luan to lift one hand up. Soon, after packing up the luggage, the two sat face to face in the seats. Hermione took out a few books and put them on the table, looking like she was going to study hard on the road. Luan glanced at the title of the book curiously. The School History of Hogwarts, the Greatest White Wizard of All Time, on the Essential Skills of a Melee Wizard, Swimming with Ghoul. It all means that there are popular science books and travel books about the magic world. It's really too broad, thought Luan. His light blue eyes turned to look out the window. At this time, the train had not arrived at the time to start, so at a glance, he could see the crowds gradually increasing outside. The Grangers left after seeing the two of them on the train, but he did see a few interesting characters. It was two red-haired families, two twins carrying luggage to the train, and a little boy standing by with a mouse in his arms. It's from the Weasley family. Luan muttered to himself. He remembered that the final outcome of the two twins was also quite miserable. The two were inseparable, and only one was left in the end. Want a snack? Thanks. A slender white hand held the packaged chocolate and reached out to Luan, who took the chocolate and thanked him. Before getting on the train, Luan also prepared some snacks, just to prevent the journey from being too long and too hungry. Thinking of this, he opened the school bag he had placed next to his seat, and took out a mesh bag, which contained round rice balls made of glutinous rice. This bag of rice balls is a special gift that Frog Cub brought back to him. It is called Momotaro rice balls, and it comes from the world of Doraemon. This kind of rice ball can be regarded as a big killer in a sense. However, there are many such rice balls Luan, because the Frog Cub often travels in a world many times, and every time he travels, he brings back this kind of rice ball. Come and try this. With that said, Luan placed the rice ball in front of Hermione. It doesn't have much effect when people eat it. Luan eats it as a snack when he has something to do. It tastes really good after all. Rice balls, a small snack, tastes very good. Hermione curiously picked up a rice ball and put it in her mouth, her eyes widened the moment she entered. Just then, the train's whistle sounded. The wizards on the platform were all in a hurry to squeeze into the train with their luggage. It was a long time ago that the two of them were in the rear of the car, and there was no little wizard who came to find a seat. The train started slowly. Shaking along the rails, he started driving towards Hogwarts. Outside the window, the center of London turned into countryside, fields, and blue sky. At this time, Luan discovered that the Frog Cub that was sleeping in his arms had disappeared at this time. Looks like I'm traveling again. Seeing that the scene outside the window became so beautiful, Hermione didn't have any mind to read books. The two of them just looked at the scenery and ate snacks. After driving for a while, a waiter pushing a snack cart knocked on the compartment door. Two little wizards, do you want to buy some snacks? Do not. Come some of the same. Hermione was about to refuse, but Luan, who was beside her, interrupted her next words. As soon as the words fell, a few silver coins were placed on the table. Good sir. As a lot of snacks were placed on the table, the high ones were about to pile up into a hill. Hermione couldn't even see Luan's blonde hair, and she pouted. Can you eat so much? It's not you. Luan said that he took apart a snack, which contained a frog made of chocolate, and what was even more interesting was that the chocolate frog could move on its own. Even the two of us can't eat that much. Hermione looked at the chocolate frogs jumping among the snacks, and was a little surprised for a while. It's fun. Grabbing the chocolate frog, Lewin put it in his mouth, and the thick chocolate flavor filled his mouth, but the frog leg that remained at the corner of his mouth was still moving around. Hermione, who turned her head sideways, watched. The corners of her mouth twitched involuntarily. Really fun. After all, it was the first time she had seen this kind of snack in her life. She picked up a bag of BB Duo beans, tore the package, and put one in her mouth. Grape-flavored beans. Give me some too. Lewin raised his eyebrows, reached out and took one and put it in his mouth. Then his face became distorted. It tastes like bitter gourd. Eating this snack is nothing short of torture for the unlucky. Boom! There was another knock on the compartment door, and Lewin put another multi-flavored bean in his mouth, then got up and opened the door. This time it's strawberry flavor, and it's not bad. Standing at the door was a round-faced boy who looked blank. Sorry, have you seen my toad? Lewin and Hermione both shook their heads, and the boy's mood went down. I've searched the whole train. Let's help you find it. Hermione suggested kindly, looking at the boy whose eyes were gradually red and swollen. Thank you, my name is Neville Longbottom. You're welcome, my name is Hermione Granger, and he's my companion Lewin Geralt. In front of the outsiders, Hermione raised her head and introduced the names of the two like a proud swan. It was the first time that Lewin had seen Hermione like this. It feels good. He thought. It always feels like you're thinking of something bad. Hermione turned around and narrowed her eyes at Lewin, who was staring at her in a daze. I was just wondering where that toad went. Lewin replied with a shrug. Mr. Longbottom, where was the last time you saw your toad? Hermione asked. And Lewin, who was eating the multi-flavored beans, roughly guessed where the toad was. Asterisk. Lewin and Hermione strolled through the carriage, followed by Neville with his head bowed. The trio are looking for the lost toad. Speaking of which, Lewin, your frog cub seems to be gone too. Hermione suddenly discovered that the frog cub that had been lying on Lewin's head had long since disappeared. It travels, leave it alone. Lewin thought of the frog cub who had just carried his luggage, and felt a little relieved in his heart. After lying at home for so many days, I finally knew it was time to travel. Yes. Hermione didn't say anything when she saw Lewin's indifferent expression. Your frog cub is really strange. Just then, Lewin knocked on the door of a compartment, and the two had already searched for half the train. Hello, have you ever seen a toad? Pushing open the door, there were two little boys inside, one with round glasses and the other with prominent red hair. No, sir, we haven't seen a toad. The little boy with glasses politely answered Lewin's question. Hey Harry, watch my magic. The little red-haired boy on the side interrupted the conversation, only to see that he picked up the wand in his hand and aimed it at the little mouse in his sleep. Daisies, sweet cream, and sunshine turned this silly fat mouse yellow. The battered wand fluttered, but nothing happened, and the fat rat slept soundly and pumped his leg. Those two were Harry Potter and Ronald Weasley, and the mouse, not the mouse. Unexpectedly, it actually came across. How could it possibly fail? Ronald blushed, and continued to wave the magic with his broken wand in disbelief, but the wand only emitted a white gas and had no effect. On the other side, Hermione, who was looking for toads in other private rooms, also walked over with Neville and happened to see this scene. Your magic gestures are not standardized, maybe you should learn more. For example, a new one. With that said, Hermione picked up her wand and pointed it at Harry's glasses, and the cracked mirror surface suddenly became smooth. Very simple spell, isn't it? The corners of her mouth lifted slowly. No, even with the right gesture, that mouse doesn't turn yellow. Luan knew the real identity of the mouse in front of him. But what about him? Luan Gerald, nice to meet you, Mr. Harry Potter. Come here, just get to know each other. Luan nodded friendly. Nice to meet you, Lo Dash. Harry Potter. Hermione on the side was a little surprised, and then her eyes lit up. I know you, I read about you in books, Modern History of Magic, The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic, The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic, Important Magical Events of the 20th Century, you are mentioned in several books. I didn't expect you to be so famous. No, I never thought I would be so famous. Harry shrugged. However, Luan, how did you recognize me, he wondered. It's very simple, the scar on your forehead is exposed. Hermione on the side responded first. I found my toad. Luan, Hermione. A surprise call sounded from the corridor. Neville was holding his toad and came over with surprise. Go Hermione. Now that Neville had found his toad, it was time for them to go back to their box. After all, there was still a lot of snacks on the table. Ah yes, Redhead, you have a dirty thing next to your nose, you know. After speaking, Hermione followed Luan out of the box. When Ronald heard this, his nose was slightly crooked. What a nuisance, hope the Sorting Hat doesn't put us in the same house. Ronald complained to Harry holding his mouse. After helping Neville find the toad, it was already 10 minutes in the evening. The steam train is also getting closer and closer to its destination. Luan was sitting in his seat playing Pokemon with a game console, half a piece of open chocolate in his mouth. And Hermione sat opposite him, reading a book for a while and looking at the scenery outside the window in the afterglow. Luan, which college will you choose to go to? Gryffindor or Ravenclaw? In Hermione's view, Luan is most likely to be these two academies. After all, one represents bravery and the other represents wisdom. In Hermione's view, Luan has both. Hearing this, Luan pondered for a while, but did not answer directly, but instead asked, which college do you want to go to? Me. I prefer Gryffindor. That's where the great headmaster Dumbledore came from. With that said, Hermione raised the Dumbledore card in her hand, which was drawn from the snack. Gryffindor, the same choice as the original. My word, I follow the Sorting Hat. Although he and Snape had agreed to join the Snake House, Luan still wanted to hear the Sorting Hat's analysis of him. What's more, going to the Snake House, Luan, who is a mixed race, can imagine what kind of encounters he will have. He was an orphan after all, and Gerald wasn't a pure-blood family. Being friends with little snakes is not very cost-effective in every way. However, relying on his current strength and physique, it is estimated that he can dominate the entire Snake Academy. Be friends with a snake. Luan is more inclined to be the Snake King. Don't you have a college you like? Hermione pouted. I like them all. Luan responded in a perfunctory manner in the name of the game. Anyway, it's not the same college and we can't meet each other. Don't we all attend classes together? It's just that the bedroom is different. Besides, as long as he got the way to enter the dormitories of various colleges, he couldn't go anywhere. Thinking like this, Luan turned away from Hermione, who was reading as seriously. Well, I'm not a lowly control. This kind of thinking is not punishable. If he wanted to be punished, he guessed that he would go in. You're thinking about the rude thing again. Hermione looked up and stared. I wonder why people and Pokemon can have children. Luan raised the game console in his hand, and this question really bothered him. After all, your own frog cub can go to various worlds, which means that the world of Pokemon must exist. I really want a Shenado. The snacks on the table were almost eaten, and most of them went into Luan's stomach. After all, playing games also consumes energy. At this time, the stars replaced the setting sun, and the bright moonlight fell on the table. The lights were turned on in the car. The train traveled along the railway tracks in the wilderness under the night sky. Not far away was a sparkling black lake and a huge castle standing in the air. Ahead is Hogwarts. Asterisk. Dash. With a steam whistle, the train slowly stopped. Both Hermione and Luan had changed into the wizarding robes they bought at Madame Malkin's clothing store. As the door was opened, the little wizards got out of the car in an orderly manner, with Hermione and Luan among them, neither of them getting out of the car with their luggage. Because according to the admission notice, these luggage will be carried by someone. Although it was September, the night was still very cold. With the cold wind, Hermione tightened her brown scarf, and her fluffy hair was tied under the scarf. "Are not you cold?" Hermione turned to Luan, who looked a little flimsy, and at the same time reached out and took out a scarf of the same style and handed it to him. "I have a scarf here, for you." "Thanks." Luan took the scarf, and although he didn't feel the cold now, he still took it with kindness. With the improvement of physique, various resistances from the outside world also increased. To get Luan cold, he would probably need to be thrown into the North and South Poles. At this moment, an oil lamp floated in the dark night, and it was a tall man, who was the leader of this new bee, Hagrid. "Okay, first-year freshman, follow me closely." Hagrid stood by the lake and shouted loudly to the messy little wizards in front of him. "Each boat is not allowed to have more than 4 people, everyone should board the boat in an orderly manner." There is no doubt that Hermione and Luan were in a boat, sitting in the middle of the boat holding the chandelier, and 2 little wizards who did not know sitting in the bow and stern. When everyone was on board, Hagrid announced his departure. Luan, who was chatting with Hermione, felt the boat tremble, and then his expression suddenly changed. "I felt dizzy and uncomfortable in my head." "Damn, forget that the dragon slayer will stun the vehicle." "Wrong. Why don't you feel dizzy when you get on the train?" Before he could think, Luan tilted his head and fell into Hermione's arms. "What's wrong with you, Luan?" Hermione was taken aback by Luan's upside down, and after realizing it, she quickly supported him by the shoulder. "No. Just a little seasick." Luan said weakly. Nausea, nausea, all the characteristics from the Dragon Slayer Magister emerged. "Yes, is it?" Hermione looked at Luan worriedly, and found that he had nothing to do except look a little bad. "I didn't expect people to be seasick to such an extent." "Then take a good rest, and I'll call you when you arrive at the shore." Hearing this, Luan was not pretentious, and closed his eyes directly. After all, the mind is really confused, and there is no way to think about anything. The shortcomings of the Dragon Slayer Magister, the first, second, and third generations all have the weakness of being stunned by vehicles, especially if they are strong, the more dizzy they will be. Luan, who got off the train, almost forgot about it. Who would have thought that this weakness would appear as soon as he got on the boat? "Ha ha ha, there are still seasick idiots, look at Goyle, Crabbe." A sarcastic laughter came from the boat next to him. It was a little boy with blonde hair, and there were 2 small attendants, one tall and one fat, beside him. "It's the first time I've seen a seasick wizard." "You." Hermione, who was supporting Luan, was ready to pick up the wand, and at this time Luan, who was lying in his arms, half opened one eye. The pale blue pupils looked a little blurry. "It's so noisy." A slight voice rang in the ears of several people, and then Luan did not take out his wand and aimed it at Malfoy. No spell was uttered, no spell cast, but a flash of lightning shot quickly from the tip of the wand. The lightning speed was so fast that Malfoy had no time to dodge. Crackling. The sound of the electric current was very pleasant on Malfoy's body. He only felt his body go numb, and then he couldn't control his limbs and facial features. The whole person collapsed in the boat, and his golden hair stood on end. "Ababa!" Malfoy wanted to cry out for help to get Hagrid's attention and get the half-blood wizard out of Dammit. But the mouth was completely paralyzed out of his control. The limbs were trembling involuntarily under the paralysis. Incidentally, the arc, and the two servants around him also became the same as Malfoy. No one was spared in a boat of 3 people, and they were all covered with electric lights, which were very dazzling in the dark night. It was a long time ago that both of their boats were at the back, but no one noticed anything unusual here. Lu-en. Don't worry, it's okay, it will recover naturally when the shore is over. Hearing Hermione's voice, Lu-en explained for her. As for filing a complaint after recovery, do you laugh at him as an orphan wizard who can do that kind of magic spell? What's more, there is a Professor Snape standing behind him, and he is not afraid at all. No, Lu-en, when did you learn your silent spell? It's amazing. And what's the name of the spell you just cast, can you teach me? Hermione stared at Lu-en lying in her arms with glowing eyes, and asked in a curious tone. Should be able to learn. Lu-en hesitated for a moment, then replied feebly. Keeping the same position all the time, his neck was a little sore. Lu-en raised his head upwards, and then he felt a hand pressing his head. No, don't move. A somewhat intermittent voice sounded above. Oh. Seems to be hitting something that shouldn't be touched, Lu-en thought. Still play dead. The area of Black Lake is still a bit large, and it took more than 10 minutes to reach the shore. When Lu-en's feet stepped on the plane again, his dizzy head finally returned to cool. The stamina is too great. Hermione on the side was still supporting Lu-en, because Lu-en almost fell to the ground when he first landed. On the side, the trio who lost their numbness also landed on the shore. Malfoy's blonde hair was a mess, and his hands were still shaking. He looked at Lu-en, who smiled at him with some fear in his eyes. Don't come here. The trio jumped and ran quickly away from Lu-en's point of view. Since the numbness had not completely disappeared, Malfoy fell halfway through the run. It's boring. Lu-en shook his head and said to Hermione, whose mouth was slightly raised, let's go, it's time to go to the sorting ceremony. I wish we could be assigned to an academy. Hermione hoped. But this hope is still very slim. After all, Lu-en is going to the Snake House. And Hermione was destined to miss out on Snake House. In fact, he felt that it would be better for Hermione to go to Ravenclaw. After all, they were all born there. Asterisk. The boat stopped under the steep cliff, and a group of little wizards looked excited, all discussing the next life in the magic school. Hagrid led the way in front of the crowd with an oil lamp, and in a short while he arrived at the gate of Hogwarts. Lu-en and Hermione also followed closely behind the crowd. Lu-en saw Malfoy and his 2 followers hiding in the crowd at a glance. It can be seen that the deterrent he brought to Malfoy on the boat is not small. After all, in seasickness, he could only reduce the power of lightning as much as possible, otherwise Malfoy would have turned into a charred corpse and sank to the bottom of the sea. The door opened, and following the door, there were 2 stairs, and Professor McGonagall, who was wearing a robe, had been waiting here for a long time. Welcome to Hogwarts. Approaching, Professor McGonagall will introduce the next things one by one. There will be a sorting ceremony before admission. After the sorting, people from the same college will be divided into groups. The addition and deduction of courses are also carried out according to the college, and there is also the college cup at the end of the semester. Okay, the sorting ceremony will start soon, get ready. After speaking, Professor McGonagall turned around and went to the ceremony hall to inform him. It seems that the rumor is true, Harry Potter is really here. Malfoy moved slowly in front of Harry with trembling legs, stretched out a trembling hand, and said. My name is Draco Malfoy, a friend. Puff. Before Harry could reply, Ronald couldn't help laughing when he saw Malfoy like this. What are you laughing at? Malfoy turned his head to look at Ronald, and said contemptuously, Red hair, you belong to the Weasley family. Harry, you know that some wizards are born noble. The voice got smaller and smaller, and Malfoy stopped abruptly in the back. Say, it's an interesting theory. Lu-en stepped forward and chuckled. Humph, Harry, you'll regret it. Malfoy glanced at Lu-en, said something to Harry, and walked into the crowd. Harry Potter is indeed a living legend in today's wizarding world. I didn't expect Malfoy to be destroyed like that and come over to make friends with Harry Potter. Without waiting for Harry to say anything, Luwen walked in with Hermione towards the door that had been opened. Professor McGonagall came back, and she made the little wizards form two teams and walked into the hall in an orderly manner. The auditorium at Hogwarts was already full of people, and there were many people sitting in each of the colleges, which were senior students. Ahead is the greatest white wizard of all time, Albus Dumbledore. There is also a row of long tables on both sides of him, and the faculty and staff are sitting. Luwen sees Professor Snape on the far left. Snape saw him too, and nodded at him. Professor McGonagall placed a dirty wizard hat on the small chair, with a line sewn like a mouth, and the hat began to sing unknown to the surprised eyes of the first-year wizard. "It's ugly," Luwen thought. Professor McGonagall stood by with a parchment full of names in his hand, and the wizard who was called needed to wear a hat to conduct the branch. Hannah Abbott. Familiar name. Luwen watched as a little wizard sat on a chair and put on his hat, and the Sorting Hat called out his name as soon as he put on his hat, Hufflepuff. The ironclad Hannah found her own academy, and the next little wizards put on their hats with anticipation. Draco Malfoy. Professor McGonagall called the next name, and Malfoy shuffled to his chair. Slytherin. Ronald Weasley. Gryffindor. Soon Hermione was called to the side. Good luck. Luwen blessed. Hermione nodded, then went up to the stage and sat down in a chair, putting on her worn hat. Gryffindor. Call. Hearing the ideal name, Hermione breathed a sigh of relief, then happily walked towards Gryffindor's seat, nodding to Luwen at the same time. Luwen also smiled back. He knew that he would not be assigned to Gryffindor, after all, he did not have that reckless factor. Harry Potter. Professor McGonagall called out the next name, and the audience immediately cheered enthusiastically. The living legend. Is that the Harry Potter who defeated you-know-who? There was an endless stream of heated discussions and enthusiasm. With warm eyes, Harry Potter stepped to the chair and put on his tattered sorting hat. The sorting ceremony this time was very old, and everyone could see Harry Potter and the sorting hat quietly communicating. After a long time. Gryffindor. The sorting hat's strange voice ignited the Gryffindor's dining table. We have Harry Potter. After several other wizard sorting ceremonies, it was finally Luwen's turn. Luwen Gerald. Professor McGonagall called out a name. Hermione, who had been communicating with Senior and Senior, instantly focused his attention on Luwen. With everyone watching, Luwen stepped onto the stage, sat on a chair, and put on the sorting hat. Well, it's better for you to go to Slytherin. But also a good fit for Ravenclaw. Your intelligence is qualified, but you also have ambition and pursuit of strength. Okay, little guy, let me help you choose an academy. Slytherin. The words fell, Hermione sitting in Gryffindor bowed his head in disappointment, while Malfoy sitting in Slytherin was stiff. How could I be in the same academy with him? Why didn't you go to the same academy with him? Putting down his hat, Luwen came to Slytherin's table seat with a smile, and found a seat with the welcome of the crowd. In fact, there are also a lot of mixed-race children in Slytherin, the so-called mudbloods, and they still account for the majority. So Luwen did not receive any exclusion, except for some bloodline nobles. In order to better integrate into this group of little snakes, Luwen specially invited the attendant next to Malfoy away and sat beside him. My name is Luwen Gerald, make a friend Malfoy. Malfoy's pupils trembled, and he stretched out his trembling hand. Draco Malfoy, my friend. The corners of Luwen's mouth twitched slightly. But the smile seemed threatening to Malfoy. After the branch was over, Headmaster Dumbledore said a few words, and the rich dinner began. Looking at the food that appeared on the table out of thin air, Luwen's eyes lit up, everything looked delicious, and the fragrance reverberated in the auditorium. After taking a mouthful of roast meat, Lewin turned his head and glanced at Malfoy, who couldn't stop. Eat, why not? Asterisk. When the dinner was halfway through, Dumbledore, who was sitting at the top, said something about what to pay attention to at Hogwarts, nothing more than that it was forbidden to walk around the castle at night, and some restricted areas were not allowed to enter. For this paragraph, Lewin is right to listen to it as nonsense. After all, at Hogwarts, night tours have become a tradition, and in a sense, they are. After the dinner was over, the Slytherin prefect took the first-year freshmen to the place where the little snakes lived, while Hermione and the others followed the Gryffindor prefect to the place where the little lions stayed. Among the common rooms of the 4 Hogwarts colleges, the most mysterious one must be the Lounge of Slytherin, and the other 3 common rooms are in the castle. And Slytherin's lounge is the most special one. It is located at the bottom of the dark lake, and there is no light all year round. It fits the temperament of the little snakes very well. When Lewin and his party came to Slytherin's lounge, everyone was stunned, even Lewin. The green lake blocks the sunlight and moonlight outside the window, and you can also see fish on the bottom of the lake swimming in the lake, and even a huge octopus slaps the window. It's like being in an aquarium. Everyone remembers Slytherin's slogan. Only when the slogan is correct, the stone gate will be opened. The slogan is changed every Monday. The prefect gave them the knowledge of this common room. When Lewin came to his room with the room number, he found that the whole room was a long, narrow, and low hut made of rough big stones, a red carpet like a painting, weird and magical sculptures, and an exquisite fireplace. It looks like a Gothic style. At this time, Lewin also received Slytherin's exclusive academy costume, which was a green tie, and the wizard's robes of the Serpent House Huizhong were drawn, which looked very beautiful. As for the roommates this time, by coincidence, Lewin's roommate happened to be the first snake friend he made, Draco Malfoy. It looks like our fate is really good. Lewin held a thick book in his hand, put it on the head of his bed, and said to Malfoy who was standing beside him. As for the other roommate, who was also very familiar, it was Malfoy's sidekick, the fat Vincent Crabbe with arms that looked like gorillas. Yes, yes. Malfoy really wants to go out and ask the prefect, can he change the dormitory now? But that was impossible, because after the dormitory was allocated, the senior prefects had already returned to their dormitories. Okay, don't be so nervous, I won't eat the 2 of you again. Seeing the stiff look of the 2, Lewin shrugged helplessly. After all, aren't we friends now? Right? Saying that, Lewin took out his wand and wiped it. Exactly. Crabbe nodded quickly, and Malfoy beside him was also alike. Although Malfoy's father was the manager of the school, the current headmaster was Dumbledore, and even the manager couldn't stretch his hand too far. Hearing the replies from the 2, Lewin nodded with satisfaction, and then put the wand in his hand on the thick book. This book is Growing with the Ghoul, which he borrowed from Hermione, by the adventure master Harold. But if Lewin's hazy memory is correct, that person seems to be a liar. He read this book once, and the overall writing and emotional rendering are very good. It can be regarded as a good travel book. After yawning, Lewin sat on the bed with his game console, and opened the Night Must Have game, Minecraft, ready to perfect the house that had been built for so many days. On the side, the cola and various snacks brought by the frog cub have been prepared. And Malfoy and his sidekicks were sitting on their own beds, daring not to let out one. The shadow that the orphan wizard brought them in front of them was too great, and until now, Malfoy's arms were still shaking. I really don't know where the wizard in front of him learned the spell. At this time, Lewin, who had built a matchbox, looked up at the 2 noble wizards who were about to go to sleep, and thought for a while and suggested. Want to play games together? A game like Minecraft is meant to be a multiplayer team, and if you are alone, it will inevitably feel a little boring. It's just that after hearing Lewin's words, the 2 of Malfoy immediately misunderstood and shook their heads stiffly. No. No, there are classes tomorrow, so I have to go to bed early. You try again. Luan picked up his wand. In the end, the two compromised under the pressure of force. Luan threw 2 game consoles for the two, and then took out a connection cable that Frog Cub had assembled from the Marvel world from his backpack. He obtained these things a few years ago, but after all, no one played with him, so he kept eating ashes. As the crystal-clear screen gradually lit up with white light, it was very conspicuous in this water-green room. Where had the two of them seen this kind of thing, they were immediately attracted by curiosity. After all, in a sense, now they are nothing more than a child. As the game console gradually opened, Luan also handed over some basic operations to the two of them. Human beings are always the fastest to learn in terms of games, and even in a certain way, it can be said that they are self-taught. The world formed by the cubes gradually appeared in front of them, and the two were attracted at once. Okay, you are all familiar with the general operation, let's go online. With that said, Luan plugged in the patch cords on the 3 consoles. Soon, the 3 of them joined a small network built by themselves. Crap, you are in charge of cutting down the tree. Malfoy was generally familiar with the game, so for now, the first thing to do was to build a house. So the job of cutting down the trees was left to Crabbe, and he was only responsible for building the house. Malfoy, come prepare the food, and I'll build the house. Luan looked up at Malfoy and whispered. He is the master architect of this world, and no one can take his place. What's the difference between playing Minecraft without building a house and not sleeping in class? With that in mind, the time gradually came to midnight. Luan was the first to be unable to bear it, and was the first to quit the game. Come on you two. In the dark. Malfoy glanced at the building that looked like a matchbox, turned his head and whispered to Crabbe. The two of us are going to change a local building. Go and chop down the tree for me. 6 in the morning. Luan woke up early, while the other two in the same dormitory were still sound asleep. Today, he has to get familiar with the road inside Hogwarts, and he has to go to the breakfast to get the class schedule belonging to Slytherin. The shades of green and water make it impossible to tell what time it is now, so Slytherin's little snakes have strong self-discipline. Otherwise, you will accidentally oversleep and be late. Luan put on the Slytherin school uniform he got last night, fastened his green snake tie, picked up his wand and left the room. Maybe he got up early, so there wasn't a little wizard in the common room. Walking around, following the route last night, Luan came to the auditorium of the branch, which is the dining hall of Hogwarts. Just some breakfast. As the voice fell, a rich breakfast appeared in front of Luan out of thin air. These breakfasts are all made by the elves who live in Hogwarts, and these elves are good at home. After eating breakfast, a brand new piece of paper was placed on the table at some point. Luan picked it up and took a look, and it marked the Slytherin class schedule for this semester. Every class is held together with other classes, such as the first Transfiguration class and the later Flying class, Potions class, Fantastic Beasts, all with Gryffindor. Looking at Luan, I found that Slytherin and Gryffindor spent the most time in class together, while Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were the most. The Little Snake and the Little Lion are the two most incompatible colleges. They teach each other in order to stimulate each other. After all, there is competition and pressure. With that in mind, Luan took a good look at the timetable. Slytherin's classes are not many, most of them are with Gryffindor. In the eyes of Luan, who has been educated for 9 years in the past life, these courses are simple, and there is plenty of rest time. Morning classes are from 9 to 12 o'clock, afternoon classes from 14 to 15:30, and on certain days there is an evening class after dinner. After breakfast, it was already 7 o'clock in the morning. There were already a lot of students in the dining room. Most of the school uniforms were from the two colleges, Slytherin and Ravenclaw. And most of them are seniors. As for the little wizards in the first grade, they are probably sleeping in. After having breakfast and getting the class schedule, it's time to take a good look inside the Wizarding Academy. When I got to the stairs leading to the classroom, I saw that the stairs in front of me were constantly changing, and I only needed to wait a few seconds to change, so for the unfamiliar little wizard, it was the biggest natural enemy of being late. And there are all kinds of strokes on the stone walls, beautiful girls, gorgeous ladies, knights charging on pony horses, and the people in each painting have souls, that is, they can communicate it. Under the guidance of a kind lady in the painting, Luan got acquainted with the next class in advance. It took an hour in total. And it's only 8 in the morning, and there's still about an hour before class. So bored Luan was about to go to the library to take a good look, but at this moment, a pleasant voice suddenly came out from behind and stopped him. Luan. When Luan turned his head, a pleasant jasmine scent stirred the tip of his nose. Luan is also very happy to meet a good companion on a good morning. Good morning, Hermione. It was Hermione, who had been assigned to Gryffindor, who stopped him. He was dressed in a red lion wizard's robe, his long fluffy hair exuded a fragrance, and he was holding a thick book and a class schedule in his arms. It looks like we have a lot of lessons together. Luan raised the schedule in his hand and smiled at Hermione. By the way, do you want to visit the classrooms? He pointed to the changing stairs. I just wrote down all the classrooms. Is it okay? Hermione's brown eyes lit up and she nodded forcefully at Luan's handsome face. Sorry to bother you. Hermione, who had just finished breakfast, also prepared to do some research on her own, and it would be nice to have someone with her now, let alone Luan. No matter how she thought about it, there was no way she could refuse. Hermione's small head nodded vigorously, her long fluffy brown hair swayed, and the jasmine scent became more intense. Although it is rich but not greasy, it gives a cool and comfortable feeling. Walking up the changing stairs, Luan listened to Hermione's introduction to their common room. What does the Slytherin's lounge look like? Well, it's more like an aquarium. Luan thought of a metaphor and said. After listening to Luan's introduction to Slytherin, Hermione's eyes flashed with curiosity and envy. But when he heard that there was another giant octopus slapping the glass at night, the brown eyes suddenly became terrified. I'll take you to Slytherin's lounge when I get a chance. My roommates are all very nice. They don't stay in the dorm very often. Luan laughed. It was a piece of cake for him to let the two of Malfoy go out. Or maybe the two of Malfoy were eager to go out to sleep. After getting familiar with the road with Hermione, it was time for the first class. Since their first class was a transfiguration class together, they went to the classroom together. It may be that the two came too early, and there was no one other than a United States tabby lying on the podium. The two chose the front row and placed their spell book on the table. Is anyone here so late? Hermione asked suspiciously. It's only 8:40 now, it's probably very soon. Luan glanced at the watch on his wrist and said softly. At this time, the two also noticed the tabby cats on the podium who were observing them. This cat is so cute. Hermione wanted to touch her, but Luan, who was standing beside her, held her back. If it's the professor's cat, it's better not to touch it. Luan knew that the cat in front of him was Professor McGonagall, an older cat lady and a grandma-level figure. If you don't take good care of it, you can directly deduct points on the spot. Thinking of this, Luan and the tabby cat looked at each other, and the light blue eyes clearly saw that the cat was staring at the two of them with interest. Will the students of Slytherin and Gryffindor come together? This is really strange. Professor McGonagall thought. As the time approached 9 o'clock. The entire classroom was filled with first-year wizards, and as their first class, everyone had excited and apprehensive expressions on their faces. Luan even saw two roommates who were going to be late at the very end of the class. The two had dark circles under their eyes and looked like they had not slept all night. What time did they play the game? Luan couldn't help but wonder. Looking around the classroom, it was no surprise that I didn't see the familiar figure. Harry Potter and Ronald Weasley. If nothing else, these two have already had an accident at this time. The time has come to class, but Professor McGonagall is still carefully observing the situation of the little wizard in the room, and has not changed back to the body of his classroom. As the highest level metamorphosis among the metamorphosis spells, F***ck Gus is obviously not something that little wizards like them can see. Everyone thought the professor was late for the first class, so the room became a mess for a while. At this moment, the closed classroom door was opened again, and everyone focused their attention on the two figures who opened the door. There were not many people in the entire classroom, but at this moment, their eyes were all gathered together. "Come on, Harry, we're going to be late." The sound of panting came anxiously, and then, Ronald with red hair ran in with a book in his arms. When he saw that there was no one on the podium, he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. "Looks like the professor is late too." And Harry, who followed behind, was also relieved. After all, being late for the first class was undoubtedly a provocation in the eyes of the professor. And now that the professors are late, it is good news for them. Llewellyn turned his head and glanced. The tabby cat that was lying on the podium had disappeared, replaced by an elderly lady wearing a dark green robe. It was Professor McGonagall. "Harry Potter, Ronald Weasley, you two are late." The capable and hoarse voice sounded in the classroom, and the two people who were late for an instant froze. "Maybe I should turn the two of you into pocket watches so you'll know the time." "No, Professor, we just got lost on the stairs." "Well said, don't say it again next time." 2 points from Gryffindor. Although Professor McGonagall is the Dean of Gryffindor, she has never been inclined to any colleges for deductions or bonus points, or, in her eyes, there are no colleges at all. After hearing that they had been deducted points, the faces of the two of them turned pale instantly. They deducted 2 points from their academy on the first day of their arrival. There is no doubt that the two of them are now Gryffindor's sinners. The two of them sat on the corner seats without saying a word, and took out the books to be studied in this class. Hermione, who was beside Llewellyn, opened her eyes instantly after hearing that her academy had been deducted 2 points. "We were actually deducted points on the first day." She couldn't believe it. After all, in recent years, Gryffindor's score has always been the worst one. Llewellyn looked at the recent Academy Cups, and the one that won the most was Slytherin, and the second was Ravenclaw. Therefore, the weight of the snake is still very heavy, and he has won 6 consecutive Academy Cups. As for Gryffindor, points are often deducted for night travel, disturbance, and mischief. They were Gryffindors after all. "Okay, you'll get used to it later." Llewellyn so comforted. However, Hermione, who was immersed in the grief of being deducted points, directly ignored this sentence. "Okay, little wizards, what we're going to learn in this class is the Transfiguration spell." It seems that there are many little wizards who are surprised by their performance just now, Professor McGonagall explained. "For example, I just learned from the tabby. The magic of the cat returning to its original state is the highest level of AF***ck Gus, but this magic spell is very difficult to learn and has high risks, and you can't touch it now. In today's British wizarding world, there are only 7 registered AF***ckgs, and there are some unregistered AF***ckgs. They are all dangerous guys. Okay, sir, what we're going to learn this time is to turn an object into a creature." Saying that, Professor McGonagall waved his wand to a button beside him. Immediately afterwards, the button began to twist in front of everyone, and finally turned into a beetle. Looking at the beetle flapping its wings, even Llewellyn's eyes flashed with surprise. Among the many magical worlds he knew, this magical world was probably the only one that could turn dead things into living things. Transfiguration is the most complex and dangerous spell you will ever have at Hogwarts. Anyone who tries to be mischievous in my class, I will ask him out and never come back. I warned you. Professor McGonagall glanced at the little wizards who were about to move with wands, and reminded sternly. After seeing the little wizards gradually calm down, Professor McGonagall started the lecture. The specific principles of the Transfiguration spell are very complicated, otherwise there would not be a separate class. Llewellyn was listening in a foggy way, but Hermione beside him became more energetic the more he listened, and even made a large page of notes. The difference between a standard scumbag and a scholar. The first class only talked about some principles and so on, so there was no substantial experiment. Professor McGonagall spoke very slowly and at the same time in great detail. By the end of the get out of class, Hermione had taken notes and made 3 sheets of paper, which were full and beautiful. "Perhaps I should borrow your notes to read," Lou-Anne quipped as he tapped the button in his hand with his wand. Recalling Professor McGonagall's demonstration in class, Lou-Anne mobilized the magic in his body and whispered. "Transfiguration spell." "Sure." Hermione raised her head arrogantly and turned her head to answer Lou-Anne's words. However, before she could finish speaking, she saw a cloud of smoke suddenly rise from the wand, and her mouth widened in an instant. "Cuck." Immediately afterwards, a crisp frog croak sounded in the classroom. Professor McGonagall, who had packed up his textbooks and hadn't left the classroom, was instantly attracted by this scene. Seeing the emerald green frog jumping on the ground, Professor McGonagall raised his head and glanced at Lou-Anne, who was stunned in place. Powerful transformation talent. It's funny, it's the first time she's ever seen someone who can imitate her ability to turn a button into a living thing in the first lesson. Lou-Anne Gerald, I remember saying that transfiguration is not allowed. Asterisk. Professor, I remember you said that it is not allowed in class. Faced with Professor McGonagall's questioning, Lou-Anne grabbed the frog jumping on the ground and replied. But obviously, it's time after class. Saying that, he shrugged. If it is in class, I will definitely give you extra points for your excellent ability. Professor McGonagall said. But now it's out of class, so Slytherin Academy adds 10 points. Professor McGonagall pursed his lips and said to Lou-Anne with the corners of his mouth upturned. Excellent deformation ability, maybe you will have the opportunity to learn Armonigus in the future. Leaving this highly praised statement, Professor McGonagall took the textbook and left the classroom. Hermione, who was on the side, was staring blankly. Was this professor complimenting Lou-Anne just now? How did you do it just now? That wand wave. Hermione also learned to look good, picked up her wand and waved it gently at the button, but nothing happened, not even the magic. She had written down more than 3 pages of theoretical process notes, but even so, Hermione didn't understand the principles of transfiguration, let alone its use. Faced with Hermione's answer, Lou-Anne said truthfully, I just know the movements of Professor McGonagall, waving his staff, and then chanting the magic spell. Then the button turned into a frog. A very simple theory, but Hermione always found it perfunctory. Even Lou-Anne himself felt that this statement was indeed far-fetched, but it was the truth. Maybe the two of us can talk more deeply. Lou-Anne suggested. Hermione, who loves to learn, would of course accept this offer. She nodded vigorously, her brown eyes looked happily at Lou-Anne. The two of us are always more efficient than one alone. But you know more than me. Lou-Anne looked at the 3 full notes, which were all so detailed that he didn't even know what they meant. There were not many people in the classroom at this time, so Lou-Anne and Hermione were going to the restaurant for an afternoon lunch, and after a small lunch break, it was time to go to the potions class in the afternoon. Potions class in the afternoon, and flying class in the evening, Slytherin and Gryffindor together. So this is why Lou-Anne feels that the 2 classes are taking too many classes together. The class that Slytherin took with Gryffindor and Hufflepuff was only 2 or 3 lessons, which was very pitiful in comparison. After lunch, Lou-Anne was going to take a look at the library during the lunch break, and Hermione's eyes lit up instantly after hearing that he was going to the library. I also need to go. Nothing could stop Hermione's quest for knowledge. The library at Hogwarts is very large. It was only when Lou-Anne was in the library that he realized that the entire library was not fully open to the outside world. Most of them were prohibited from entering and borrowing books for lower-level wizards like them. The Hogwarts library has a collection of books that are envied by the entire wizarding world, whether it is magazine novels or spell analysis, and even papers written by several professors. These things can't be seen outside at all. Since the potions class was going to be in the afternoon, Lewin found a book on the basics of potions in advance and prepared to review it. After all, potions also have a lot of weight in this world. A simple sentence is that the production of potions costs money, but it is also very profitable. Material analysis on refining potions. This is a very thick book, and Lewin estimates that he will not be able to finish it in 3 days. What's even more outrageous is that Hermione directly took 3 books of the same thickness and placed them on the table one by one. The origin and analysis of the transfiguration spell. Basic knowledge of potions. On the analysis and use of magical spells. These books basically cover all the following 3 disciplines. Sure enough, Shuaba deserves to be Shuaba. By the time the two came out of the library, the time had gradually come to 13:30 in the afternoon. Due to the lessons learned by Harry and Ronald ahead, many wizards in the afternoon class basically came early. After the two of them arrived in the classroom, they found that the seats in the front row were full. And Harry and Ronald both took out their crucibles and books early. Harry's eyes lit up when he saw Lewin, and he waved at him. Lewin also returned a smile and looked very polite. Since the front row is already occupied, the two of them can only choose a position closer to the corner of the wall. Generally speaking, this position is generally not noticed by the teacher. This is the experience Lewin summed up in his last life for more than 20 years. As the class time came, the originally closed door was suddenly opened with a bang, and then Professor Snape, dressed in a black robe, walked in quickly like an old bat. No waving wands or chanting spells in my class. Personally, I don't expect most of you to understand the magic of potions and the technology in them, but for the very few. With that said, Snape glanced at Lewin, who was hiding in the corner, and said softly. I will teach you all, disturb the mind, confuse the senses, gain fame, cook glory, and prevent death. Hearing this, Lewin's mouth twitched, but he politely nodded to Professor Snape. Stop death, what a joke. There is no real immortality in Harry Potter, relying on potions, he might as well rely on his own frog cubs. At least the frog cub is more reliable. While Snape was watching Lewin, he was also looking at Harry Potter on the other side out of the corner of his eye, and it was obvious that Harry wasn't listening at all. I saw that Harry didn't know what to write in his notebook. For those students who don't listen carefully, don't stop listening carefully because of their reputation. Harry Potter, look at me with your eyes. Come on, Snape-style classic find fault. Gryffindor's score is likely to be lost. Lewin looked at Harry's blank face with interest. What do I get if I add narcissus root powder to a wormwood infusion? After hearing this question, Hermione on the side hurriedly raised his hand, while Lewin was holding his wand against his palm to support his chin. Gryffindor's points are deducted today. Asterisk. Faced with Professor Snape's question, it was obvious that Harry, who had no knowledge, couldn't answer it at all. After all, it was the first time he had come into contact with things about potions, and maybe even some pure-blooded wizards might not be able to answer them. Professor, I didn't know. After a moment of silence, Harry answered directly. Hermione, who was sitting next to Lewin, kept raising her hand. Lewin caught Hermione's hand and pulled her down. If he kept holding it up like this, Gryffindor would probably lose more points. After all, there was no way for them to intervene in the matter between Snape and Harry Potter. Why didn't you call me? Hermione lowered her head in dissatisfaction and whispered to Lewin, who was beside her. Perhaps Professor Snape just wanted to chat with Harry. Lewin responded. And at this time, Hermione finally found something wrong, because until now, Lewin's small hand is still in his hand. The temperature on the back of her hand made her face red, but Hermione didn't choose to struggle to get rid of it, and lowered her head to try not to let others notice the difference. Very well, then if I asked you to find me a bezoar, where would you look for it? This is a very classic question. As long as a little wizard with some common sense knows the answer, it is obvious that Harry has no common sense in this regard. His head bowed deeper. I don't know the professor. What's the difference between the boat-shaped aconite and the wolf-poison aconite? Snape's indifferent eyes stared at Harry Potter and lowered his head. The whispered word sounded like a demon's cry to Harry. I don't know, sir. Harry blushed and couldn't answer. How do I feel that Professor Snape is targeting Harry? Hermione looked at the clasped hands and asked Luan with red ears. After all, she had met Professor Snape in Diagon Alley before. At that time, Professor Snape looked cold, but he was still very nice. Many questions, Professor Snape will answer. But now, completely, and in Diagon Alley are two different things. This. I don't know either, but I'm sure Professor Snape is a good man. Luan pondered for a while, and didn't know how to explain it to Hermione. After all, this matter is really complicated. Snape was NTR face to face, and now came to teach the man he hated the most and the son of the woman he loved the most. The current Snape's apparent indifference to Harry was something that Luan could understand. Your brain is empty. It seems obvious that fame isn't everything, does it? Mr. Potter. The indifferent voice was like a thorn, stabbing Harry's body firmly, and then Snape turned to look at Luan, still the same voice. Luan Gerald, answer these 3 questions. Professor, of course. Under Hermione's complicated gaze, Luan let go of the little hand he was holding and stood up calmly. And Harry had already sat back in his seat at this time. Ronald beside him was still comforting him in a low voice. The combination of narcissus root powder and wormwood can be formulated into a powerful sleeping pill, which is the water of life and death. In the case of Bezoar, look for it in the stomach of a goat. It is an antidote. The 2 kinds of aconitum are the same plant, collectively referred to as aconitum, and there is no difference between professors. Fortunately, I reviewed the potion materials in advance, and these questions can be regarded as basic. Luan's fluent response made Snape nodded in satisfaction. It seems that you have a good study during the vacation. Okay, now let's start the class. The same as the first class of the potions class, which is all about some theoretical knowledge. Hermione on the side is writing a lot of notes and remembering a large note, and Luan can't be lazy under Snape's attention from time to time. It's time to end the get out of class again. Today is the day when the owl will deliver the letter, so everyone came to the restaurant in an orderly manner and waited for the arrival of the owl. And Luan did not return to the long table belonging to Slytherin, but followed Hermione to the long table of Gryffindor. Good afternoon, Harry. Luan smiled and nodded to Harry, then sat next to Harry with Hermione. Hey, I remember you weren't a student of Slytherin. Ronald, who was impressed by Luan, said curiously. Yes, but the rules don't say where Slytherin has to be done. Luan said indifferently. In his opinion, it is the same wherever he sits, not to mention that there are many pure-blooded little wizards on Shao Snake's side, who are very arrogant and disgusting. Boom! At this moment, an explosion shocked several people. I saw a little boy holding a wand in a blackened daze, and it was the cup in front of him that exploded. He's going to turn the water in the cup into black tea. Ronald knew the whole story. Obviously it was successful this morning. Soon, with a crisp cry, a large number of owls with letters flew in from the window. Luan and Harry, who were alone, naturally didn't have any letters. Seeing this, Hermione on the side seemed to remember something, but she pursed her lips and didn't ask. Well, Luan, don't you have a letter either? Harry on the side saw that Luan didn't have an owl to bring a letter like him, and couldn't help asking curiously. I am an orphan. The 4 words silenced the people around him for a while, and Harry opened his mouth and didn't know what to say for a while. After all, he still has his own aunt, although that family disgusts him. But compared to himself, Luan has nothing. This made Harry feel a little sympathetic. He really didn't think that he would have a day of sympathy for others. Ronald on the side was also quite surprised, because looking at Luan's various polite occasions, he thought he was an aristocrat in the Muggle world. Why are you looking at me like this? I have inherited a lot of inheritance, and I have a house of my own. I'm living a good life. Lu En said helplessly. After all, he is also a person with memories from his previous life. If he really has parents, he will definitely be awkward for a few years. Lu En. Hermione held the letter in her hand, looked at Lu En's helpless profile, and called out softly. What's wrong? Lu En turned his head away. No, nothing. The owls only stayed in the restaurant for a while before flying away with food in their mouths. Hey Ronald, look, a warehouse in Gringotts has been stolen. It's Vault 713, but the goblins said nothing was stolen. Harry, who was reading the newspaper on the side, said in surprise. Vault 713, Hagrid once took him there and took out an item. There must be some secret here. Let's go, the last class this afternoon, the flying class, we two academies still take it together. Lu En yawned and said to Hermione next to him. The afternoon flying lesson is what all the little wizards look forward to the most. The able Mrs. Hooch is the teacher of this course. In addition to flying lessons, he is also the referee of the Hogwarts Quidditch competition, and there is no doubt about flying. There were bound to be some accidents in class. Neville broke his arm because he couldn't control his magic broom, and Mrs. Hooch rushed him to the school infirmary. Hey, a lost memory ball. Malfoy finally regained his energy after a morning of recuperation. He picked up the memory ball Neville had received and shook it in front of Harry Potter. I think it should be hidden somewhere, fun isn't it? Harry Potter. With some provocation, a flying competition started in an instant. These two people are really talented. Lu En looked at the two chasing in the air and had to admit that he was indeed stronger than other wizards. Hermione on the side looked at the broom still lying on the ground and stomped her feet fiercely. There must be something wrong with this broom. Would you like to try mine? Hearing this, Lu En handed over his broom symbolically. You do this deliberately. Hermione rolled his eyes at him, looking at him angrily. The exciting chase came to an end as Harry got the memory ball. Professor McGonagall finally took Harry away with a grey face under Malfoy's malicious gaze. The class ended when Mrs. Hooch came back. A little wizard was injured for the first time, and flying skills could only be taught later. That's when Lu En touched the pocket of his wizard costume, which contained a few pictures that weren't there during flight lessons. After taking it out, he found that the frog cubs who traveled out had sent it back to him. The first few photos are fine, of smiling residents, each with a fan-like logo on the back of their clothes. The Uchiha family. Lu En remembered the origin of this badge, but when he saw the last one, his expression changed slightly. It was a red corpse with the blood moon as the background. Is this genocide? There is also a date on the back of the photo, which is today. Is the frog cub coming back today? The location of this trip is the Uchiha clan that was exterminated, so this time's specialty, Lu En couldn't help but look forward to it. Since the flying class was the last class of the day, Lu En said goodbye after dinner with Hermione. When he came to Slytherin's common room, he found that Malfoy and his sidekick in the bedroom had already returned to play games. Chopping some wood for me, these werewolves are annoying. Oh my god, the one that exploded, don't let it go in. Damn, if only these cube people could spell magic. The two were so addicted to the game that they didn't even notice Lu En's return. Since Hogwarts does not provide any electrical appliances, not even anything related to electricity can be used. But I don't know why these appliances brought back from other worlds work normally. This kind of thing beyond the development of the times easily attracted these little wizards. Lu En didn't have time to play games with the two of them. After learning that his frog cub was coming back, his mind was now on the frog cub. For the little snakes at night, it is no different from daytime. In the green lake outside the window, water plants sway with the waves. If you want to see the stars, Ravenclaw, who lives on the top of a high-rise building, is the most suitable. Lu En picked up the electric light he got from the other world and hung it by his bedside, brightly illuminating the green, gloomy and monotonous room. Malfoy, who was playing the game on the other side, also noticed the light that was on, and he looked at the light with some surprise. Although they are wizard nobles, they also have some things that muggles use at home, and naturally know the existence of electric lights. But don't you need electricity to support it? There is no electricity at Hogwarts. If he didn't understand, he simply didn't think about it, it was not good for him anyway. Malfoy waved the game console in his hand to Luan, and there was still a lot of power in it, enough for them to play all night. You guys play first, I have something to do tonight. Luan shook his head, then opened the Characteristics and Habits of Magical Creatures, lent to him by Hermione. He now has a psychic in his hand, and he just took a look at these magical creatures and found a good-looking guy to sign a contract. He remembered that in this academy, there was a large snake that had lived for a long time, and had the ability to turn people into stone. It's just that the memory is too far away, and Luan almost forgot. At this moment, a crisp frog croak rang in his ears, and Luan's eyes lit up. I saw a green frog wearing a small lotus leaf and came back with luggage. Crack. Let me see what good things I brought back this time. Luan untied the luggage behind the frog cub, revealing 2 scarlet eyeballs with strange patterns. Luan took a breath for a moment, he was too familiar with these 2 things, and combined with the content in the photo, it was difficult even if he wanted to know. Soon, the identification results appeared. Eternal Kaleidoscope Shaker Eyes, Shinwei, a precious souvenir from the world of Naruto Shippuden. Effect, can obtain the specified pupil technique, and has the ability to copy, illusion. Usage, after the unremitting efforts of the frog cubs, and after untold hardships, a pair of eternal kaleidoscopes have finally been synthesized. The method of use is simple and rude, just deduct your own eyes and plug them in directly. Of course, you can also choose direct fusion without experience. Shinwei is indeed a pair of writing wheel eyes, but it is definitely not an eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Luan, who was a little puzzled at first, opened his eyes instantly after seeing the introduction, with the same expression as Hermione. The frog cub is so fierce. After untold hardships, a pair of eternal kaleidoscopes were synthesized. He knew that there were only a few owners of the kaleidoscope, not to mention the 2 users of Shinwei. How did the frog cub get it? This directly overturned Luan's original cognition. Asterisk. Watching the returning frog cub pick off the little lotus leaf, then found a random spot on the bed and climbed up. Appears to be exhausted. Luan shook his head, putting his messy thoughts behind him, then turned to look at those scarlet eyes. There are 2 ways to use this pair of eternal kaleidoscope writing wheels, one is buttonhole replacement with a strong sense of experience, and the other is fusion without experience. Although it is said that in Hogwarts, it is not impossible to change the buttonhole in the face of magic, but it is too shocking. No matter how you think Luan chooses the second method. It's just that he still has a question. The beginning and use of Sharingan consumes the unique chakra of ninjas, and Luan does not have that kind of thing. At most, his body is fused with the huge magic power obtained by the Dragon Slayer crystal. Forget it, let's fuse it first, otherwise it's not a good thing to leave it like this. It won't be good if it breaks. With that in mind, Luan chose the second fusion. Immediately afterwards, the pair of eternal kaleidoscope writing wheels turned into a white light and flew towards his pale blue eyes. The 2 people in the dormitory were busy playing games and didn't notice this strange scene at all. Soon, Luan felt a circulating heat flow in his eyes, and when he opened his eyes again, the original light blue eyes had been replaced by the constantly turning scarlet hook jade. The 2 hook jades, the 3 hook jades that were constantly turning, quickly transformed into 3 sickle-like shapes. The high-speed rotation pattern gradually stabilized. The world changed to a different look in front of these eyes. The powerful dynamic ability allowed him to clearly see the dust floating in the air, which was completely 2 extremes from the previous vision. Luan took out a mirror and looked at himself with scarlet patterned eyes, the corners of his mouth cocked slightly. The original Luan gave people a friendly and noble feeling, but the current Luan, with his handsome facial features and the pair of riding wheel eyes, looks full of evil. The negative emotion in his eyes made people shudder. After all, these eyes came from a man who had lost hope for the world. With the thought of a move, it was like waving his arm, and the riding wheel eyes changed back to light blue pupils again. As if the appearance just now was just an illusion. Is it draining the magic in my body? Lu En felt it carefully, and the magic power brought by the Dragon Slayer crystal in his body was slightly reduced, but it was as insignificant as a drop of water in a pond. He had already experienced the powerful dynamic capabilities of these eyes, and he just experimented with the rest. With this thought in mind, Lu En opened the wheel and looked at the two Malfoys who were still building a house. "Hey, Malfoy! How?" Hearing Lu En's shout, Malfoy raised his head quickly, but he was stunned when he saw the scarlet color. Crabbe on the side was the same. The expressions of the two of them gradually became blurred, and soon the corners of their mouths left uncontrollable saliva. "It looks like a demented child. Great experiment." Lu En felt that it was the best choice for him to come to Little Snake. After all, there were a lot of pure-blood wizards here to provide himself with various experiments. The ability of illusion is one of Sharingan's forte, and almost everyone in the Uchiha family is a master of illusion, except for some useless ones. At this moment, what he saw in Lu En's perspective gave him a slight glimpse. There are some tiny energies flowing in the bodies of Malfoy and Crabbe. This is magic. He watched curiously, and the Shaker can indeed see through the flow of the enemy's chakra, but he didn't expect that the magic power of a wizard could do it. If this ability is combined with strong observation, it does not mean that as long as someone casts a spell in front of Lu En, he can immediately write it down. Really powerful ability. The horror of Sharingan can only be known after personal experience. Lu En sighed, and then went to look outside the dormitory. He remembered that there were some weird legends in the lounge of Slytherin. Maybe with these eyes, you can detect one or two. It was almost late at night, and the entire academy fell into silence. From time to time fish swim past the windows of Slytherin's common room, and the green lake water is reflected on the stone floor in the pale moonlight. Lu En, who had just come to the lounge, walked with a pair of riding wheels on. Darkness doesn't exist at all in front of these eyes. With these eyes, some things that are usually invisible have emerged. Lu En, who was observing the surroundings, suddenly took a step, and his scarlet pupils looked at the snake head statue placed in the center of the Slytherin lounge. There are some magic surging patterns on this golden gold snake head statue. The blue magic was connected all the way from the snake's head to the stone bricks on the ground. Interesting, Slytherin is indeed the most peculiar of the four lounges. Thinking of the frightening legends of those senior Slytherin wizards, Lu En smiled. More than 10 years ago, people who used to have Slytherin often heard a horse roar in the middle of the night, as if there was a snake lurking in the dark to observe its prey. Lu En, who knew about the basilisk, knew that the legend was probably true. Because the founder of Slytherin once domesticated a basilisk in a basement somewhere. Basilisks are magical creatures hatched by placing chicken eggs under toads. If they are seen indirectly, they have the curse of being petrified. If they look directly at them, they will die on the spot. I don't know if the petrification curse has any effect on my eyes. Lu En thought while rubbing his chin. If nothing else, this secret passage on the floor leads to the basement where the basilisk lives. Want to try it? Now he still has the space ninjutsu of Kamui, not to mention that the current basilisk should be in a deep sleep. If he remembered correctly, the basilisk would not be awakened again until Tom's Horcrux notebook arrived. Lu En's eyes lit up when he remembered some of the plot. It just so happened that his psychics had not found a suitable magical creature, so he just made a psychic contract with the basilisk. If you can't control it, use illusion to control it directly, but there is only one problem. Anyone who sees the basilisk's eyes will be killed directly, and whoever sees it indirectly will be petrified. Thinking about it, Lu En's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought of a good idea. So now the basilisk is almost ready. Luan is not hesitating as the method to deal with the basilisk is formed in his mind. Staring at the golden snake head, it is obvious that the trigger of this snake head requires a specific spell or command, and the only person who knows about it is the founder who created Slytherin. So now there is only one method in front of him, and that is direct brute force cracking. Thinking like this, Luan put his hand on the top of the snake's head and slowly input his magic power into it. As long as you replace the magic power flowing in it with your own, you should be able to open it easily. It might work. He was also a little unsure about the final result. After all, he was also a little wizard who had just studied for less than a day. If it doesn't work, he can only consider using Thunder Dragon's Bang Fist. In that case, it is estimated that the entire Slytherin will be awakened. Luan's eyes narrowed slowly, his eyes focused on the flowing magic circuit, and his magic power was slowly flowing into it. About 3 minutes passed. A trace of joy appeared on his face. And what he expected was right. As long as you destroy the original magic power and replace it with your own, you can easily control a stone door leading to the basement. The boom sounded suddenly. In this silent Slytherin, it is very harsh. Fortunately, it was late at night, and looking around, no little wizard was awakened. The stone door on the floor had been opened, and a rotten breath rushed towards him, making Luan pinch his nose. After thinking for a while, he took an oil lamp from the table beside him and walked slowly to the underground stone ladder. The flames of the oil lamps were crumbling, proving that the basement was still ventilated. When he got here, he was relieved. Under Luan's control, the stone gate rumbled shut again. Even if they quarrel with the wizard, they will only see the empty lounge when they come to the hall. Walking down the stone stairs slowly, the footsteps were very loud in the quiet and narrow tunnel. The oil lamp in his hand was lifted up, and the surrounding darkness was illuminated. I didn't know there was such a place in Slytherin. Luan groped carefully. The stone ladder was very long, and it took about 2 or 3 minutes to reach the bottom. In front of it is a small stone gate, and there is light on the opposite side of the stone gate, which looks like a small square. Luan was ready to activate his divine power at any time, then walked over softly with the oil lamp in hand. After crossing the stone gate, there is a vast semicircular platform in front of you. There is a long road on the other side of the platform. On both sides of the road, there are pools full of water, which looks very shallow. In the pond, there are also 2 rows of snake heads spitting out snake letters, which look a little scary in this dark environment. After confirming that there was no danger, Luan walked to the pool and took a look. The water in the pool was very clear, sparkling under the light of the oil lamp. It looks like the water source here is the same as somewhere. Turning his head to look at the entire platform, there is nowhere to hide all the magic power in front of Sharingan. Soon, he saw a cave standing on a rock wall in the upper left corner. Although there is no magic output, he can feel that something is wrong there. A basilisk's cave? Luan stared at the cave and walked slowly in the direction of the cave. The current basilisk should have fallen into a deep sleep under the command of Parseltongue, and similarly, now only Parseltongue can wake it up again. However, even so, he was cautiously prepared to enter the blur at any time. After all, be careful to sail the ship for 10,000 years. Thinking of this, he got closer and closer to the cave step by step. A disgusting stench came from inside, causing Luan to frown, and then involuntarily covered his mouth and nose. This basilisk was created by Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Slytherin. According to the time, nearly 1,000 years have passed. According to the Encyclopedia of Magical Creatures, the basilisk has a lifespan of up to 900 years. Obviously the basilisk raised by Salazar must be something unusual. After entering the cave, the dim light instantly illuminated the entire narrow cave, and Luan and he could clearly see the creatures hidden in the cave. It was a huge basilisk with scales all over its body and dark green skin. At this time, the basilisk was falling into a deep sleep with his eyes closed. Obviously, Luan's acquisition did not affect it in any way. The basilisk is very long, about 50 feet or so, and looks very stout. Luan looked at the basilisk's closed eyes and was in trouble for a moment. If you want to control each other through the writing will eye, you need to look directly face to face. But if you want to look at the basilisk, you may also be killed. According to his idea, it is to prepare a huge mirror to enlarge his own writing wheel, and then use it to control the basilisk. It's just that the basilisk is still sleeping, so to control this matter, we can only talk about it after waking up. Wait for that notebook to come here now. Thinking of this, Luan's hands were not idle. He took out the psychic scroll from his pocket, and used a sharp dagger to cut through a piece of flesh. But after the dagger hits the hard scales, there is no way to break the defense. So Luan can only mobilize the magic in his body and add a layer of lightning to the dagger. This time, the scales were easily scratched, and crimson blood flowed out. He took a bit and smeared it on the scroll, then smeared his own blood on the scroll, and then wrote his name. This is the use of blood to force a psychic contract with the creature. After he was done, Luan glanced at the watch in his hand. It is now 1 o'clock in the morning, and it is very late. After putting away the scroll, he did not choose the original path to return to the Slytherin lounge, but instead looked at the stone door in front of the long road. If he remembered correctly, he remembered that it was the way to a bathroom, and there was a crying ghost in it. Thinking of this, Luan walked towards the stone gate with the oil lamp in hand. Asterisk. Opening the stone gate, Luan walked slowly along the dark and narrow grotto tunnel, holding an oil lamp. There were all kinds of white bones scattered on the rocky ground, and there was even a huge snake skin, and the smell mixed together was very unpleasant. Around the original flavor, there are various forked intersections, which look like ventilation pipes. Following the narrow passage, he quickly found the location leading to the bathroom. It's just that this intersection needs to be opened with a Parseltonian spell, so Luan had to choose another way out. The passages around this underground, extending in all directions, basically contain the entire Hogwarts college. When he opened the ventilation duct and came down, he realized that he did not know when he had arrived at the location of the library. The flickering lights were very conspicuous in the dark library, and Mrs. Pants, who was in charge of the library in the morning, would not keep watch at night, and Argus Filch, the only person in charge of inspection, was probably asleep by this time. However, just in case, Luan put out the oil lamp. He's not one of those reckless little lions. However, at this moment, a soft sound suddenly sounded in the quiet library. Luan moved his eyes and looked around, and found nothing wrong. But he did hear the sound just now. Suddenly, Luan turned his head sharply, a pair of scarlet eyes streaked a red line in the night sky, and behind him, a scrawny grey cat appeared behind him at some point. Those beast pupils were staring at Luan's figure. "Good evening, Mrs. Norris." Luan stared at the cat and said softly. "Since the cat is here, it means Filch the janitor is also nearby." Although he knew Filch's secret was a squib, it didn't mean he wanted to offend Filch. The red sickle slowly turned in the pupil, and the illusion was activated at the moment when Mrs. Norris was about to turn her head. Soon, Mrs. Norris' body froze, she shook her little head forcefully, and then directly ignored the existence of Luan, and continued to go to the depths of the library to find those night wanderers who violated the rules. It's a lot easier to have illusions. He looked at where Mrs. Norris had left, and couldn't help muttering. However, at this moment, a sharp cat meow cut through the silence. Meow. F***K. Before Luan could react, he saw an exclamation from the depths of the library, followed by various colliding sounds one after another. With his strong eyesight, he could clearly see that two people were running towards him through the night. Luan unhurriedly closed his own wheel. These eyes can't be exposed in front of other people. When he thought about it, two people in the distance had already rushed in front of him. "Hey, are you also here for a night tour? Come, follow us, or the watchdog will come over in a while." These two are Weasley's twins. Looking at the familiar red hair of the two, Luan didn't even react, and was dragged by the two to run all the way. Huh, it looks like the two of them didn't catch up to us. My name is Fred Weasley and he is my brother George Weasley. Luan Gerald, it's nice to meet you too. When the three people ran to a corner, they stopped panting, and brother Fred Weasley extended his hand to Luan and introduced. George on the side suddenly brightened his eyes, as if he had discovered something incredible, and said in surprise, "Are you a wizard from Slytherin?" "Hey, we've come out so many times, this is the first time we've met Slytherin. It's so rare." Fred was also surprised. "Is there?" Luan touched his nose, so he was the first to break the rules of Slytherin's night tour. Although the two academies of Gryffindor and Slytherin did not deal with each other, but for Luan, who was also out for a night tour, the twins had a much better sense of him. "I didn't expect that there are such interesting guys as you in that group of snakes. It's getting late, aren't you two going to bed?" Luan glanced at his watch, and it was already 3 in the morning. At this point in time, there are only these two people who are still wandering outside. "It's really late, then see you tonight if you're free." After saying hello, the twins sneaked around the corner to the Gryffindor's lounge. "Two guys are really funny." Shaking his head, Luan also prepared to go back to his dormitory to sleep. There were a lot of things he encountered this evening, and inevitably he was also a little sleepy. Shortly followed the route back to their lounge. Malfoy and Crabbe were still immersed in their own fantasy, and the drool from the corners of their mouths had soaked the sheets. Luan raised his eyebrows and snapped his fingers to release the illusion of the two. "It's 2 o'clock, why are you two still not sleeping?" After the two of Malfoy woke up, Luan was already lying on the bed ready to sleep. Oh. Malfoy nodded dully, then closed his eyes while holding the drool-soaked sheets. Luan slept so well last night that he didn't wake up until after 8, while the two of Malfoy were still sound asleep. It wasn't until he got to the restaurant that he realized that Hermione was already waiting for him in his seat. But it made him a little strange. The girls in Gryffindor were basically 3 or 4 eating together, and only Hermione was alone. Wizarding school violence. Some great breakfast, thanks. Maybe Hermione was too serious about her reading, and when Luan sat next to her and called out for breakfast, Hermione found him. "Good morning, beautiful lady." Luan smiled at Hermione, the tip of his nose twitching slightly. "It is still the familiar jasmine scent today." "You're late today," Miss Hermione said. "You came early." Asterisk. Since it was a morning herbal class, it was Slytherin with Ravenclaw, and Gryffindor with Hufflepuff. So after a simple breakfast, the two parted at the stairs. Luan shook his head as he watched Hermione's alone figure slowly walk up the stairs. No matter where you are, there are always some people who have an opinion on Shuaba. However, he doesn't have many friends himself. In the snake courtyard, he was only one close friend of Malfoy, at most a Crabbe. Walk into the classroom of herbal medicine class according to yourself, and the boring day begins. By the time they came out of the herbal medicine class, it was close to noon. In the afternoon, Slytherin and Gryffindor did not have any classes, except in the evening, they both had a common class, the history of magic. That is, a history lesson on some of the relevance of the wizarding world. I heard that the teacher of this course is very old, at least nearly 1,000 years old, and was invited by the founder of Slytherin at that time. So Luan is somewhat interested in the living history of this walk. Find Hermione at the agreed table location, not alone this time, with Harry and Ronald by her side. This way, Luan. Hermione, who had been looking forward to it, was the first to discover Luan who was looking forward. Good noon. Luan put his textbook on the table, nodded and greeted the two people on the opposite side. Are you going to the library this afternoon? Hermione asked Luan after lunch. She feels that she needs to add some knowledge about potions to her mind now, because compared to Luan, she feels that her knowledge is still too little. Because the timetables of the little snake and the little lion are almost the same, the two sides are basically together when they are resting. Are you going to the library? I'm going too. Harry on the side heard that the two were planning to go to the library, and immediately raised his hand to indicate that he was going too. After all, he had been savagely insulted by Snape's old bat yesterday, and he felt that his mind couldn't go on like this any longer. Especially after learning about Hermione's learning method, Harry instantly felt like drinking chicken soup and beating chicken blood. He also wants to become a character like a scholar. Then, let me go too. Although Ronald didn't want to study, his friends, especially his best friend Harry, were going there, so he couldn't be absent. Lu-en, who originally wanted to say he didn't want to go, scratched his head when he saw the enthusiasm of the people around him. Let's go then. According to his original plan, in the afternoon, he should go to the Quidditch venue to take a look, and then stroll around the lakeside of Black Lake. After all, it has been 2 days, and the entire Hogwarts has not been fully explored. But Hermione and the others said so, and he had to follow the trend of the masses. It is noon now, so there are many people in the library, most of them are young wizards in the upper grades, preparing to get certificates, and studying various kinds of papers. Everyone is quietly absorbing knowledge. Lu-en and the others found a table near the door and sat there and took out a few books. Hermione helped Harry pick out a thick potion subject knowledge, a book as thick as a fist, and Harry felt a little dizzy when he read it. Do you want to read this book? Then maybe you want to be a fool. Hermione raised her white neck like a proud white swan and glanced at Harry Potter. It's disgusting to talk. Ronald, who casually picked up a magazine and pretended to be, whispered in Harry's ear, and made a face at Hermione after speaking. Miss Jack of all trades. Humph. Hermione sat down beside Lu-en angrily, holding a thick dictionary in her arms. A guy who is not motivated, don't need to be so angry. Seeing Hermione puffing up, Lu-en couldn't help whispering in her ear. The warm air made her petite body tremble, and she said quickly. I know. I know. Lu-en also picked up his copy of Basics of Potions Cognition, and started to learn. He is now interested in potions in all disciplines. After all, if done right, it's a great opportunity to make money. Especially when learning how precious the basilisk's fangs and blood are. He has kept a basilisk in the basement for nearly 1,000 years. While a few people were studying, Malfoy suddenly came to the library. Looking left and right, I finally saw Harry Potter, who was a little sleepy. Just as he was about to go there, he suddenly saw Lu-en, who was sitting on the other side reading carefully, and the steps he took suddenly shrank back. No, why am I so afraid of that fellow Geralt? Draco, you are a noble wizard, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. As I meditated in my heart, a surge of courage poured into my heart. Malfoy went straight to the table where Lu-en was. I have a duel between wizards and you. In the quiet library, this voice instantly attracted the attention of several people around. Even Mrs. Pants, who was sitting at the door, looked over with dissatisfaction. Malfoy also noticed that his voice was a little louder, and quickly lowered his head to avoid his eyes. Are you going to duel with me? Lu-en asked thoughtfully. Hearing that the duel was about to take place, Harry, who had been drowsy, instantly regained his energy. No, no, no. Hearing Lu-en's reply, Malfoy shook his head quickly. He knew the strength of the monster in front of him, so he didn't want to be thankful. I'm going to duel you, Harry Potter, at 11:30 tonight, in the prize showroom. I hope you don't dare to come. After speaking, Malfoy left only a golden back of his head and left in a hurry. The person he's going to duel, is it me? Harry, who had just woken up, was stunned at the moment. If I heard correctly, it should be you. Ronald shook Harry's arm and said blankly, do you want to agree? Of course, I won't run. Harry remembered Malfoy's targeting of him, and his fighting spirit rose immediately. Okay, I'll go with you tonight. Hermione, who was flipping the book on the side, squinted her brown eyes and muttered silently, "Two idiots, there's no help. This is a noble wizard duel. Miss Know-it-all." Hearing Hermione muttering in a low voice, Ronald whispered disdainfully. "It looks like you don't talk nonsense if you don't know. But, I don't know much now." Harry, who had agreed to a duel, regretted it after he calmed down. He has only been in class for 2 or 3 days now, and the spells class will start tomorrow afternoon for the first time. He only knows a few spells now, and even Ronald gave it to him. Ronald was also stunned when he heard this. As a noble family of pure-blood wizards, Draco Malfoy must know more than the two of them. After he agreed, didn't he just let Harry ask for his own troubles? If you have time to think about this kind of thing, you might as well read 2 books. It's like this Allaho cave opening. Lewin put another copy of the Book of Common Spells in front of Harry. As Malfoy's true friend, he knew that the Golden Retriever had no good intentions. As Hermione said, these two people are also incapable of thinking. Malfoy wasn't going to risk being incarcerated in a punishment cell by going to a duel in the middle of the night. If you guessed correctly, the watchdog is probably ready tonight. Would you like to go for a walk by the lake? Putting away the book, Lewin stretched and said to Hermione, "I heard that the scenery there is very good. Are you two going on a date?" Harry's eyes lit up and asked curiously. As soon as the words came out, Hermione, who had not yet reacted, slapped smartly, and then a blush appeared on the sides of her cheeks. A date or something. Lewin on the side did not deny it. The sun at noon is not too strong, and the wind in the sky is also very mild. After Lewin came out of the library, they walked along the green lake. Is the Slytherin's common room just below this lake? Hermione asked curiously. Their Gryffindor's lounge is built on the 8th floor, and of the 4 major lounges, only Slytherin is the most peculiar and the most curious. Of course, every night when I go to bed, I see all kinds of fish, and the occasional big octopus. In a sense, Slytherin is a pure high-end aquarium. There are also a lot of little wizards by the lake, most of them are a group of men or a group of women chatting. Occasionally, several pairs of senior wizards, a man and a woman, could be seen holding hands. Hermione looked down at her hand holding the notebook, and shook her head quickly. Such an idea is unacceptable. Miss Jackie, what are you thinking? Lewin looked back at the dense forest in the distance, teasing Hermione back. The know-it-all moniker really suits you. Hermione, who has always been in the learning moment, has far more knowledge in various aspects than other little wizards. And with knowledge comes the arrogance it deserves. Maybe that's why Hermione doesn't seem to have any friends in Gryffindor anymore. Had she gone to Ravenclaw, Hermione would have been more popular than it is now. After all, it is an academy for the pursuit of knowledge. You're laughing at me too. Miss Hermione stopped and glanced at Lewin with her brown pupils squinting. Isn't a jack-of-all-trades a good fit for you? Lewin also stopped, looked at the green lawn, and sat down without feeling dirty. After all, it means that you know everything. That's what they used to laugh at me. Watching Lewin sit down, Hermione hesitated and sat down. Looks like you haven't made any friends, in Gryffindor. Lewin took 2 lollipops out of his pocket and handed one to Hermione. Me too, I have nothing to say to those little snakes. Oh, except my only friend in Slytherin, Malfoy. After all, Malfoy was willing to give him an experiment, and Lewin naturally recognized this friend. But there are many definitions of friends. Like him and his owl, and him and Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. Hermione took the candy, thinking of the little blonde wizard who had just challenged Harry in the library. He looked disgusting. She frowned. Maybe, but I think he's not bad. After all, he ate an illusion last night. The two stopped and walked, and unknowingly, they had come to a dense forest. This is the Forbidden Forest, and Headmaster Dumbledore said it's not allowed to approach here. Hermione's memory was excellent, and she memorized almost word for word what Dumbledore said at the beginning of the school year. When we got here, there were not many people around, only Hermione and Luan. After staring at the depths of the forest for a while with light blue eyes, just as he was about to turn his head back, he suddenly heard a loud shout. "Hey, what are you two little wizards with hairless hair doing here?" Hearing this familiar voice, Luan and Hermione turned their heads together, and they were looking at Hagrid, who had led them into the academy before the start of school. "I remember Headmaster Dumbledore saying no entry is allowed here." Hagrid, the manager of the Forbidden Forest, didn't want to see a little wizard injured in it. "There are too many dangerous things in this forest, such as wild centaurs, eight-eyed spiders. These things are not accessible to these little wizards, and even if the professor goes in, they may not be able to come out. Approaching the Forbidden Forest without permission will result in deduction of points and confinement. Sorry Mr. Hagrid, we got lost on our date." Luan grabbed Hermione, who was a little flustered, and said to Hagrid politely. Hermione, who was a little flustered when she heard that she was about to deduct points, only felt that Luan suddenly pulled her little hand up. "Dating?" Hagrid's eyes widened. He had an impression of the two little wizards in front of him, because he was the one who led the newbies to school a few days ago. "I didn't expect these two to get together so quickly, it's only been a few days since I entered school, my Merlin." Remembering that he didn't even have a female friend at Hogwarts, Hagrid suddenly felt that Luan's face was in the way. "Go away, don't allow it next time, or I'll tell Headmaster Dumbledore," Hagrid said viciously. Hagrid sighed in admiration as he watched the back figure leaving hand in hand. People are more popular than dead people. Asterisk. As the two gradually moved away from the Forbidden Forest, Hermione, who had been nervous all the time, was relieved. There is nothing more terrifying for a scholar than deducting points. Although thanks to the infinite efforts of Harry and Ronald, Gryffindor has now become almost the last one. Now, Ravenclaw and Slytherin are tied for first place. These two sides have been the fiercest contenders for the Academy Cup in recent years, although Slytherin has won every one of them in the end. After the two returned to the restaurant, it was almost time to prepare for the magic history class at night, which was explained by a ghost who had lived for thousands of years. Luan went in full of anticipation, but after less than 5 minutes, he fell unconscious, and Hermione, who was sitting beside him, was obviously much better than him. The little head is little by little in the air, like a little duck eating food. In the end, Shuaba couldn't resist the power of the 1,000-year-old antique, and leaned his head on the shoulder of Luan, who was sleeping on the table. In the surrounding area of little wizards, no one could escape the murmur, and it was worth mentioning that Hermione was the last to fall. "That's rude." Cuthbert Binns in ghost form, grey and translucent, looked angrily at the little wizards who had fainted. Cuthbert Binns is the only ghost professor at Hogwarts. I heard from other ghosts that Cuthbert Binns forgot to bring his body to class one day and was dead when he came back, but this little problem couldn't stop his love of teaching at all. So for 1,000 years, the teacher of the history of magic class has been Cuthbert Binns. Although everyone around him was asleep, he rambled on in his rich monotonous voice about goblin revolts and other old magical histories. When the get out of class was over, some stories left the classroom yawning, and some even couldn't stand up due to numbness in their legs and feet. Cuthbert Binns' lectures are still very easy to understand. Hermione rubbed her eyes, packed up the notes she took in the first half of the class, and said to Luan. "As for what happened later, I'm sorry, Miss Hermione was already asleep by then. I think he should use some legendary stories to attract our attention, such as the touchstone, the secret room and so on." Luan is also a little sleepy, especially when this class is dedicated to the evening. "My class is History of Magic, and I study facts, not myths and legends." When Cuthbert Binns in ghost form passed by, he said something coldly. "As for the legendary secret room, it does exist, but it was built by Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Slytherin. There's nothing mysterious about it." Luan looked at Cuthbert Binns, who was drifting away and couldn't help touching his nose. He was too familiar with the things in the secret room. After all, he went to explore last night and harvested a psychic creature. After all, the basilisk is not really a mysterious thing. Looks like Cuthbert Binns is really boring. Hermione nodded in agreement. After they left the classroom door, the two were about to part ways. Because one lounge is on the 8th floor and the other is on the basement floor, the two of them separated at the entrance of the stairs. Hermione's figure slowly walked up the deformed stairs, and disappeared in front of his eyes with a change. I shouldn't be a lowly control. Llewellyn thought, then walked back down the stairs to Slytherin's lounge. Under the green tones of water, the fire of the fireplace was burning slowly, and a group of Slytherin little wizards gathered in the hall at this time, talking and laughing about things. Llewellyn took a look as he passed by and saw that Malfoy was among them. This group of wizards are pure-blood wizards, and on the other side of the lounge, there is a group of mixed-blood wizards, which are divided into two factions. Llewellyn yawned and turned back to his bedroom. He doesn't want to deal with any faction now. After all, there are good guys who can come to Slytherin. When I was about to start sleeping, Malfoy returned to the dormitory with a face full of interest. It's nice to chat with a group of wizards who share the same philosophy. You didn't go to Harry? Llewellyn, who was reading with the light on, asked knowingly. Ha, I've asked someone to help me find Harry, and I'm sure it will be a big surprise for him. Malfoy smiled maliciously, remembering the tidbit he had just told Argus Filch. Be quiet, it disturbs my thoughts of reading. Llewellyn glanced at Malfoy, who couldn't help laughing, and reminded. The smile stopped abruptly, and Malfoy's mouth twitched. For some reason, when he saw Llewellyn, there was always an unknown sense of fear in his heart. However, his love for the game allowed him to overcome his fear. Why doesn't this game console light up? Out of battery. Then what shall we do? Llewellyn raised his eyebrows when he saw Malfoy take out the game console with a black screen. Then don't play. No, my house is only half built. Malfoy said reluctantly, how much is your game console? I bought it. Help me recharge by the way. As a pure-blood wizard noble, Malfoy naturally has his own pocket money, and he has a lot of assets. Forget it, I gave it to you, who made us friends. Saying that, Llewellyn picked up his staff and pointed it at the game console. Malfoy was taken aback by the action and hurriedly backed away. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling golden arc burst out from the wand, and soon began to wrap around the game console. After a while, the red indicator light instantly turned green. Llewellyn has experimented with a few consoles and blown up a few, which is why he is so handy. You are a good person. Malfoy glanced gratefully at Llewellyn, then ran off to his bed. Internet addiction teenager. A word automatically popped into Llewellyn's mind. All in all, everyone had a great night. Except for Harry, Ronald and their roommate, who were hunted down by Filch, the tragic trio. Asterisk. The next morning, Llewellyn simply packed up and was ready to go to the restaurant for dinner. In the past few days, he has gradually adapted to the life here. He asks the house elf what he wants to eat every day, and even his clothes can be cleaned with a new look. Gryffindor's table was surrounded by a large group of people at this time, and when he got closer, he realized that the people surrounded were Harry Potter and the broom he had just obtained. It wasn't until Hermione explained it to him that Harry had been chosen as a Gryffindor Quidditch seeker because of his outstanding performance in flying lessons. And recently there was a match between Gryffindor and Slytherin, which meant Harry was going to play the first match soon. But Harry's spirit didn't look very good, and Ronald's face on the side was even more blue, looking very funny. What I didn't expect was that Professor McGonagall was a Quidditch player when he was young, and even got a badge of honor. Hermione remembered Professor McGonagall's steady manner in class, and had no idea that she would be a Quidditch fanatic. Llewellyn nodded knowingly. He wasn't interested in Quidditch, because the rules of Quidditch were so outrageous that a single seeker could decide the end of a game, completely negating the points scored by the rest of the team. It would be better to just find the golden snitch with a group of people. The key to the whole game is to focus on the seeker, as for the other players, they are all green leaves. The first class was Professor Snape's potions class, and none of the wizards present wanted to be late for his class. After all, Professor Snape looked fierce. There used to be some bright classrooms, but with Snape's arrival, the windows were automatically closed one by one. Okay, now let's refine the potion. Close all the books in your hands, we don't need the old and outdated knowledge above. All you need now is your hands. After Snape finished speaking, he explained the potions and recipes that were going to be refined in this lesson in detail. The smart and studious Hermione pricked up her ears and took notes seriously. There are obviously many benefits for some schoolmasters to be on the sidelines. For example, Lewin can borrow notes when he just lost his mind. The crucibles needed to refine the potion have been prepared and placed on the table one by one, and the materials for this lesson have been prepared in advance. Every little wizard is conscientiously refining his own potion, except Harry Potter. This is a classroom, not a bedroom. If you want to sleep, please get out of here immediately. Snape's sharp eyes saw that something was wrong with Harry, and even Ronald, who was sitting next to him, didn't escape punishment. Do you two know how dangerous it is to sleep while making potions? Snape's indifferent and quick voice sounded, and he sarcastically said, You two troll-like brains obviously don't know. No, Professor, we just last night. Harry, who was about to explain, suddenly stopped abruptly, and his mind that was still a little confused just woke up. He faltered, not knowing what to say. He couldn't say that last night he went to a wizarding showdown with Malfoy, but he didn't come at all, and he let Filch chase him all night, and was startled by the three-headed dog again. Speaking of which, if Lewin hadn't let him learn Araho Cave opening yesterday, he and his two roommates would have been arrested and locked up. What did you do last night? Snape narrowed his eyes, realizing that things were not that simple, and asked directly. Me. Professor, he had a bad stomach last night, so he didn't sleep all night. Ronald, who was sitting on the side, hurriedly stood up and explained to Harry. If Harry continued to talk, the matter of the three-person night tour would be exposed. Well said. Snape sneered. 10 points from Gryffindor. Hermione, who was sitting in the back row, who was concentrating on refining potions, suddenly shook her small hands after hearing these words, and all the materials in her hands were about to fall into the cauldron. She opened her eyes immediately. If all this material falls into the cauldron, it means that the potion of her potion is useless. Fortunately, Lewin, who was on the side, quickly caught the material that was about to fall into the boiling water. You only need to put 1/7 of the root of the aconite, you don't need to throw it all in. Lewin quipped, placing the aconite in front of Hermione. Who thank you? Hermione patted her chest quickly and let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, she thought she was going to die. But just as the tension disappeared, she remembered that her academy had been deducted 10 points again. I suspect Professor Snape is targeting Harry. Hermione lowered her head in a low voice. No, no doubt, Snape's old bat was targeting Harry Potter. He is also not shy about targeting others. Don't talk nonsense if you don't have evidence, be careful, I will report you to the dean. Lewin threatened. I do not believe. Hermione rolled his eyes at him. The potion Snape asked to refine this time was still very simple, at least both Lewin and Hermione had refined it. But Lewin is one step ahead of Hermione. Well done Lewin, 10 points for Slytherin. Snape looked at the potion in good condition, and unceremoniously added 10 points to Snake House. And facing Harry just now were completely two extremes. Annoyed, Harry couldn't help pinching off the refining ingredients in his hand. Professor and me. Hermione just raised her hand beside him, looking at Snape expectantly. Aconite added a bit more, but the effect is still there. Snape glanced at Hermione and Lewin beside him with half-squinted eyes, and said after a while, Gryffindor adds 10 points. Familiar Gryffindor and Slytherin. Snape thought. Boom. At this moment, a huge explosion sounded. Snape hurried over. Seeing the familiar little lion's robe, Snape's face crooked with anger. Is your brain disguised by a troll? Clean up this place for me. Also, 10 points from Gryffindor. Hermione, who was still happy just now, her smile slowly became stiff, the corners of her mouth twitched, and her whole body turned gray. Are you all right? Lewin held back the smile at the corner of his mouth and asked softly towards Hermione. Can I still be divided into colleges again? I want to go to Ravenclaw or Slytherin. After the potions class, it was followed by the charms class by Professor Flitwick. This class is separate for Gryffindor and Slytherin. Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, Slytherin and Ravenclaw. Since Ravenclaw didn't have a class in the morning, when Luann and Hermione separated, they came to the classroom and found that there were already a lot of people sitting there. They were wearing robes and ties with the Azure Raven logo on them. Luann found a random spot and sat on it. Soon Professor Flitwick walked in with the book in his arms. Professor Flitwick was very short, with white hair, and was a Ravenclaw dean with goblin blood. But it is such a small professor who has won several duel championships while studying at Hogwarts, and this honor makes him a well-deserved teacher of spells. The whole Ravenclaw people showed great respect after seeing Professor Flitwick. Among all the professors, Professor Flitwick has the best character. Even Luann often hears other Eagle Academy students mention it. Okay gentlemen, be a little quieter. Professor Flitwick sat down on a stack of books, trying to make himself able to see every little wizard present. He kindly explained his course. Hovering spell, fire-making spell, softening spell, cutting spell, unlocking spell, locking spell, repairing spell, these are the courses we want to learn in the first grade. At the end, I will test you, so please listen carefully. Having said that, Professor Flitwick picked up his spell and whispered to the book next to him. Wingardium Leviosa. Immediately afterwards, the thick book floated out of thin air under the curious eyes of the little wizards around. That's the spell we're going to learn in the next class. Now open your standard spells, the book by Miranda Goshawk, I think. At this time, Luann, who was hiding in the corner of the classroom, had quietly closed his writing will eye. He had already seen all the loops of the magic power just now, and even the movement of waving his wand had been copied. Try it. He whispered softly. The wand in his hand stretched out from his wide sleeve, and lightly tapped a badge he had placed on the table. Instead of chanting a spell, he gently waved his wand following the professor's circuits and movements. Soon, under Luann's gaze, the bronze badge floated swayingly. However, this scene happened to fall into the eyes of Professor Flitwick, who has been observing the students around him. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes, because he didn't see any movement or sound from Luann's mouth. Silent curse. This is an advanced class, and it's harder to learn than any spell he's been teaching so far. Because if the silent spell is not well controlled, the power in the wizard will explode, and he will not be able to completely control his spell power. Moreover, the power of silent spells is much stronger than that of voiced spells. Therefore, when encountering danger, ordinary wizards will not recite spells. But according to the scene he just saw, the handsome blonde-haired boy in the corner was able to easily control his power and let the badge float slowly. My Merlin, this is so rare. Professor Flitwick muttered to himself. But why is it a snake house? After seeing the familiar set of green robes, he couldn't help shaking his head. For such a genius to enter Slytherin, it is simply a waste of money. If he is allowed to teach carefully, then he has absolute confidence to cultivate the next dueling champion. Maybe I should have a good chat with Snape. The amiable Professor Flitwick had a hard time imagining that he would think so. But the talent shown by Luann already includes the wisdom that Ravenclaw has, and if someone can make things float for the first time with a spell, that's a spell talent. But if it is to be controlled by a silent mantra, there is definitely wisdom in it. The flow of the spell and the amount of control have to go through a variety of meticulous calculations. Professor Flitwick, who is a duel master, also took many years to get to that point. At this time, Lewin didn't know that he had been targeted by the Dean of Ravenclaw. Now he is preparing to copy some other useful spells. But where to copy is a problem. No one would perform all kinds of dangerous spells in front of a little wizard. Would you like to study with Senior Tom? While the name Voldemort was cursed, Tom wasn't. He remembered that Professor Loke seemed to have Senior Tom attached to him. As time passed, soon it was time to end the get out of class. It's just that when Lewin was about to pack up his things and go back to the dormitory, Malfoy blocked in front of him with his 2 followers. Is something wrong, my friend? Lewin looked up and asked. Gerald, do you know about Quidditch? Malfoy didn't come to find fault, and he didn't dare to find fault. He now has 2 good places in his hand, and just wanted to share it with Lewin. Since Harry Potter joined Gryffindor's Quidditch team, Malfoy has also tried his best to ask his school manager father to help him find a relationship and join Slytherin's team. And it just so happened that after he joined Slytherin's team, one of the team members was ready to go for verification, and then he quit the team. In other words, there is still one more place, so Malfoy naturally thought of his good brother. With Gerald's strength, if he joins the team, those little lions are nothing to be afraid of. As Malfoy, who had personally experienced Lewin's strength, he had the most say, so he asked his school manager father to give him the selection. Although the current headmaster is Dumbledore, the Malfoy family can't get too deep into the hand, but such a small problem can still be solved. You want me to join Quidditch? Lewin asked in surprise. Yes, I believe that with your participation, the 2 of us will definitely kill. Malfoy said confidently. What position is there now, Seeker? Lewin asked after thinking for a moment. There's nothing wrong with joining a party, and it just happens to be a good way to pass the boring time. It's just that the only position he can see now is the Seeker. After all, if it were another position, even if he had the highest score, once the Seeker lost, it would basically fall short. No, Seeker is my place. After Malfoy finished speaking, he saw Lewin's figure about to turn around. Farewell. Don't, let's play a game alone, okay? Malfoy quickly held back. He really wanted to beat Harry just once. Then it's settled. Lewin nodded under Malfoy's hopeful gaze. Asterisk. After returning to the dormitory, Lewin put aside the sleeping frog cub lying on the bed, and began to think about what to do recently. He needs to improve in all aspects now, especially magic spells and potions, and refining potions happens to be the most profitable. What's more, the materials for refining potions can be found in forbidden areas. With his current strength, getting around Hagrid and going to the Forbidden Lands is a breeze. However, the knowledge in his mind is too little right now. He can only make a few simple potions. Even if he knows the methods, he does not know the specific formula and dosage. Looks like it's time to go to Snape and study hard. Snape was absolutely brilliant at teaching wizards about potions. Especially since he was a Slytherin student. After having a purpose, Lewin played a little game with the 2 in the dormitory and went to bed early at 2 in the morning. Mainly because they don't have classes in Slytherin tomorrow morning. After the second day, Lewin knocked on Professor Snape's lounge. Since Gryffindor had herbal lessons this morning, Hermione didn't follow. But after breakfast, when the 2 parted, Hermione was also motivated by the fact that he was going to study with Professor Snape. Lewin works so hard, what qualification does she have to not work hard? After all, in all the classes, Lewin's performance was unanimously praised by all the professors. Even the professors who were not in a magic spell class together, Professor Flitwick also mentioned Lewin's name in front of the little lion. The little lions who knew Lewin at the time were taken aback. With the knock on the door opened automatically in a short while. Come in, Lewin. The originally cold voice was a little calm at the moment, and he even thought he heard it wrong, or knocked on the wrong door. After seeing the sign on the door, it was indeed Professor Shinipu, and Lewin walked in with confidence. Professor Snape, good morning. Lewin nodded politely, and then stated his purpose directly. He is not the kind of person who likes to go around. What's more, he knew that Professor Snape would not reject him. Sure enough, after hearing his request, Snape put his long-sleeved hand on his chin and thought for a moment. In the face of such a studious wizard, as a professor, it is impossible for him to refuse, not to mention that the wizard in front of him is still a student of Slytherin. And Luen's talent in potions class is far superior to other wizards, which shows that he has a certain talent. No matter what kind of discipline it is, it needs talent to support it. Among all disciplines, there are only two kinds of talents, one is astrology, and the other is magic. But that doesn't mean other disciplines don't need talent. Mastering the ingredients, weight, and timing of the potion requires long-term and persistent persistence, but the potion that Luen brewed for the first time is obviously well controlled in all aspects. But only Luen himself knows that he senses the transformation of the cauldron through powerful magic control, and it is easy to achieve that effect with Hermione's notes. He doesn't have any kind of talent. Hold on. After Professor Snape finished speaking, he walked directly to his room, and after a while, he took out an old-looking book and handed it to Luen. Here's a note from my school days, maybe you need it. Thank you, Professor. Luen took the note and thanked him. If you encounter any problems, just come here and find me. Whether it's potions, spells, or feelings. Before Luen could react, the door slammed shut with a gentle wave of Professor Snape's wand. What did Professor Snape say just now? Luen was a little puzzled, but he looked at the book full of notes in his hand and simply stopped thinking about it. Why do you think so much? If you have this time, it is better to study hard. On the way to the library, he glanced at it casually. The beautiful fonts above had detailed annotations and new development ideas on each page. Each is something Luen could not have imagined. The owner of this book is called the Half-Blood Prince. Luen, who was impressed, remembered that the book seemed to end up with Harry in the end. Sure enough, Snape really loved Harry. I don't know how Snape will react after Harry's transition. Luen recalled a noteworthy guess from a past life. It's just a pity that in Harry Potter's world, there is no magic spell about S**X, pity. At this time, Harry, who was taking a herbal class, sneezed suddenly, and one of the plants in his hand fell to the ground without being caught, and a deafening cry rang out in the entire herbal room. Harry, what are you doing? My ears. I'm sorry, Professor. 2 points from Gryffindor. Don't deduct it, our Gryffindor is already a negative number. The entire herb shed was thrown into chaos for a while. In the afternoon, Hermione, who was in a trance, sat idly beside Luen, and couldn't help lying on the dining table. Fortunately, the table is cleaned by house elves every day, so there are not too many stains. What's wrong with you? Putting down the note in his hand, Luen turned his head and asked curiously. Hermione has never seen such a decadent look, it is a long experience. Mandela, those plants scream so hard. Thinking of the screams of those plants, even Hermione wearing earmuffs can feel despair. Mandela? I remember it was easy to change the soil for them. Luen didn't understand, the wizards of Slytherin and Ravenclaw succeeded at once. Why did you brag when you arrived at Gryffindor? No, it's because Harry. Before Hermione could finish speaking, Harry and Ronald, who were downcast, came over. Good noon, Luen. Ah, good noon, Harry. Ronald replied from the side. No, my name is Luen, not Ronald. Harry emphasized it again. Well, you know my ears aren't working well. Ronald patted his ear and nodded to Luen. Good afternoon, you too. Luen replied. Is this notebook yours? Hermione was surprised. Can you let me see it? It seems that Professor Snape's notes are still very important, after all, he is also a genius wizard in the last few years. Asterisk. Certainly. For Hermione's request, Luen, who is a friend, naturally would not refuse. Hermione happily took the book and sat aside to study, occasionally exclaiming. This is the resonance between a scholar and a scholar. Harry and Ronald couldn't understand the joy. Hey, Luen, do you know what's in the forbidden area on the 3rd floor? Ronald suddenly lowered his head and said to Luen mysteriously. Harry was right next to the two of them, and he quietly leaned over. You have absolutely no idea what's in there, Luen. Harry shuddered as he recalled that night. If it wasn't for the books Luen gave him to teach him how to open Araho, he would still be locked up by the watchdog. Of course, if it hadn't been for the opening of Araho, he wouldn't have encountered that huge and ferocious monster at that time. What did you see? Luen asked inexplicably. He still had some confidence in his memory, and if he remembered correctly, it was a 3-headed dog. There's actually a huge 3-headed dog inside. As a participant that night, Ronald exclaimed, for fear that Hermione, who was reading a book, would not hear. It seems my memory is good. Luen thought. That 3-headed dog also has a setting that makes him faint when he likes listening to music. But the two people in front of them didn't know it. So, Principal Dumbledore has set it up as a restricted area. Naturally, he has his reasons. You two are obviously breaking the school rules. Luen remembered that the 3-headed dog was also a dangerous magical creature. Not necessarily an opponent. Except for him, of course. With the increase in physique, Luen has not tested his true strength now. But I guess it should be more than enough to hit a dog. You're really different from the nasty bastards in Slytherin. Ronald took 2 steps back when he heard the report was about to be made. Slytherin's little snakes didn't play by the rules like Luen did. Luen must be joking, right? Harry watched Luen staring into his pale blue eyes without speaking, and the corners of his mouth twitched slowly. He wouldn't really tell Headmaster Dumbledore, would he? After all, Harry didn't know much about Luen, and he couldn't guarantee it. What's the joke? At this time, Hermione, who had flipped through it quickly, returned the book to Luen and asked the 3 of them curiously. You and Miss Know-It-All really are a match made in heaven. Ronald said with a face ashen. The behavior of these 2 people is almost the same, and they are equally annoying. Miss Know-It-All said hello slowly. Is this their joke? Of course, it's just a joke. Harry and Ronald were both relieved by Luen's answer. And Miss Hermione, who was standing on the side, tilted her head and glanced at Luen. Can't figure out what's going on now. The two went without Hermione in the middle of the night, and Luen couldn't guarantee that there would be any accidents. After all, the lack of Hermione's intelligence is like a body without a head. These 2 rash little lions may be gone one day. Let's go, there is no class this afternoon, I have to practice flying. At this moment, the eyes of the 3 people who heard this light up instantly. You're going to Quidditch too? Clever Hermione guessed Luen's purpose at once. And Harry also turned his attention to Luen. If Luen also participates, it means that the 2 are competitors at this time. After all, he represented Gryffindor, and Luen could only represent Slytherin. Because the team lacked one person, I had to make up for it. I should be the server or something, and Malfoy for the seeker. Saying that, Luen glanced at Harry. The 2 seekers were the most noticeable in the game. Malfoy? Harry gritted his teeth, because just last night he had been tricked by that golden retriever from Malfoy. Almost got shut down. Unexpectedly, Malfoy will be Slytherin's seeker. Harry instantly burst into flames. I'm going to train too. In the end, the 4 were divided into 2 groups. Harry and Ronald went to the playground to practice, while Luen and Hermione went to another spacious place to practice. After all, both sides represent their own academies. As for why Hermione would follow, because he completely believed that Hermione would not inform. After practicing for a few hours, the 2 sat directly on the edge of the Black Lake to rest. Which student is that half-blood prince? It's really amazing. All kinds of potions have been simplified, and he has his own unique understanding. Hermione happily explained the notes in the book to Luan, and it could be seen that the notes gave her a lot of inspiration. What's even more powerful is that there is a curse created by myself on it. Is this really something that students can come up with? That's right, such a talented wizard will experience Gryffindor's campus hegemony. If he hadn't understood this, Luan wouldn't have believed it. Luan, did you listen to me? Seeing that Luan didn't reply, Hermione frowned and pushed his shoulders lying on the grass. There was still no response, and then she suddenly heard a steady breathing sound. Fell asleep. Hermione looked at the handsome profile that had closed her eyes for some time, and stayed there for a while. I shouldn't have been caught doing something I shouldn't have done at this time. Miss Hermione thought to herself. When Luan woke up again, the sky was already dyed red by the sunset, and the black lake was rippled by the wind. When he looked up, he found that Hermione was sitting beside him, taking Snape's notes and jotting down something, and the quill in his hand left beautiful handwriting on the clean roll of paper. You're awake. Hermione also found Luan standing up, and said helplessly, You have slept for more than 2 hours, and the dinner party is over. Dinner is over? Wrong. You haven't had dinner yet? Luan asked Hermione, then took her hand and walked towards the castle before she could answer. I just happen to know where the house elf kitchen is, so I went there to eat. While exploring the castle the other day, Luan just took note of the kitchen next to Hufflepuff. The elves working at Hogwarts were very kind, and as soon as they heard that the two wanted some supper, they prepared some butter and bread right away. These house elves are so sweet. How much do they get paid here a month? Hermione questioned. No, it's good that Principal Dumbledore has provided us with a place to work. How dare we ask for extra wages? Before Luan could answer, the house elves panicked instantly. Luan shrugged. It's just exploitation, it's unreasonable, how could Professor Dumbledore allow this to happen? Walking on the stairs at night, in the murals on the wall, many ghosts are curiously watching the chattering girl and her male companion. Those house elves deserve their own wages, Luan. Hermione complained angrily. It seemed to her that this exploitative activity had disappeared hundreds of years ago. I also think those exploiters should be on the streetlights. Luan nodded in agreement, but on second thought, something was not quite right. These little wizards who are responsible for food and shelter seem to be this group of exploiters. It was me who was hung up the streetlight. Luan opened his eyes wide in thought, shook his head and hurriedly tossed these dangerous thoughts out of his head. I'll never eat anything they make again. Hermione decides to go on hunger strike. No, you can't solve the root cause like this. Luan explained to her step by step, it's better to solve the problem from the root cause rather than not eating. For example, you can set yourself a small goal. What target? Hermione asked curiously. Do you have any ideals? Luan did not rush to answer her question, but instead asked a question. Ideal? Yes, for example, do you have any positions you want to do in the future? I want to be a doctor. Hermione thought about it carefully. Under her father's teaching, the only job she could choose at the moment seemed to be a dentist. Wizards don't need dentists, Luan quipped. For wizards, most diseases are just a matter of a spell. And toothache, such a small disease, is naturally included in it. Then, to be a professor. Hermione said tentatively that with her future knowledge, becoming a professor is also a very good choice. Being a professor doesn't solve the elf problem. The pattern should be opened, for example, the Minister of the Ministry of Magic. Luan said exactly what he wanted to say. Hermione, who didn't want to be Minister of Magic, was not a good wizard. Minister of Magic. Suddenly brown eyes lit up. You're right, as long as I become Minister of Magic, then I'll be able to free the elves. Hermione set the goal in high spirits. Ha ha ha, it's so funny that a little wizard wants to be Minister of Magic. A sharp voice passed through the wall, and the two looked up at a mural, in which an old woman was drawn, and the old woman pointed to the side with her finger. Looking in the direction of the fingertips, a short, comically dressed pale ghost was laughing while hugging his belly. Peeves. Both of them had more or less seen this troublemaker in Hogwarts, and many professors couldn't do anything about him, even Snape. So the only people who can subdue Peeves are Headmaster Dumbledore and Barrow the Blood. According to rumors, this troublemaker existed when Hogwarts was first established. It can be said that it was an elf born from Hogwarts. It has been in this castle longer than everyone else. Hermione has no friends, Luen has no friends, you two are pathetic. Ha 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 dash. It's disgusting. Let's go Luen, leave it alone. Hermione half squinted and pulled Luen back. This Peeves is not afraid of the sky and the earth, it can only come soft and not hard. It is said that at one point a caretaker tried to capture Peeves, and as a result Peeves began to run wild in the castle with some machetes, several crossbows, a large caliber muzzle-loading gun and a small cannon. At that time, classes had to be suspended for 3 days for the safety of the students, and the current principal, Euplasia Moore, went to negotiate. After that, no one dared to provoke it. However, others dare not, it does not mean Luen dare not. Wait a minute. After speaking, Luen closed his eyes with his back to Hermione, and when he opened them again, the black sickle began to slowly turn in the red pupils. Magic is not very harmful to Peeves. After all, it has lived in this castle for nearly 1,000 years. To put it mildly, it has experienced almost all magic. However, it was clear that Peeves had no way to stop the illusion that was being cast on it. Soon, the originally wanton laughter suddenly stopped abruptly. I saw Peeves sluggishly floating in the air, his eyes gradually slackening. Gone. Luen greeted Hermione, who was stunned. What happened to it? Hermione glanced at Peeves who was motionless in the air and asked. I just glanced at it just now, and I thought about it, the spell might not work for it. I don't know what happened to it, maybe it's trying to play a prank again. Then let's go quickly. Hearing this, Hermione trotted in front of her. Luen followed suit. On the wall behind him, a group of ghosts looked curiously at Peeves, whose body was stiff in mid-air, and pointed from time to time. Suddenly, a sharp roar startled them. Don't come here dash. Red eyes are scary. There's definitely something wrong with that snake. Peeves rampaged, and the last one crashed into the wall and disappeared without a trace. The ghosts around looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or sympathize for a while. But the corners of their mouths couldn't help it. I didn't expect Peeves to have today. Cheerful laughter is Hogwarts supper tonight, Peeves' nightmare. After the two separated, Hermione went to the 8th floor, while Luen went to the basement. Pure breed. As the password was shouted, the door to Slytherin's lounge opened. Arrogant and boring slogan. Luen shook his head, ignoring the little snakes who boasted to each other in the hall how powerful his family was, and went straight back to the dormitory. I slept in the afternoon, and I didn't feel sleepy at all. Luen was lying on the bed with complicated thoughts and couldn't sleep at all. The two internet-addicted teenagers in the same dormitory were still building houses, and Malfoy even wanted to ask him to buy a few more units, which was what other noble wizards wanted. It's just that Luen didn't have much, so he refused directly. He gave Malfoy 2 of them mainly because he was bored, and it was not for sale. Asterisk. After entering the middle of the night, Luen was lying on the bed tossing and turning and couldn't sleep. In desperation, he had to put on a set of casual clothes, took a few Momotaro rice balls and went out. Maybe he slept very comfortably in the afternoon, but now he doesn't have the slightest sleepiness. Just taking advantage of the fact that I went to Hogwarts at night, maybe I was lucky enough to meet the administrator Filch and his Mrs. Norris. And he's also interested in banned books in the library. After coming out through the gate of Slytherin, Luen opened his writing wheel and groped for the location of the library in the entire castle. The door to the library wasn't locked, so he pushed in easily. The white moonlight is like silk, and it sprinkles in the empty library. If it's the forbidden area, it's this way. Luan, who has come to the library many times, has already figured out this area, and although it is said to be a forbidden area, it only has a lock. There isn't even any magic flowing on it. Erza cave is open. He took his wand from his sleeve and tapped it on the lock. Pushing aside the iron fence, the 2 rows of bookshelves around are full of books. Some books are even blocked by chains, which seems to give people a strange and mysterious feeling. Pulling out a random book from the bookshelf, the moment he opened the book, Luan quickly closed it again with an expressionless face. Because he obviously saw a face that was about to roar, and if he made some noise now, he had to deal with Filch. About the specific use of curse is indeed a book in the forbidden book area. It's just different from the books out there. Luan glanced at the title and shoved it back. The book he was looking for was about magic spells. Instead of thinking about imitating it all the time, he might as well study it himself. Such as, Unforgivable Curse, Forgetting Curse, Stunning Curse, Occlumency, which are useful. Among them, occlumency was something he had to learn, otherwise he might be exposed one day. Especially his own traveler memory. After searching for a long time, I finally saw a book, Research and Application of Forbidden Magic, in the corner of the wall. The black cover of this book is not too thick as a whole. Compared with the various basic books outside, it is pitiful. However, before he could open the book, a laughing voice came from behind him. Long time no see, Luan. It's such a coincidence, I didn't expect you to go out for a night tour too. Hearing these 2 familiar voices, Luan also knew who the 2 were standing behind. It was brothers Fred and George. Hey, what book are you holding in your hand? Fred asked curiously. A magical forbidden spell. There was nothing to hide either. Luan put the book directly in front of them. Are you going to study too? Study, what a joke. We just love mischief. Gemini expressed a headache for this kind of knowledge books. Although they have a high talent, their character does not allow them to continue to learn. Luan, do you want to know how we found you? Fred whispered mysteriously, and George on the side nodded quickly. We have a great map in our hands, and we're able to mark everyone. How about you, do you want to join our prank tour? Fred asked Luan enthusiastically. In his opinion, Luan, who seemed so amiable and polite and still came out for night tours, was simply too much for their appetite compared to other Slytherins. Pranks and maps. Luan wondered how these 2 came together. That's right, we picked up this map from Filch, but we couldn't break its spell. We need to finish all the shenanigans above before the spell will appear. George said, we've done most of the prank, and we'll be able to break the spell in about half a year. Can't you force it to release? Luan remembers the magic of decryption spells. No, that would only reduce the time we spend on the map. Clearly the Gemini had tried what he said, but the end result did disappoint them. The map they use now has a time limit. Once the time limit is exceeded, no one's location will be marked on the map. Sounds interesting, but let me think about it anyway. Luan neither refused nor accepted. He remembered that the Marauders map was made by the James Potter Quartet in the last few years. It has to be said that in addition to learning, they always have excellent inventions. Even the twins in front of him are the same. Okay, then we'll wait for your news. The Weasley twins were not discouraged, but took out the map and placed it in front of Luan. Look, this is Argus Filch. According to his trajectory, he will be back to patrol the library soon. Until now we have no way to decipher how this map was made. Its maker, the Predator, is really a genius. Hearing the conversation between Fred and George, Luan thought of Peeves he met today. Maybe you can ask Peeves, I suspect it has something to do with this map. After all, Peeves has lived here for thousands of years, and no one is more familiar with the architecture of this castle than it. Likewise, no one will be more familiar with the people here than it is. So his suspicions are not without reason. Sure enough, after hearing Lu En's words, the twins' eyes lit up. How did they never think it would be related to Peeves? Thanks, Lu En, my friend. Thinking of this, they couldn't wait to get ready to look for Peeves. Friendly reminder, don't take the book out of the library, otherwise, it will scream. After speaking, the Weasley twins took the Marauder's map to find the wobbly Peeves. Can't you take it out of the library? He looked down at the book in his hand. The book didn't look any different. Forget it, come again when you have time. Now that Filch has come this way, he can't stay here any longer. After casting a silent spell on himself, he quietly left the library. After saying goodbye to the Weasley brothers, Lu En simply flipped through the banned book and put it back in its original position. Filch was going to patrol the library soon, so he had to get out of here before the watchdog arrived. The stars twinkle. There was a sound, and then a gleaming spot of light hung from the wand, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Tonight, in addition to coming to the library to look at the banned books, I also have to go to the forbidden area on the 3rd floor to look at the three-headed dog who likes to listen to music. That's why he brought Momotaro rice balls with him before coming. After they all came to the 3rd floor along the constantly deformed stairs, at a corner of the corner, a mirror was standing safely in place. Lu En suddenly took a step and set his eyes on the mirror. The mirror is beautifully decorated, with a gold frame and 2 paw-shaped foot supports underneath. The top is also engraved with the words Aristella Uru Ayatubi Kaflu Athean Vogues. This is the name of the mirror, which is called the Mirror of Arist. Above the mirror, a row of unknown letters is also engraved, Arisetstra Ritubi Kafruitan Wosi. Lu En frowned and studied it, only to realize that this row of letters needs to be read backwards. Translated to mean, I show not your face but your desire. Can you see what you desire? When Lu En looked at the mirror, a pair of writing wheels had been quietly opened. The surroundings were empty, without any magic. This also means that no one else exists nearby. Dumbledore's tentative. He remembered that the mirror was kept by Dumbledore, and the back was there to make Harry see what he wanted to see in his heart. After closing the shaker, Lu En hesitated and walked towards the mirror. He wanted to see what his heart longed for. Strength or something else? With anticipation, Lu En set his eyes on himself on the mirror. However, the mirror that was supposed to reflect his face didn't have the slightest reflection at this time. Instead, it was another person, and he was still very familiar, but it was a little different from usual, such as less things. Lu En's eyes widened and he froze in front of the mirror for a while. I'm not a lowly control. Isn't it power that I long for? Oh, looks like you saw something interesting, Lu En Gerald. At this moment, a kind voice suddenly sounded from behind, and the white-bearded old man stood behind Lu En with a wand and a smile on his face. Headmaster Dumbledore. Lu En didn't turn his head in a hurry, but wiped his nose with his black sleeve. Young and energetic, there are always some things that can't be seen. Good evening. When Lu En turned around, what he saw was Dumbledore, who was also looking in the mirror and smiling. What do you see in this mirror, Gerald? Dumbledore looked at Lu En, who looked hesitant, and said kindly and understandingly, of course you don't want to say it, and you don't have to tell me. Nothing to say, I saw in the mirror here, wand and honor. After thinking about it, Lu En lied. He couldn't say that he saw something in it that he shouldn't have seen. Sure enough, this kind of thing should not be told to other people. Oh, in pursuit of honor and power? Dumbledore glanced at each other unsurprisingly, because as a Slytherin snake, these two are the most basic qualities. I saw in it the wool socks I received a lot at Christmas. Dumbledore said with a smile. Woolen socks. Do you mean family? Lu En, who has lived here for 11 years, is no stranger to the meaning of wool socks. Because only family members send wool socks. And Dumbledore is now completely separated from a younger brother, that is. I see, Headmaster. Lu-En nodded. Christmas was coming soon, and he just gave Headmaster Dumbledore some wool socks. He couldn't help but return the gift. Gerald, you have to remember that in the pursuit of power and honor, don't lose your heart. I don't want to see you become that person one day. If you have an amazing talent, you must make good use of it, and don't be too ambitious. In addition, the dark magic and curses in the forbidden area are not available to you now. Dumbledore's expression changed, and he said to Lu-En seriously. In the past few days, he suddenly received a letter from Professor Flitwick. In the letter, the other party has completely exposed Lu-En's amazing talent and his regret for Lu-En's joining the Snake Academy. There's a lot of nonsense in the letter, but the only thing Dumbledore sees in it is, can Lu-En change colleges? Lu-En's back froze after hearing Dumbledore's words. He was found in the forbidden area just now, which means that Dumbledore has been observing himself this evening. But fortunately, when he used the shaker, he used it with his head down. If he was found, it was estimated that Dumbledore had already asked a question. Because of the negative emotions that those eyes always exude, it's hard not to think of dark magic. I see. Lu-En nodded in agreement. Okay, Gerald, I didn't see anything tonight. Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction, then turned away in his white robes. I just came out to go to the toilet. I believe you are too. I also came out to go to the toilet, but I just got lost. The corners of Lu-En's mouth twitched slightly. As he was about to leave the magic mirror, Lu-En couldn't help but look back. No, it's out. Holding the sleeve of the black robe to cover his nose, Lu-En looked up and hurriedly left the magic mirror. I'm not a lowly control. There are too many things to experience this evening, but Lu-En is still unwilling to sleep. Or can't sleep. The next day dawned. After walking out of Slytherin's basement, Lu-En realized that at some point, small snowflakes had begun to float outside. Is it winter already? The snowflakes are not big, the air is gloomy, and a cold wind blows from time to time. The little wizards around were already wearing warm scarves, and Lu-En saw Hermione doing his homework at the dining table. She also wore a patterned scarf. Good morning, Hermione. Harry, Ronald, Anne. Lu-En yawned and walked over to the Gryffindor's table. These little lions had been very familiar with Lu-En for so many days. When he came to Hermione's side, he suddenly found a tall little wizard sitting around Harry. Andy Thomas, my roommate and Ronald's. Harry introduced his good roommate to Lu-En. Lu-En, good morning, how did you think about last night? At this time, Fred and George came over and saw Lu-En say, we too are looking forward to your reply. I have to study in the last few days, and I will give you 2 answers in a few days. Speaking, Lu-En pointed to his dark circles. He stayed up all night last night. You are working too hard. What happened last night? Ronald, the younger brother, heard the point immediately. You guys went out for a night out last night, and you didn't call me and Harry. Hey, keep your voice down, you idiot. Fred and George hurriedly covered Ronald's shouting mouth and could only make a whimpering sound. How could the Weasley family be such an idiot as you? Fred said helplessly. Woo-dash. Ronald widened his eyes and stared at his 2 older brothers in dissatisfaction. Did you go out for a night out last night? As soon as Lu-En sat down, Hermione leaned over and asked curiously. The jasmine scent was replaced by another scent that she had never smelled before. Last night I went to the forbidden area to read some knowledge. Lu-En glanced at Hermione, turned his head to the side, and touched his nose with his hand. No bloodshed. He breathed a sigh of relief. He had never seen anything in his previous life. How could he have nosebleeds so easily in this life? Too much blood. I didn't expect you to go on a night tour too, so aren't you afraid of being caught? Hermione recorded what she was going to talk about in the next class, and said. F*** can't catch me. I'll take you to see something fun at night when I have time. Lu-En shook his head. It's a joke to try to catch him just by virtue of Filch's squib, not to mention that he also has the illusion of a wheel eye. I'm not going. Hermione glanced at Luan, faint dark circles hanging over his eyes, and there was still some tiredness in his eyes. Luan has worked so hard, she has no reason not to work harder. By the way, Halloween is coming soon, do you have any gifts ready? Harry looked at the two of them and asked. The closest he went to the school were these little wizards, and of course Luan was honored to be included in them. Gift? Luan was taken aback, he never knew there was a gift for Halloween. After all, he was an orphan. But it doesn't matter, there are still a lot of strange things in him. They are all brought back by the frog cubs from other worlds, such as game consoles, snacks, books and the like. These gifts are enough to open their eyes. We're ready, and of course you're Luan. The twins arranged their gifts early in the morning. I think I need to prepare more. Luan chuckled. His gifts are different from others. Since only the little snakes had no class this morning, Luan had to come to the playground alone to practice his flying spell. Just as Luan was walking up the stairs in the castle, he suddenly encountered a man with a purple hood at the corner. Boom! The books in Quirrell's hands scattered, and he fell to the ground. Professor Quirrell, are you all right? Luan crouched down and asked cautiously. But his eyes glanced at the back of the other's head. That's where his senior Tom is. He had met each other at the sorting ceremony once, and he was also a professor of defense in dark magic. Didn't expect to meet Quirrell here. No, it's fine. Quirrell helped his hat and found that it didn't fall, and he was relieved quickly. After stammering, he stood up and took the book that Luan handed over. Thanks. You're welcome, Professor. Luan looked at the back of Quirrell hurriedly leaving and touched his nose. Saw. Just now, his Sharingan saw the face on the back of the other's head. Meeting for the first time, Senior Tom. A wicked smile appeared at the corner of Luan's mouth. He remembered that Ronald's rat was Senior Tom's lackey, Peter Pettigrew. And he just recently did some research on compound medicine. To be honest, he kinda hates those shitty things. After arriving at the playground, Luan discovered that quite a few people had already started practicing Quidditch. Among them, he even saw a Huxia female seeker. Seems like a student of Ravenclaw. Gerald, you're here too. Malfoy, who was playing with the broom, saw Luan who had just arrived at the playground. He walked over, raised his broom, and showed off. How about it, the broom my dad prepared, Nimbus 2000. Of course, you have a share too. With that said, Malfoy snatched it from his valet and handed it to Luan. Luan took the broom inexplicably. He knew Malfoy wanted to beat Harry, but he didn't expect it to cost so much. However, the broom for whoring is not necessary. With that in mind, Luan cast a flying spell and joined Slytherin's training team. With strong control and excellent physique, the eyes of the entire training ground soon focused on Luan. Because there is no ball that he can't defend, and no one can think of how to block the ball he sends out. Because his ball turns. It's just a simple use of magic power. Is it so lively? Luan, who was resting on the ground again, suddenly heard a voice. Cedric, Captain of Hufflepuff, you just played a good game. Asterisk. Luan Gerald, nice to meet you. For Cedric, he was still somewhat impressed, and while watching, Luan found that his Quidditch skills were also very good. Whether it is defensive or offensive, there are good tactics. But what he didn't expect was that such a technician was actually a seeker. In a Quidditch match, if there is an emergency, it is possible to change positions. That is to say, every contestant can be a seeker. Cedric writes about the game of Quidditch for Luan. What surprised Luan was that in Quidditch matches, there were a total of 700 violations. This is probably too much. The two of them had a friendly conversation about Quidditch knowledge all morning, only one talking and the other listening. Hope to meet you on the field. Cedric looked at the back of Luan's departure, half-squinted, and thought. Luan's dazzling skills attracted him just now. He thought he was a veteran of Quidditch, but unexpectedly, it was his first experience with Quidditch. The afternoon class was Snape's potions class. The little snake and the little lion go together. Luan ignited the cauldron in front of him, holding a handful of ingredients in his hand, which he placed into the pot according to Hermione's notes. Very good, 5 points for Slytherin and Gryffindor. Professor Snape, who was passing by, looked at the cauldron of the two and nodded slightly. The potion of the two was the best in the entire classroom, whether it was color or taste. Don't be too happy. Luan, who had refined the refreshing potion, put away the potion and began to prepare the next pot of chaotic condiment. Harry Potter, there's no need for toad skin in the booster. Did you take notes? 5 points from Gryffindor. Sure enough, he was deducted from the 5 points he had just added, and Hermione suddenly turned to look at Ronald sitting next to Harry. Ronald Weasley, you two are exactly the same. You transcribe 10 copies of your notes and send them to my office after class. Also, 5 more points from Gryffindor. Hermione froze in her seat. It was only during Snape's potions class that she always had a strange idea. Why am I coming to Gryffindor? Very well, Gryffindor only took 5 points today because of you. Luan complimented Hermione after throwing the aconite into the pot to boil. Without Hermione's 5 points, the Gryffindor would still be deducting 10 points today. Based on the current scores, we Gryffindors should not have the house cup. Life wasn't easy, Hermione sighed. Only one scholar can't save Gryffindor. I can only say that I did my best. After the potions class was over, Harry and Ronald were both depressed on a daily basis. As long as Professor Snape's class was over, they both looked the same. After all, Ronald can't abandon Harry, he can do it by himself, right? So, when scolded, Snape always took Ronald along with him. In the true sense, we share the blessings and share the difficulties. Didn't I give the two of you the note, why didn't I remember it? Hermione couldn't help complaining, half squinting her eyes. Notes. Ronald looked at her in disbelief and said in disbelief, that thick notebook is like a dictionary, you let us both memorize it. Harry, who was beside him, nodded in agreement. Such a thick notebook, I really can't read it in one night, let alone memorize it. Thinking of the dense and detailed knowledge in the notebook, the two couldn't help but have a headache. That greasy old bat loves to be punished. It's a big deal that we two skipped class. Ronald gave himself up. Deducting 10 points as well, he really didn't want to face Snape anymore. It's just the shadow of his childhood. How could the two of you skip class, if Professor McGonagall knew? Hermione couldn't help frowning her pretty eyebrows when she heard this. Miss Xing 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 Xing, you go to inform. Harry, let's go. Saying that, Ronald grabbed the hand of Harry, who was still hesitant, and ran towards the playground. You. Hermione stomped her little foot angrily, but that didn't calm her down. It seems that your character in Gryffindor is not very pleasing. Luan pointed out Hermione's problem at once. A scholar with an arrogant personality is completely unsuitable for the reckless Gryffindor environment. I want you to take care of it. Hermione buried half of her face in the wide scarf, leaving only a pair of brown, smart eyes staring at him angrily. Even the voice that came out was muffled. I'm not low dash. Almost finished saying it. Luan quickly closed his mouth and reached out a hand to touch Hermione's curly brown hair. What are you not? It's a pity that Miss Hermione heard all the words just now. It's nothing, I want to say it's time for dinner. Luan was covering. It always feels like there's something wrong with you. Hermione glanced at him suspiciously, and then found that the big hand on the top of her head, a touch of red quietly emerged. Don't mess up my hair. Having said that, Hermione's hair is naturally curly and looks a little messy. When Luan returned to the dormitory again, he suddenly found that the frog cub that had been sleeping on the bed had disappeared for some time. In its place are 2 photos. Going on a trip again? Luan picked up the photo and glanced at it. The first photo was a dense jungle. The second photo shows a frog cub wearing a lotus leaf hat standing on a lotus leaf in the lake. What is this place? No way, there are too few clues in these 2 photos, and he can't analyze them at all. Forget it, whatever it is. Luan is still thinking about going to the library tonight or not. Luan, after much deliberation, decided to go to the restricted book area again tonight. As for Dumbledore's warning, he couldn't believe that Dumbledore would stare at him all day long, let alone fire him, and if he was found again, he would only be deducted points. Think of it and do it. Before the school is completely quiet, Luan pushed the door and walked out. When he opened the door, he happened to bump into Malfoy, who came in. You are this? Malfoy looked suspiciously at Luan, who was ready to go, and asked knowingly. Question mark. Luan pulled his wand out of his hem and waved it in front of him. Ha ha ha, I must finish building Hogwarts today. Crabbe, go and chop down the tree for me. Saying that, Malfoy pushed the door with Crabbe, who was also pretending to be blind, as if he didn't see Luan. I never saw Luan go out today. Malfoy felt a slight hardness in his waist, and immediately expressed his attitude. Luan turned his eyes slowly to Crabbe, who stood up straight. Me too. The 2 expressed their opinions, and Luan nodded in satisfaction. That's right. Goodbye. Putting away his wand, Luan followed the stairs to the first floor of Hogwarts. There are also many Hufflepuff little wizards on the first floor, wandering at the door of the restaurant at night. There were even a few little wizards who greeted Luan in a friendly way. Luan responded with a smile. When Luan turned around and walked towards the stairs, several of Hufflepuff's little witches immediately blushed and started talking. Do you know the name of the good-looking wizard in the snake courtyard? I've seen him a few times, like a freshman in the first year. So cute, like pinching his face. Golden hair fits the aristocratic temperament of Snake House. Luan, who was walking up the stairs, heard the discussion coming from behind, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He hasn't gone far, okay? These witches are horrible. Luan hurriedly quickened his pace after hearing that he had already started talking about having a few children. Can't be bothered. Mrs. Pants had already left the library at night, so there was no one in the empty library. Araho Cave is open. However, just when Luan picked up the wand in his hand and aimed it at the lock of the door, a voice came out first. And the voice was very familiar. Hermione. Who? As the door opened, Luan finally saw Hermione holding the book and rubbing his eyes, looking sleepy on his face. But when she heard her name subconsciously, she was still startled. Seeing the familiar figure again, Hermione patted her chest in relief. I thought it was Mrs. Pants, it scared me to death. Then she reacted immediately. Are you out for a night tour? How can you say night tour? I came out to study. Pushing open the half-closed door, Luan walked in from Hermione's side. But. Hermione faltered for words. Illegal? Luan helped her out. Don't worry, I've come out so many times, and Filch never caught me once. That's true. He had never really caught him except once by the elusive Dumbledore. What about you? You overslept while reading in the library. Luan asked back while pressing the corners of his raised mouth. Didn't Mrs. Pants find you? Mostly because I was so sleepy, I fell asleep in the corner. Miss Hermione was embarrassed once. Slobber at the corner of the mouth. Luan took out his wand and performed a star twinkle, pointing to the corner of Hermione's mouth. Crawling on a book to sleep does make you drool involuntarily. What? Hermione reacted and quickly took out her scarf and wiped it. What do you want to study in the library? He changed the subject bluntly, but Luan took it on face to face. Some dark spells that are forbidden to learn. Lu-En walked into the forbidden area and found the book from last night according to his memory. Black Curse. Hearing these 3 words, Hermione subconsciously raised her voice, and then realized something was wrong. She lowered her head and said softly, I heard that learning the black magic spell will affect people's minds. Lu-En, you better not touch those things. Lu-En could clearly sense Hermione's kindness towards him. But Headmaster Dumbledore also has a black spell. No, Headmaster Dumbledore is different, he is the greatest wizard. Hermione retorted subconsciously. I'm also going to be the greatest wizard, so I'm like Dumbledore. You. Hermione was so angry that she couldn't speak Lu-En. But you haven't become such a great wizard yet. Hard can only be soft. Hermione walked up to Lu-En and whispered. Okay, don't worry so much. Lu-En put the book in his hand on the table and explained to Hermione. Only those little wizards who are not determined will be eroded by the curse. I am different. Believe me. Pale blue eyes met with a smile and worried brown eyes. The blue starlight illuminated the surrounding darkness, allowing Hermione to see Lu-En's face clearly. Forget it, let's go. She turned her head subconsciously and said angrily. After getting Miss Hermione, Lu-En opened the book that recorded the dark curse. The moment it was opened again, a black mist gushed out from the book. All disappear. Before Lu-En could react, Miss Hermione, who was watching from the side, took the lead in picking up her wand and chanting a spell at the mist. Soon, with a flash of light from the wand, the fog dissipated out of thin air. There are all kinds of traps in these books that are hidden in the forbidden area. Hermione half squinted her eyes and said, These are textbooks, obviously you didn't listen to the class. I won't give you the notes next time. You have to remember it yourself. I try my best. Lu-En shrugged, watching Hermione grit his teeth. I really want to give him a bite. As the black mist was expelled, the content of the book was gradually presented in front of the 2 of them. That's right, in the end Hermione couldn't resist the drive of curiosity, and came over to watch the book with Lu-En. There are many spells recorded above, and the effect of each spell can make people dizzy just by looking at them. There's even an unforgivable curse in it. These spells are horrible, Hermione said, glancing at them. For example, if people maintain hatred, they can inspire more powerful digging. Or the bewildering Imperious Curse. According to the rules of the Ministry of Magic, as long as these spells are cast on people, they will be imprisoned in Azkaban for life. Hermione explained softly. She still hopes that Lu-En can turn around as soon as possible. There is absolutely no need for them to learn these mantras. After all, the Dark Lord had been killed by Harry Potter now. Now the wizards are also very friendly. Okay, I don't want to learn this. Lu-En shook his head and turned the book to the page he wanted. What was recorded was the spell he least wanted to face, legilimency. This spell is too harmful to him, and the things in his mind cannot be made public at will. And beneath Dementor is marked its countercurse. Occlumency. Occlumency? Hermione was a little puzzled. Why study this? At first she thought Lu-En was going to learn legilimency, but she was relieved at the time. Because compared to the previous 3 unforgivable curses, it is still worthy of tolerance. But she really didn't expect that what Lu-En wanted to learn in the end was occlumency. She remembered that this spell would be learned later in her senior year. After all, no one wants their brains to be known. Lu-En pointed to his own head and said. Ever since he had met Dumbledore on the last night tour, when he went back he remembered that he was a Dementor. The sense of crisis had already been planted at that time. Although it is said that the headmaster of Dumbledore will not let him use it casually, who knows such a thing? The sooner he learns occlumency, the more protection he has in his heart. Are you studying? Lu-En asked Hermione. Come all come. And it's not a black curse. Hermione thought, and agreed. Study. The incantation and specific usage of occlumency is a bit complicated, but the person sitting here tonight is a gifted, pure scholar. It only took half an hour, and the two of them learned almost the same. And while Hermione was still studying, Luwin learned the above Dementor again. This spell is also good, and it can extract all the knowledge in the human brain. He believed it would be of great use in the future. Almost an hour later, Luwin suddenly turned his head and looked into the corner. There a fluffy tail was wagging constantly. Mrs. Norris. Hermione, who was studying occlumency, also found the cat's shadow behind the bookshelf. Since Mrs. Norris is here, it means that Filch's door opener is also there. Thinking of this, Hermione couldn't help but panic. Mrs. Norris found us right away, she said in a low voice. Don't worry, put the book back first. Luwin comforted her, then cast a silent spell on himself, hiding in the darkness, and quietly put the book back. No way, if the book is not put back, it will easily attract the attention of the meticulous Mrs. Pins. By that time, Dumbledore was supposed to be looking for him again. Follow me. Luwin walked over to Hermione and whispered. Just when he was putting the book, he looked around with his scribbles, and Mrs. Norris had already walked out around the back door. Since Filch is a squib, Luwin can't see him at all. This is a blind spot. Hermione didn't dare to say a word, and followed Luwin tightly with her notes in her arms. Looking at the sleeves swaying in the wind in front, she hesitated and caught it. Luwin clearly felt it. It's too dark to see around, she defended herself. In order not to attract Filch's attention, Luwin removed the spell of the twinkling of the stars, so the two were now walking along the moonlight. Be careful with raised floors. Luwin reminded. Behind him, out of sight, Hermione was staring with brown eyes at Luwin, who was being held by her sleeve in the moonlight. The golden back looked very soft under the moonlight. The two walked silently through the castle at night, not so much to avoid Filch, but to meet at night. Only. As she walked, she realized something was wrong. Is this the restricted area on the third floor? Hermione counted down the stairs and whispered to Luwin. Take you to see a good thing. Luwin hadn't forgotten that mirror of Erza that could elicit the desires of people, and he wanted to see what Hermione desires. Good stuff. At this time, Hermione also remembered the good things Luwin had mentioned in the morning. Thinking of this, she brought a trace of anticipation in her heart. Following the route of memory, Luwin finally found the mirror again. The mirror of Erza was not removed by Dumbledore, but remained standing. Hermione also saw this tall and luxurious mirror with the help of moonlight. The font above made her stunned, because she couldn't understand it at all, and she didn't even know which country's alphabet it was. After all, there were many countries using alphabets. Is it some peculiar text? Hermione guessed. Come on, try to stand in front of this mirror. Luwin asked Hermione softly, pushing Hermione to the mirror. What did you see in there? What did you see? Hermione's brown eyes looked suspiciously at the mirror. Strangeness. Why did the person in the mirror get so big and still look similar to her? And there is another person in the mirror besides her. She quickly turned to look at Luwin. But Luwin did not stand behind her but leaned in front of the mirror and looked at her with a smile. Blinking her eyes, Hermione looked in the mirror again. In the mirror, a handsome man with blonde hair draped his clothes over her body and hugged her gently. The meticulous Hermione even discovered the same delicate ring on both hands. What do you see? Luwin, who was peeking at the mirror, covered his nose and asked. I saw, clothes. See the clothes? What clothes? Luwin was taken aback, then looked up at Hermione. At this time, the clever Hermione had already discovered the meaning of that line of letters. The light was too dark just now, blocking the line of sight and not finding it. Seeing this sentence now, Hermione guessed it right away. What is reflected is what the heart desires. She understood instantly. The content in the mirror also means that only she can see it. What did you see inside? Hermione narrowed her eyes and asked back. She already knew what she longed for. But she wouldn't say it. Luen froze for a moment, then lied as he touched his nose. I saw family inside. As an orphan, there is nothing wrong with seeing family members inside. Family. I saw a lot of beautiful clothes. Hermione lied the same way. She's pretty sure Luen isn't seeing family, because he's always hesitant to lie. Really? It turned out that Hermione was lying too. But neither of them broke each other down. After looking at the watch, the time has come to 1 o'clock in the morning. Hermione covered her mouth and yawned, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes, and she could tell she was a little sleepy. Just slept in the library for a few hours and it's been pushed to the limit. Come on, let's go back. Luen stretched too, ready to send Hermione back to the Gryffindor lounge on the 8th floor. If she were to go back alone, she might meet Filch on the way. To be safe, let him send him back. Hermione did not refuse this request. After all, it was her first night tour, so she definitely did not have as much experience as Luen. At the corner of the 3rd floor, Luen's footsteps stopped, and at the same time he reached out to stop Hermione, who was still walking forward. What's wrong? Hermione shuddered and asked in a low voice. In the silent night, if you are suddenly stopped, you will naturally be startled. The moonlight outside the window was pale and pale, passing through the patterned window and falling on the marble brick floor. Luen's light blue eyes turned red at some point, and he half squinted, looking at the unlocking figure in the distance. Professor Quirrell. Hermione followed her gaze and saw the height of the one wrapped in a purple turban. She couldn't help but wonder. Why is Professor Quirrell here in the middle of the night? Quirrell was the professor who taught the second-year dark magic defense class, and he wasn't included in the first-year class. But there are only those few professors in the entire castle, so many people have already recognized the professors, including Hermione. There's no way Professor Quirrell is the weirdest of all professors, stammering and fearful of everything around him. It looked like a frightened mouse. And there are rumors that students have heard him often talk to himself, as if he is schizophrenic. And there was an unpleasant garlic smell all over him. I heard that there was nothing unusual about the former Professor Quirrell, but a smart, studious and very talkative person, until one day, after he returned from a trip abroad. The whole person has become like this. It's the restricted area that Headmaster Dumbledore said. Hermione whispered. He must have some hidden secret. What do we do now? How to do? What can be done? By the way, he also wanted to meet his senior Tom, but it was obvious that the time was not ripe, he might as well wait for the arrival of a notebook Horcrux. As for now, let's send Hermione back first. Soon, Quirrell snapped open the closed door, and just took a step in, suddenly ran out in a panic, and closed the door again, panting. What's behind that door? Hermione opened her eyes wide and looked at Quirrell, who ran out in a panic, and asked Luen, who was beside him. In the eyes of these little wizards, every professor is powerful, not to mention that Quirrell is also a professor of defense in dark magic. There is no easy one for anyone who can be a dark magic defense class. But Quirrell in front of him showed a terrified look in his clothes. It was hard to imagine what kind of thing was hidden in it to scare a professor like this. How could I know? Luen glanced at her speechlessly, really thought he was a jack of all trades. If I remember correctly, it should be a three-headed dog guarding something. The Momotaro rice ball prepared last time was just to deal with it, but it was spoiled by Dumbledore last time. Come on, Professor Quirrell is here. Luen moved his eyes and pulled Hermione behind a half-closed door. I saw Professor Quirrell swaying over, still chanting words in his mouth, as if he was cursing something, and his body trembled from time to time. Due to the long distance and the low sound, the two of them could not hear anything. After Quirrell disappeared on the 4th floor, the two came out. Quirrell should have been communicating with Senior Tom just now. It seems that Senior Tom has taken action. Thinking so, Lewin looked at Hermione beside him. Go back to sleep quickly. After reaching the 8th floor, two people stood in front of the door of Gryffindor's lounge. The yawning fat lady floats out of the painting. Two little wizards who travel by night, oh, and one is a little snake of Slytherin. It's a rare couple. The fat lady quipped. It's just that neither of them were moved, so Mrs. Fat felt very boring. She said nonchalantly. Okay, Miss Hermione speaks the command. With the password spoken, Hermione turned her head and bowed to Lewin. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Lewin nodded, then turned and walked into Slytherin's lounge. Apparently, Hermione really didn't have any friends in Gryffindor. On the way back, Lewin couldn't help thinking. It stands to reason that roommates in the same dormitory could easily find the missing Hermione and choose to tell Professor McGonagall or go out to find it. But obviously not. And Hermione should also know her situation very well, so she chose to go out for a night out with Lewin. Otherwise, in order not to drag Lewin down, she would have gone back a long time ago. After returning to the bedroom, the time has come to 3:30 in the morning. Fortunately, tomorrow morning is a Sunday. This also means that you can have a good night's sleep tonight. Lewin, who was lying on the bed, closed his eyes. The sound of breathing came one after another in the silent bedroom. Asterisk. Today is a week off. By the time Lewin woke up, it was close to noon, and there was no one in the dormitory. After simply cleaning himself up with the magic spell, he went to the restaurant to have something to eat. With the last bite of bread and butter in his mouth, Lewin is ready for the afternoon Quidditch match. In this afternoon, Ravenclaw and Slytherin will have a small training, and the little wizards who are okay will naturally go to watch the excitement. It wasn't until Lewin arrived at the playground that he found that the entire lawn was surrounded by water, and most of them were first graders he had never seen before, and he also saw a few familiar faces. Ronald and Harry, and Cedric the last time I met. As for Hermione, she was going to spend the whole day in the library today, frantically adding knowledge. It can only be said that Shuaba and others are two species. Give way. The blonde wizard wearing a green tie and black wizard robes naturally attracted a lot of attention, most of them were girls. Hello, can you meet me? Senior, which college are you from? Lewin, who stands out, is so attractive that even Ronald and Harry, the two Gryffindors, noticed the commotion over there. Damn it, if only I were like Lewin. Ronald said with sour envy. Lewin is very handsome. Harry nodded in agreement. If it was legendary, Harry was the winner, but when it came to attracting girls, there was no doubt that Lewin's face beat him. Passing through the lively crowd, Lewin silently sorted out the slightly crooked clothes. It's late. Lewin greeted the Slytherin leader. Max Flint is a pure-blood wizard. But it may be the reason for the consanguineous marriage, and the appearance is somewhat unsatisfactory. And the style of play, he has also seen. Very rude, as long as he has the opportunity, he will definitely kill his opponent. Slytherin's captain waved his hand indifferently. He had seen Lewin's skills yesterday, and it can be said to be very powerful. Even he might not be able to catch some balls. Powerful people are privileged wherever they are. Opposite the green snake is today's practice opponent Ravenclaw. The leader in charge of the opposite team is Roger Davis, who is a very strong chaser. He also saw Zhang Qiu, Ravenclaw's seeker. Today, you're the seeker and let Malfoy get used to the hitter, Flint said to Lewin. He had already seen the strength of Lewin yesterday, and he should also know about another wizard from the Malfoy family who came in. No problem. Lewin nodded, the seeker is the easiest one when his teammates are working hard. Because when the golden snitch hasn't come out, it's very likely that the score has been enough. And if he was going to be a seeker, he would have to go up against Zhou Zhang. Malfoy also had no problem with Flint's arrangement. As the whistle of the practice game blew, the two teams were on the verge of firing, and the flying spell was used on the broom with ease. Lu En and Qiu Zhang both flew to the highest point, because this is the best place to observe the trend of the golden snitch. The game below has already started, the quaffle is rampant in the field, and the players are all staring at their own frame with alertness. In the official game, there will be a professional commentator. And it just so happened that there was a commentator on Gryffindor's side. Lee Jordan of Gryffindor. Hey girls and gentlemen, the match between Slytherin and Ravenclaw is officially on. This commentary will be conducted by the soon-to-be commentator, Lee Jordan of Gryffindor. Also, Angelina, I will always love you. The next match commentator from Gryffindor is here. Let's see what's going on. Slytherin's Flint has had enough of the gridlock, his style is as rough as ever, I don't know how they got 5 straight. The following game became more and more intense. Flint's bravery and rudeness did not look like a player from the Snake Academy at all, and he won 50 points directly at the start. Obviously, Lu En could feel Qiu Zhang, who was next to him looking for the golden snitch, panicked. At this moment, a touch of gold pierced through the clouds and landed on the field. Oh, here comes the golden snitch. Let's put our eyes on the seekers on both teams. Familiar Ravenclaw seeker, Qiu Zhang. And first-year seeker, Weasley's friend, Lu En Gerald. Lu En was taken aback, he didn't expect his name to be known by Jordan. I really don't know why there are first-year wizards joining Quidditch. I heard that it was Malfoy's old school manager who thought of it. Lee Jordan everyday black Slytherin. The moment the golden snitch was discovered, Lu En and Qiu Zhang quickly caught up. The chase between the two has started. We obviously see that Lu En is faster than Qiu Zhang, and Qiu Zhang is still reluctant to catch up. The strong wind made Lu En completely unable to listen to Lee Jordan's speech. The golden snitch is very fast and very flexible. Behind him, Qiu Zhang was chasing after him. The speed and distance of both sides froze for a while. Qiu Zhang gritted his teeth and looked at the figure in front of him, and couldn't help but grit his teeth. What the hell is this first-year student? Why is the flying spell so skilled? When she was in first grade, she couldn't even control the broom. People are more popular than dead people. The golden snitch kept scurrying around the entire arena, sometimes high in the sky, sometimes on the ground, testing the player's mastery of flying. For Lu En, who has absolute control, this is simply a small problem. It is only a matter of time to catch up with this golden snitch. However, Qiu Zhang in the back was not so comfortable. The area on the lawn was not as big as the Quidditch field, and there were many spectators and buildings. The golden snitch rushed straight into the Gryffindor's camp, where Lee Jordan was. Hey, what's the matter with you? Lee Jordan's eyes widened, looking at the two players who were getting closer and closer to their Gryffindor. The golden snitch brushed his cheek and flew past, Lu En narrowed his eyes, and flew straight into the sky just as he was about to hit Lee Jordan. Don't come here dash. Lee Jordan was taken aback by Lu En's extreme operation, and quickly ran aside with his wand. Qiu Zhang, who followed closely behind, was not so lucky. Because Lu En had been blocking the view in front of him, suddenly there was a 90-degree climb. Without giving her a chance to react, a scream crashed straight into the Gryffindor crowd. And behind Lee Jordan, it happened to be the confused Harry Potter. At this time, Lu En, who was climbing, just caught the golden snitch who was also climbing. At the end of the training game, 3 people were injured. Harry, Qiu Zhang, Ronald. Ronald was hit by the broom, and Qiu Zhang hit Harry. Don't thank me, Harry. Lu En's mouth twitched. Asterisk. With Lu En catching the soaring golden snitch, the game is over. After he fell to the ground, he walked over to the Gryffindor crowd. Qiu Zhang and Harry's injuries were nothing, one hand was broken and the other leg was broken. Ronald on the side was the worst of the 3, and the wooden handle of the broom directly hit him in the face. The nosebleed was flowing freely, and the originally tall nose looked like it was collapsed. Refreshed. Lu-en stepped forward, helped Ronald clean the blood, and handed him a handkerchief. Thanks. Ronald covered his nose and thanked Lu-en in a gruff voice. His eyes were filled with tears because of the blow to his nose. His best friend Harry was still hugging Qiu Zhang on the ground. Unfortunately Qiu Zhang's leg was broken. A broom flying at high speed is not something her body can resist. The inertia generated alone is enough to throw her a few dozen meters away. It was also fortunate that Harry caught her in the crowd, preventing Qiu from sliding with his face on the ground. Are you all right? Qiu Zhang asked worriedly to Harry below him. Harry Potter, the man who defeated Voldemort. In this school, almost everyone knows each other. Even if you don't know it, you can find that iconic lightning scar. Unexpectedly, the legendary Harry Potter caught her. Qiu Zhang also did not expect that his control over the broom would be so poor. This made her feel a little guilty. No. It's fine. Harry looked at Qiu Zhang's delicate face, his sides flushed instantly, and he stammered. Do you need me to take you to the infirmary? A voice interrupted the two of them looking at each other. Lu-en said without looking at the atmosphere at all. No need. Looking at Lu-en's friendly hand, Qiu Zhang, although he refused, still grabbed his hand and pulled himself away from Harry's body. Your flying spell is very powerful. Are you really a first-year wizard? Qiu Zhang remembered the figure that shuttled through the crowd and came and went freely during the training, and praised in disbelief. Of course he's a first-year rookie, and the Weasley twins and I can attest to that, right? As the commentator this time, Lee Jordan walked over in horror, followed by the Weasley brothers behind him. Ha ha ha, Lu-en, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Will you come to our Gryffindor from Slytherin? The two brothers smiled at Lu-en. That's a good proposal. Lee Jordan's eyes also lit up. I don't know how many times I have invited foreign aid in Quidditch. If they can pull Lu-en over, their Gryffindor will definitely be able to beat Slytherin this year. A shame. No, I don't have this plan for the time being. Lu-en shook his head and declined the two brothers' invitation. Hey, don't you two come to see your own younger brother? Covering his nose, Ronald looked at his two twin brothers in dissatisfaction. Oh, my dear brother D, what's the matter with you? Fred exaggeratedly widened his eyes and looked at Ronald in disbelief. You're going to get hit on the nose with a broom. So does George. The exaggerated acting skills of the two made Ronald stomp his feet angrily. Let's take Ronald and Harry to the infirmary. Lu-en pulled up Harry, who was lying on the ground. As for Qiu Zhang, she was taken away by her captain just now. Come back to my senses, Qiu Zhang has gone away. Looking at Harry's absent-minded gaze, Lu-en waved his hand in front of him. Ah. Harry regained his senses and asked Lu-en. Is that girl called Qiu Zhang just now? Doesn't your arm hurt? Lu-en didn't answer, instead he squeezed his arm with his hand. Harry's arm had just been dragged a few meters. Can't feel it. Harry shook his head. The child is helpless. Inside the infirmary. Hermione trotted all the way from the library after learning that Harry and Ronald had an accident on the practice field. Before the two people lying on the hospital bed were moved, Hermione walked to Lu-en's side worriedly. How are you? Is there anything wrong? I heard that you were dragged a few hundred meters by Qiu Zhang and beaten by a broom. Who said this? The two of them are the injured, and I'm fine. Lu-en pointed to the two people lying on the bed. Harry's arm was already in a cast, while Ronald's face was covered in bandages, leaving only one eye exposed. That's fine. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief, then glared at Lee Jordan, who was snickering beside him. He was the one who told Hermione just now that Lu-en had a problem on the practice turf. So she trotted all the way. How did you two get injured? Isn't it Slytherin and Ravenclaw's training today? Looking at the two on the hospital bed, Hermione was a little speechless. They weren't practicing with Gryffindor, but they were injured. Forget it, the two of you can take care of your injuries. Hermione pulled Luen down beside the small table. I just happen to have a potion that I don't know, please explain it to me. Only the brothers and sisters who looked at each other in dismay were left. The Weasley brothers and Lee Jordan left first because they had classes in the afternoon. There's still one person left to take care of the two's medication, so Luen and Hermione stayed. It's just the voices of the two of them that made Ronald and Harry feel that there are only two of them in this world. Squeak. Ah, Scabbers. A mouse the size of a palm jumped onto the hospital bed at some point. Ronald looked at the mouse in surprise and exclaimed. How did you find this place? However, the mouse could not answer him. Luen also found the big mouse and walked over to catch it. This is my pet Scabber, Luen, please put it down. Ronald, who was tied and unable to move, said with wide eyes. Spotted? Luen looked at the mouse in his hand and smiled. I just didn't know where to find you, but I didn't expect you to arrive at your door. I take your hair. Asterisk after plucking a handful of hairs from Rat's body, Luen threw Scabbers to Ronald. I don't know if the compound potion distinguishes whether this hair is Peter Pettigrew or a rat that F***ck Gus turned into. Thinking of this, Luen's hand holding the hair slightly paused. According to the strong potion in the forbidden area of the library, compound potions cannot successfully transform animal hair. At the same time, this kind of change is also very risky, and it is easy to make oneself a ghost. No, you have to be safe. Thinking, Luen dropped the rat fur on the floor. Looks like I'll have to hypnotize the rat tonight in Gryffindor's lounge. As long as he uses the Shaker's illusion, he can easily control Banban to change back to Peter Pettigrew. Looking at Ronald hugging Scabbers and kissing, Luen felt a chill. It's a shame everyone didn't know that this rat was Peter Pettigrew. Otherwise. Shaking his head and putting this thought behind him, he hurried back to the table and explained the remaining ingredients to Hermione. He read not only dark magic in the forbidden book area, but also various books, such as astrology, potions, and various biographies. Hermione, who was still a little confused, became more flexible with Luen's explanation. He knows a lot. Hermione looked at Luen, who was speaking and writing, and couldn't help thinking. She had been soaking in the library lately, and even Mrs. Pants was very familiar with Hermione. Even Mrs. Pants admired the girl's learning ability and self-control. She had never seen such a studious wizard for so many years in charge of the library. The last time I met was a Slytherin wizard named Tom Riddle. The two stayed from midday into the night, and under the potion of the gracious Mrs. Poppy Pomfrey, the wounded Harry and Ronald were finally able to go back to sleep. And Luen was at the top of the stairs with the three people separately. Looking at the group of Hermione who left, Luen thought about it and went straight back to Slytherin's lounge. Flint, the captain, is celebrating thanks to a landslide victory over Ravenclaw in today's scrims. After seeing Luen, I hurriedly greeted him to come to the party. As the seeker who found the snitch and ended the game early, Luen was of course a big contributor. Especially with the loss of one of the Ravenclaw seekers. This is so in line with Flint's Quidditch style. Here, butterbeer, from the 3 broomsticks in Hogsmeade for a great price. Young wizards under the 3rd grade are not allowed to drink, but no one will stick to those rules. Luen took the bubble-filled butterbeer and took a sip. The taste is weird, but not unacceptable. After a few simple drinks, Luen said goodbye to this group of wizards who gradually turned to pure-blooded wizards. Night is coming. An oil lamp was lit on the silent corridor, and Luen came to the painting of the fat lady on the 8th floor, and the fat lady was already asleep. You can even hear snoring coming from the painting. He tried his best not to disturb the fat lady who was watching the door. The scythe in the eye began to turn, and as the surrounding space began to swirl into the right eye, Luen himself was hidden in the different space. With the fingertips lightly touching the stone gate, but like a layer of phantom, it passed through without touching anything. This was the first time he used this ability. I didn't expect to actually be able to pass through the stone wall. After Lu En disappeared in front of the stone gate, Madame Fatty rubbed her sullen eyes and looked at the painting, nothing unusual. When Lu En opened his eyes again, he was already in Gryffindor's lounge. Pale red accents and furniture in a variety of warm tones give a warm feel, and Slytherin's lounge is a complete polar opposite. The fire in the lounge was still burning, and Lu En remembered Harry telling him his room number. He even remembered Hermione's room number. Finding the side where the boys lived, Lu En took the oil lamp and found Harry and Ronald's dormitory. As the blur was activated, the figure hidden in the darkness sneaked into the bedroom. When he reappeared, the oil lamp in his hand had been thrown into the different space by Lu En. Peter Pettigrew. When I came to Ronald's window, a fat mouse who was sleeping soundly was lying beside Ronald's pillow. Reaching out his hand quickly to catch the sleeping mouse, Lu En entered the alien space again while Peter Pettigrew didn't react. When it reappeared, it was already in the bathroom on the 3rd floor. He threw the sleeping fat mouse on the ground, but still did not wake up. Vigilance is too bad. It seems that in the past few years in the Weasley family, Peter Pettigrew has completely lost his vigilance. Wake up, Peter Pettigrew. Lu En, with a mask on his face, kicked it with his toes. Still no response. Here comes Sirius. Squeak. Peter Pettigrew woke up immediately after Lu En said this. However, when he returned to look at the mysterious man standing in front of him, a pair of swirling red eyes came into his vision. Before he could say a word, the whole mouse was controlled by Lu En. Unlock your F***CK Gus transformation. Lu En gave the order. Squeak. As the rat's body began to surging, and soon, a naked Peter Pettigrew appeared in front of him. The short body, the ugly face, and most importantly, the sparse mess of hair was just too greasy. Go over there and wash your hair. Lu En couldn't take it anymore, and pointed directly to the bathtub beside him. No way, the compound medicine must need the hair and other items of the deformed person, and he didn't want to add such oily hair materials on the spot. After Peter Pettigrew complied with the order to wash his hair, Lu En pulled a handful of hair, and Peter Pettigrew subconsciously grinned in pain, tears welling in his eyes. Because one may not be enough, so prepare more in case of unexpected needs. After getting the hair, Lu En thought of Professor Quirrell who taught at Hogwarts, and Senior Tom in the back of his head. I'm Peter Pettigrew here. Asterisk. After getting Peter Pettigrew's clean hair, Lu En threw him directly into the bathroom stall. Then he returned to Slytherin's dormitory. Tomorrow, we have to find a way to prepare the materials for the compound medicine. If you want to refine the compound potion, you need a variety of precious materials, although Lu En has a lot of gold galleons. But now he can't get out of school, let alone buy it in Diagon Alley. There will be a few days off after Christmas, but there are still more than 10 days left. He couldn't wait that long. Not to mention that it takes 21 days to cook. The conditions are very harsh, and if you are not careful, you will almost lose all your efforts. The compound potion is still too troublesome. When the frog cub can bring back a transformation technique, it will be good. Have time to visit the Forbidden Forest. Lu En lay in bed thinking about the rich Forbidden Forest. Hagrid guarded it as a ranger, but it was easy to get in with his strength. There will be a herbal medicine class tomorrow morning, so if you go in the afternoon, you should be able to collect a lot of needed materials. After making arrangements for tomorrow's itinerary, Lu En closed his eyes and went to sleep satisfied. Lu En Gerald, if you fell into the devil's vine, how would you save yourself? Professor, as long as you don't struggle. During the herbal medicine class, Professor Sprout nodded in satisfaction and made a gesture for him to sit down. Your knowledge simply amazes me. Thank you, Professor, for the compliment. No, you deserve it, Slytherin points. The Slytherin in the herbal shed has become a little numb, and Lu En can basically get more than 10 in every class. In the current ranking, the first place is Slytherin, who has been watching for 6 years. The little snakes also beat the 3 major colleges easily this year. And the fellow Ravenclaw has already said that it doesn't matter, they can't talk about these superclass problems at all. Although they have wisdom, they are not omniscient. After the herbal medicine class, Luan was ready to pack up and head to the Forbidden Forest to have a look. But less than halfway there, he ran into Snape. "Good afternoon, Professor Snape." "Good afternoon." Snape half squinted his eyes and looked around Luan, but didn't notice the familiar little wizard of Gryffindor. And what made him more concerned was that every little wizard was in groups after class, and only Luan was always alone, except for the little lion who was inseparable from him. School violence. Snape, the half-blood prince, understood that feeling. "Have you read the contents of that notebook?" There was a thick nasal sound, a Snape sound. "No, Professor, I have a lot of things I don't understand." The content of that notebook is really too much, and the knowledge is also very profound. Luan and Hermione researched the problems they concluded in the middle of the night, and there was a large sheet of paper. After hearing Luan's questions, Snape pondered for a while and said quickly, "After dinner, come to my office. Some of these issues are important." He didn't expect Luan to list so many questions, and some of them surprised even him. Especially after hearing that most of these questions were raised by Hermione. "You two are the most talented students I've ever brought this class." Snape sighed softly. Luan and Hermione were always the first or the second to concoct potions in potions class. After the 2 of them were concocted, the other little wizards were still scrambling to add materials. "Then Professor, I'll go first." Luan, who originally wanted to go to the Forbidden Forest, had no choice but to say goodbye to Snape. Now that Snape had initiated the invitation, he had no other reason to decline. As Slytherin's headmaster, Snape had a schedule in his hands. As for being sick, Snape's potion was basically a cure for a disease. It looks like it can only be delayed by a day. Luan's brown eyes gleamed when she told Hermione, who was out of class, about it at the restaurant. But they have another class in the afternoon, so unfortunately they can't go with them. "Ask me these questions by the way." Hermione handed Luan another note, densely packed with potions. "What mass, peeled, weight of crucible, temperature of flame?" Are clearly marked on the paper. Row. Taking the note, Luan glanced at it and put it in his pocket. "Professor Snape, here I come." When there was a knock on Snape's office, the door creaked open automatically after a while. "Come in." A dull voice came from inside. Luan lifted his legs and walked in, closing the door behind him. Snape's office is very small, and the things in it are also miscellaneous: books, potion bottles. At this time, Snape was holding a liquid grass and slowly grinding it into powder. Seeing this, Luan's eyes suddenly lit up. He remembered that Snape's office seemed to have a lot of material he had hoarded. Flower grass, the materials needed to refine high-level potions, you haven't learned yet. But I think you can already learn with your talent. With that said, Snape handed him another book that looked old. "Have time to look at it." "Okay, now let's answer these questions." Luan took the book, which was marked with the title, Advanced Potions Refinement and Analysis. This book is clearly not accessible to first-year freshmen. He glanced at it twice, and the contents inside were also recorded in the notes he received at the beginning. But some of the most basic content is very detailed. By the time he got out of Snape's office, the sun was about to set. The original blank notebook in his hand has already recorded densely scribbled English. No way, Snape was speaking too fast. Looking at the golden sunset, Luan narrowed his eyes. He decided not to go to the Forbidden Forest. Come to Snape tonight. Asterisk. Night is approaching, and the stars are high in the sky. Taking advantage of the moonlight, Luan came to Snape's office with ease. Having been on a night tour a few times, it is natural to have some experience. So far, he has never been caught by Filch once. Wish Snape had more stock. Standing in front of the door, Lu-en thought. He didn't rashly use magic directly to open the closed door, because in Lu-en's eyes he saw the flow of magic behind the door. Divine power. The Shaker's ability was activated, and Lu-en passed through the door and walked into the room. Sure enough, as he expected, the entire classroom was full of traps that had been cast with spells. Professor Snape was really cautious. Just relying on these traps, if he didn't have the ability to blur, he estimated that he would be caught today. I don't know how Hermione got in the first place. He remembered that Hermione stole the ingredients from here to make the concoction. In his line of sight, the contents and structures of the entire house can be seen at a glance, especially behind the desk. There was a secret door hidden tightly under the carpet. This is the path to the basement below. Sorry, Professor Snape. I will try to repay you later. The three sides in Lu-en's eyes began to turn, and immediately, he dived into the floor. When I came to the basement, the bonfire on the wall was burning roaringly, illuminating the darkness where there was no light. There are several rows of tables in this basement. On the tables are some extremely uncommon materials. Those materials probably cost a lot of money to buy. There are even some materials that are basically priceless. Lu-en's eyes lit up. Coming here is much better than going to the forbidden area. It's just that in the face of so many materials, he just chose some supplies for refining the compound medicine, and of course, he also took some other useless materials. He didn't take it blindly either. These lost materials could completely synthesize 7 or 8 kinds of potions. It would also confuse Snape's gaze. Lacewings that have been boiled for 21 days. At this moment, Lu-en suddenly saw a note on the bottle. Isn't this the main ingredient used to make compound medicines? Didn't expect it to be available here. It was simply a surprise. He thought it would take 21 days. After putting all the collected materials into the different space, Lu-en left the basement where some materials had been swept away contentedly. The next morning. Due to the complete materials he got last night, Lu-en is also preparing to make a compound medicine. But this morning Hermione asked him to go out and study on the grass by Black Lake. Black Lake. Hermione, with her laptop in her hand, couldn't wait to ask Lu-en those questions from yesterday. Dating between school bullies is always so simple and boring. The questions Snape had explained to him yesterday were very detailed, and his brain had already understood them all. About the African snake skin, you need to grind it first. Among the many little wizards who passed by and dated, these two people were the most special. The lawn for dating and chatting doesn't know when it became a learning place. No way, because Mrs. Pants left Hogwarts today, so the library didn't open. Hermione had no choice but to choose here. Fortunately, the weather is good today, and the clear sky shines on the sparkling Black Lake. The two of them solved most of the problems with just one question and one answer. After lunch, came the potions class in the afternoon. That is the course taught by Snape. When Lu-en sat in the classroom, he heard a bang and the door was kicked open. The expressionless Snape hurried to the podium. Lu-en, who was more familiar, knew that Snape had definitely discovered that his potion ingredients had been stolen. Harry is going to be out of luck again. Hermione on the side also saw that something was wrong with Snape, and sighed and said with some sympathy. Everyone in the room knew what Snape had done to Harry. And today's Snape looks extraordinarily cold, which can only mean one thing: Harry is going to be unlucky. Lu-en glanced at Hermione unexpectedly. They actually thought of going together. All the little wizards saw that something was wrong, and in the huge classroom, no one dared to make a sound. Harry and Ronald even lowered their heads and dared not speak at all. The ordinary old bat is very scary, and now the angry old bat dare not think about it. Harry Potter. Sure enough, Snape called out the familiar name. Hermione bowed her head, shaking her body. No, Gryffindor's points are gone again. Now it has not become a negative number, and it is completely earned by Hermione in other courses. She is so difficult. Yes, Professor. Harry stood up quickly, he didn't dare to provoke Snape at this time. Now that he has stood up, he can only hope that the points deducted this time will not exceed 10 points. A class ends. Harry and Ronald both looked ashen as they walked down the corridor tremblingly. In this class, the two of them completely broke through the miracle. 30 points were deducted. I really have had enough. Ronald muttered indifferently. Every time he sat next to Harry, he would definitely be targeted by the old bat. Harry, next time I'm going to be next to Luen. Ronald said desperately. Harry trembled and looked at Ronald in disbelief. Ronald, you can't abandon me. Otherwise, let's go skip class. These two brothers and sisters, Luen couldn't help touching his nose when he saw it. Speaking of which, it has something to do with him. After all, the source of Snape's anger was the fact that he took those precious materials last night. Asterisk. At the dinner table in the afternoon, Harry declined an invitation to form a team from Gryffindor Quidditch. He and Ronald were both lying on the table in frustration. Snape hit them too hard today. No academy has ever been able to deduct 30 points in a class. In a way, they also broke the history of the academy. Miss Hermione ate her bread and butter expressionlessly. She didn't think about earning points anymore. Gryffindor was at the bottom of the list anyway. And the Academy Cup will let the remaining 3 academies compete. Destroy it, tired. Luen, who was sitting beside him, looked at the 3 of Gryffindor and didn't know how to comfort him for a while. All this is not to blame James Potter. If he had not been violent at school, it is estimated that Snape would not be so extreme against him. What is this? Father's debt? If Harry hadn't had the same eyes as her mother, he'd probably have been imprisoned by Snape long ago. Come on, eat more fruit. Looking at Hermione who had been nibbling on the bread, Luen kindly handed over a banana. House elves are never vague when it comes to ingredients, and all kinds of fruits are available here. Thanks. Hermione took Luen's banana and shoved the bread and butter into her mouth, looking puffed up on the sides of her cheeks. Just like a hamster, very cute. At this moment, Luen suddenly found a few more photos in his pocket. Was it sent by the frog cub? He took out the photo out of curiosity. The frog cub in the photo was standing on a spring, and there was nothing unusual about it. But after 11 years of raising, Luen can still see the changes of the frog cubs at a glance. Why do you feel like a mother? My delusion. Luen rubbed his eyes. The frog cub in the picture didn't know when he had a pair of long eyelashes, and his lips also had bright red lipstick. That's right. Has my frog always been a female? Can't. In the lower left corner of the photo is also written the date of return. That is 2 days later. Forget it, let's see what the frog cub will bring this time. Holding down his inner curiosity, Luen stuffed the photo back into his pocket. I heard you're dating Cho Chang of Ravenclaw. At this moment, Hermione suddenly asked something inexplicably. However, it was this question that instantly attracted Harry's attention. Autumn Zhang. No, I just met her once, okay? Luen shook his head, denying it outright. Xiao Zhang's face may be attractive to Harry, but in Luen's eyes, it's just average, not outstanding at all. Will he go to contact Xiao Zhang? I don't know who made it. After hearing this answer, both Hermione and Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Who did you hear? Luen asked Hermione with half-squinted eyes. And as far as I know, Xiao Zhang is now in contact with Cedric. Thinking of Cedric sitting in the audience that day, his eyes kept rolling with Xiao Zhang. Even when Xiao Zhang fell into the crowd, Luen found that Cedric almost rushed over. If the captain of Ravenclaw hadn't passed by, it would have been Cedric who was supporting Xiao Zhang. After Luen finished speaking, Harry almost widened his eyes in disbelief. And Hermione was a little nervous after hearing the questioning. Lee Jordan said it. She bought the rumormonger without hesitation. Lee Jordan. Lu-en repeated. He remembered this rumor. He remembered that Lee Jordan seemed to confess a girl when he was explaining it. Looks like I'll have to ask the twins. Lu-en thought maliciously. After dinner, Ronald returned to Gryffindor's dormitory with the distraught Harry, while Lu-en and Hermione studied in the library for a while. The deduction of points has no impact on Hermione's learning status at all, and the learning has to be learned. She studied for herself, not for the college. After all, Hermione's dream was to become Minister of Magic. Lu-en and Hermione parted on the spiral staircase after Madame Pants drove them out of the library. After arriving at Slytherin's common room, Lu-en looked at Malfoy, who was chatting daily, and called him and Crabbe into the dormitory. Is something wrong? Geralt. Malfoy asked curiously. After so many days together, his fear of Lu-en has mostly dissipated. Especially after giving him a game console. Malfoy's opinion of Lu-en changed in an instant. Fine. When Lu-en, who lowered his head, raised his head again, a pair of riding wheels had quietly started to run. I just want you two to go to bed early. With a plop, the two fell directly on the carpet. Lu-en ignored them and started preparing things to make potions. Today is destined to be an extraordinary night. After Lu-en took out the prepared things from the different space, he put all the materials into the crucible, ready to start refining the compound potion. Since there are lacewings that have been boiled for 21 days, it saves a lot of trouble. Just use the existing ones. After brewing for about 3 or 4 hours, the brown potion in the crucible has become a little sticky, and there is a faint smell. Lu-en picked up a clean bottle and took a cup from the crucible. Then a hair of Peter Pettigrew was added. As the hair slowly fell into the cup, the original brown potion instantly turned black, and there was an unpleasant smell. It's just hard to swallow. Lu-en pinched his nose and glanced in disgust. The taste and color of the compound potion are determined by the hair of the person being transformed, and this black potion that always smells bad belongs to Peter Pettigrew. Pooh! The moment he entered, Lu-en couldn't help it, but he still refrained from drinking the rest of the potion. This is also the first time he has refined compound medicine, and I don't know if it will work. Soon, as the compound medicine gradually entered the stomach, the effect of the medicine also started to attack in an instant. I saw that Lu-en's body began to change like a rubber, and his body gradually became larger and his stomach was bulging. The originally golden back has been transformed into Mediterranean-style withered white hair at this time, and the handsome facial features have been replaced by ugly faces. Whether it is bone or figure, it has been changed from the inside out. This is the effect of compound medicine. But this effect is only for an hour. So, he had to go to Professor Quirrell's office as soon as possible. If I remember correctly, the later resurrection of Voldemort is inseparable from Peter Pettigrew. So. Senior Tom, here I come. Lu-en's mouth pulled out an ugly smile. Peter Pettigrew, out. Asterisk. Looking at Peter Pettigrew's figure in the mirror, Lu-en grinned. Now that he has become Peter Pettigrew's appearance, it is natural to do something good. Slytherin's stone gate was opened in the dark night and a fat, short figure walked out slowly. I think, Professor Quirrell's office should be on the 3rd floor. Lu-en, who had been following Quirrell for a long time, naturally took note of his office. At Hogwarts, some professors live in offices, while others have separate bedrooms. For example, Snape lives in Slytherin's dormitory, and the office of the defense class of dark magic is very large, and Professor Quirrell usually lives there. Following the darkened stairs, Lu-en came all the way to the restricted area on the 3rd floor. At this moment, he suddenly turned sideways and hid behind a huge stone pillar. At the corner of the road, a dim yellow oil lamp gradually illuminated the surroundings, and Filch, with messy hair, was patrolling the floor with Mrs. Norris. Those little wizards who were caught at night would be locked in the torture room in the basement by him, and many people who had been caught once were very afraid of him. After Filch left, Luen slowly came out from behind the pillar. F*** is working hard. With a sigh of relief, he walked towards the dark magic defense office in the depths of the corridor. Professor Quirrell's office was lit up and conspicuous in the dark. Not asleep yet? Thinking so, Luen knocked on the wooden door. Please wait. Hearing the knock on the door, Professor Quirrell stopped what he was doing and walked towards the door suspiciously. Who would visit him at such a late hour? Wouldn't it be Snape? Ever since Quirrell had come here to teach dark magic defenses, he'd found out that Snape had been working against him in secret. It's just that his master told him that Snape was just pure personality. You're Peter Pettigrew. When opening the door, Quirrell saw the familiar face, suddenly changed his face and exclaimed loudly. Peter Pettigrew? Voldemort, who was resting on the back of Quirrell's head, also opened his eyes in an instant. Quirrell was also a Hogwarts graduate, how could he not know this wretched and ugly man in front of him? But isn't he dead? Died in a sudden explosion, and was awarded the Order of Merlin, the highest honor of the wizard. You're not dead. Quirrell was a little taken aback, he stammered in surprise. Why do you think I'm dead? No, Peter Pettigrew asked Quirrell, baring his long front teeth. Coco, you weren't in that explosion. It was just a concealment. Peter Pettigrew interrupted, dipping his wand on Quirrell's purple turbaned head. Let's go in and talk. Strangeness. When did Peter Pettigrew become so kind? Voldemort felt the wand on his head, and he couldn't help but froze. Peter Pettigrew is synonymous with a coward in everyone's eyes. But why is Peter Pettigrew here? Quirrell and Voldemort agreed. As the two entered the house, Peter Pettigrew put down the disguised wand in his hand. What do you mean by concealment just now? And what are you doing here tonight? Before Peter Pettigrew could speak, Quirrell asked first. He knew that Peter Pettigrew had absolutely nothing good to do with him this evening. But now he was somewhat interested in what the hero had to say. Hide it, I made the explosion, and I wouldn't have survived without it. Then Peter Pettigrew grinned. As for why I'm looking for you, as a Death Eater, there's no reason for me to kill a wizard, right? When did Peter Pettigrew become so brave? Voldemort was shocked. Luen's past experience of Peter Pettigrew is simply based on newspaper knowledge and speculation. After all, it's been 11 years, and who can remember that long? He can remember that Quirrell was possessed by Voldemort. As for pretending to be or not, he has never been in contact with Peter Pettigrew. Who the hell knows how to pretend? Now all Luen has to do is to disgust Voldemort as Peter Pettigrew and get to know Senior Tom by the way. Eat. Death Eaters. Quirrell froze for a moment, panicking at the sight of the wand already pointed at him. Don't do it. I am also the Master's servant. Really? I don't believe it. Peter Pettigrew stared at Quirrell with a pair of wretched small eyes, and there was a sense of threat. Awada. No. Stop it, Peter Pettigrew. The moment Luen chanted the spell, two different voices came out immediately. One was Quirrell's terrified scream, and the other was a hoarse cry. Master, save me. Quirrell quickly opened the purple hood over his head and pointed the back of his head at Peter Pettigrew. Now you believe that I am the Master's servant. Peter Pettigrew, I am your master. Behind Quirrell's head, a wriggling, fuzzy face stared at Peter Pettigrew, his hoarse roar hitting his heart. Owner. Peter Pettigrew put his wand down and looked suspiciously at the face behind his head. Yes, it's me, the great Dark Lord is about to return. Voldemort looked at Peter Pettigrew, who had put his guard down, and laughed. The reason he didn't let Quirrell tell Snape about him was to prevent a betrayal by the Death Eaters. But Peter Pettigrew in front of him will never. Because he knows the character of this coward. Follow me, what do you want to do? Halfway through his words, Voldemort's eyes suddenly widened. I saw that the wand that had been put down was lifted up again. Follow you? Why should I follow you if you are so weak? Peter Pettigrew grinned with his wand. You. Voldemort looked at Peter Pettigrew in disbelief. He never thought that one day he would be looked down upon by this coward. As long as you and Quirrell are killed here, isn't the third-generation Dark Lord's position mine? Llewyn didn't want to put it on anymore, his wand hand aimed at the wriggling back of his head. Avada Kedavra. You can't, how dare you, Peter? A green glow emanated from Peter Pettigrew's wand with a hideous smile. At a critical moment, Voldemort controlled Quirrell's body to turn a direction, and the green life-suppressing spell directly hit his arm. What? Quirrell let out a terrifying scream. Just when Llewyn was considering whether to give his dear senior another shot, there was a sudden knock on the door. Professor Quirrell, are you all right? It was Filch on patrol outside. Help. After hearing a knock on the door, Quirrell hurriedly shouted. Llewyn frowned, then lowered his wand. It seems that I can only give up the plan to give the senior another shot. Good luck to you. Peter Pettigrew glanced disdainfully at Voldemort, who was still in shock, and then, under the unbelievable gaze of the other party, passed through the wall and disappeared into the room. And Quirrell was still clutching his arm, screaming on the ground in pain. Stop calling you idiots. They'll find me when they come in. Voldemort cursed unwillingly. Then, using the magic power that had recovered a little, he wrapped the purple turban on the ground over his head again. Professor Quirrell, are you all right? At this time, Filch outside also heard the cry for help, and hurriedly kicked the wooden door open. He is a squib, and he doesn't know how to use magic spells. He can only open the door in this simple and rude way. As the wooden door was kicked open with a bang, Filch saw Professor Quirrell laying on the ground and wailing. The other party was holding his arm and kept shaking, and bright red blood was also flowing out of his nose. This is the effect of being hit by the less powerful killing curse. Although Filch was a squib, he had also spent decades at Hogwarts and had never seen any spells. Like a real powerful killing curse, the deceased can't see any injuries at all. But if the force is small, the injured person himself is likely to have a nosebleed and be in pain. Someone attacked Hogwarts at night. Filch's cloudy eyes suddenly fell into panic. This is a big event, and it must be told to Headmaster Dumbledore. Come on, Filch, I'm still alive. Send me to the infirmary, and call Snape. Professor Quirrell looked at Filch, who stayed where he was, stammering tremblingly in pain. Now it doesn't matter if that nasty Snape is targeting him or not, the only one who can save him now is Snape, the potions master. At night, the bathroom on the third floor. Llewyn looked at the hands that were shaking because of the use of Avada, and couldn't help but feel a little regretful. It seems that these unforgivable spells are not so easy to learn. Thinking of the spells recorded in the Forbidden Area, he read them all when he was studying with Hermione. It's just that he lacks experimental subjects, and he has no chance to use it. It was the first time he had used the most vicious killing curse in the legend. I didn't expect it to be so uncontrollable. The moment he cast the spell, Llewyn felt the powerful magic uncontrollable, and then the hand holding the wand trembled. At least half of that green killing curse was knocked out of place. That said, Quirrell's arm just got rubbed. Originally, he wanted to practice another serve, but he didn't expect Filch, who was patrolling outside, to arrive. And his current condition is not very good, because the time has almost passed an hour. In other words, this ugly appearance will not last long and it will change back. Llewyn stood in front of the mirror in the bathroom, his height began to shrink, his chubby body was walking towards thin and strong, and soon, the golden hair grew out again, and he recovered. Tonight's plan is complete. Perfect use of Peter Pettigrew's identity to disgust Voldemort once. When he was playing, he thought that Voldemort would find out that he was pretending one day. As a genius of Slytherin, he would not be unaware of the compound potion. Llewyn didn't care. He just wanted to see what was wrong with Senior Tom. I exchanged some learning experiences with Senior Tom, and he felt that he had a lot of shortcomings and had to study hard. Just like the control of Avada Kedavra. That's why he chose to walk directly through the wall in the back, completely ignoring whether Voldemort found out. After the task was completed, Luen yawned sleepily. Then he went back to his dormitory and went to sleep. I slept very comfortably tonight. But Quirrell and Snape, who were already on the hospital bed, were in complete confusion. What did you say? You told me that coward isn't dead. Snape didn't have his usual composure, and he shouted at Quirrell with wide eyes in disbelief. He even wants to be the Dark Lord? Yes, I watched him cast the killing curse on me, said Quirrell, raising his waxed arm. My arm is the best proof. Following the instructions of an angry Voldemort, Quirrell directly told the fact that Peter Pettigrew was still alive. After the preparation of Snape's potion, Quirrell's little fortune is now preserved, but the arm that has been rubbed will take at least half a month to cultivate. That cowardly rat, still alive. Snape narrowed his eyes, looking at Quirrell, who didn't seem to be lying. According to Dumbledore's guidance, he knew that the Quirrell in front of him had an absolute relationship with Voldemort. But according to Quirrell, Peter Pettigrew was a Death Eater and was going to kill him. And tonight, the relationship between the two parties who are in the same camp has been in conflict. Looks like it's time for a trip to Dumbledore. But the mouse is not dead yet, which is really surprising. There was a glimmer of hatred in Snape's dark eyes, and since you weren't dead, that's fine. In the past, the mouse had been hiding behind the three of them and had no chance to teach him a lesson, but now it is different. I'll let you know what to regret, Peter Pettigrew. Snape's soft voice was clear in the silent corridor. The moonlight fell on the principal's office. Dumbledore's face turned serious after hearing what Snape said. This is such a big lie and joke, Peter Pettigrew didn't die. And he's also a Death Eater, and what's even more ridiculous is the Merlin medal. Snape added. Peter Pettigrew's spy status, even he, an insider who has joined the Death Eaters for a long time, has no news. Predictably, Peter Pettigrew's surrender happened just before the end of the war. And at that time, the guy who betrayed Lily was not Sirius, but the cowardly mouse. Snape gritted his teeth. Asterisk. I didn't expect that the whistleblower back then would be Peter Pettigrew. Dumbledore looked at Snape, who was gnashing his teeth in anger. Calm down, Severus. We cannot determine the truth of this matter. Snape looked at the kind old man in front of him, holding back the anger that was about to burst out of his heart. He originally thought that Sirius was the whistleblower, until Sirius was imprisoned in Azkaban, and it has been 9 years since then. The hatred of Sirius in his heart has been suppressed a lot. But what about now? If Quirrell is telling the truth, it means that the real whistleblower is still at large, and Sirius is being used as a scapegoat for 9 years. Thinking of this, a sense of relief suddenly appeared in Snape's heart. None of the foursomes of the year ended well. Sirius is no exception. Severus, don't you forget that Quirrell and Voldemort are a gang. If Peter Pettigrew was a Death Eater, do you think he would do something like this? Said Dumbledore, who had met Peter Pettigrew in the Order of the Phoenix. He couldn't even believe that the child in front of him belonged to Gryffindor. Because he is too timid, completely different from the nature of Gryffindor. Even Snape wondered how Peter Pettigrew had the guts to pick up his wand, facing Voldemort. Nothing can stand scrutiny. His mind gradually calmed down. What Quirrell said was not to be believed. And according to Filch, Quirrell was alone in the room at the time. So where did Peter Pettigrew escape from? No one knows, not even Quirrell can't say it. Oh, I'll go find out the truth of this matter. Snape looked straight at Dumbledore with dark eyes and said word by word. If it was Peter Pettigrew, I would kill him myself. After speaking, Snape walked out of the principal's office without looking back. Hey, what's this guy's attitude? Dumbledore, I didn't expect something like this to happen under your watch. I said at the time, Tom Riddle is definitely a pure Slytherin. Dean Salazar has a successor. The portraits of the principals hanging high on the wall were talking about each other. Dumbledore didn't have the time to listen to their useless nonsense, his eyes were full of wisdom, and he looked away at the moonlight outside the window. Quirrell, I hope what you say is true. If it is true, then there is still a hero who has been wronged for 9 years in Azkaban. Sirius Black. And Snape, who was walking alone on the dark and deep stairs, stared straight ahead. Now he's going to ask Quirrell properly. No way, after experiencing anger, his mind has calmed down. In the conversation with Quirrell, it was clear that the other party was deliberately hiding something. Is it Voldemort's conspiracy? Snape thought quietly. Eyes wide open, Luen glanced at the 2 wizards who were still sleeping on the carpet, and suddenly patted his head. When I came back yesterday, I forgot to release the illusion for them both. With a snap of their fingers, the 2 of them swayed to their feet. Good morning, you two. Luen greeted politely, then passed the 2 of them and went to wash up. When he walked out of Slytherin's lounge and came to the lobby on the first floor, he realized that snowflakes had begun to fall outside. The cold wind blew up, sweeping the pieces of ice. In the hall, there are already many early wizards eating breakfast and chatting happily with their friends on the table. At the table of Gryffindor, there was also a crowd of people. When Luen walked over, he was greeted warmly by the twins. Good morning, Luen. Good morning, George. Luen nodded. Hey, I'm Fred, not George. Fred, who greeted Luen, reminded helplessly. How can I tell that? Luen was speechless. No way, these 2 people are almost identical in appearance and personality. I am afraid that even the 2 brothers Ronald may not be able to tell the difference. I really don't know what will happen when these 2 find girlfriends. Luen couldn't help but think. After following the twins to Gryffindor's table, he walked over to Hermione's side. No way, after all, the other people were surrounded by many people, and only Hermione was alone. He looked lonely and pitiful. What book are you reading? Luen glanced at the title of the book curiously. The Rules and Techniques of Quidditch. Why do you read this kind of book? He remembered that Hermione didn't seem to have much interest in Quidditch. After all, her flying class was terrible, and she couldn't use the broom well until now. To find out, of course. Hermione took a bite of the bread and placed a copy of the Daily Prophet in front of him. The most eye-catching headlines above are the results of this year's Quidditch matches. Luen glanced at it and lost interest. He's not a huge fan of Quidditch. At this moment, Harry and Ronald, who had just woken up, came over yawning. Good morning. Harry greeted both of them. He and Ronald studied in the middle of the night yesterday and finally got a result. Taking Snape's class was way too many points compared to skipping class. So the 2 of them decided to skip class. It's just that Hermione said something lightly at this time, which made the 2 of them dispel their thoughts. Professor Snape's potions class will have an exam at the end of the semester, if you fail. Although they didn't say everything, Harry and Ronald instantly understood what Hermione meant. Then what should we do? We can't keep deducting points. Harry said desperately. Ronald moved away from Harry without a trace. The deductions were mainly for Harry, he was just incidental. If he was in potions class, he'd be next to Luen. Not only would you not be deducted points, but you could even copy classwork and make some trivial contributions to Gryffindor. Sorry, Harry. Ronald said silently in his heart. Asterisk. There was no potions class for Snape today, so the 2 of them breathed a sigh of relief for a while. The morning class is Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class. The theoretical knowledge has been finished, and it is time to cast the magic spell. The tabby cat that Professor McGonagall turned into sat quietly on the podium. After getting along for the past few days, everyone knew that this cat was Professor McGonagall. So there are no curious little wizards to tease. After all, an older cat girl is not something they can touch. When it was time for class, Professor McGonagall handed everyone a match. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's use the transfiguration spell in this class. With that said, Professor McGonagall pointed his wand at the tall podium, chanting a spell softly in his mouth. Boom! A white mist suddenly drifted past, and soon, the hard podium instantly turned into a pink-skinned pig. You can even hear humming. Wow! Although they had seen Professor McGonagall turn a button into a frog at the beginning of the class, they couldn't help but look surprised. For this semester's Transfiguration final exam, you need to turn a little mouse into a snuff bottle. Professor McGonagall turned the running pig back after a performance. With a flick of the wand, the levitation charm sent the table back to its original position. Hearing the final homework that Professor McGonagall left behind, the little wizards all looked embarrassed. Turning a living thing into a dead thing is a bit beyond recognition for them now. Now what we have to learn is to turn a match into a needle. I believe this is not difficult for some people who listen to the lecture seriously. Professor McGonagall glanced at Luann and Hermione sitting in the front row, first bonus points for completed academies. After hearing the extra points, the little wizards from the 2 academies instantly lit up, and immediately took out their wands and aimed them at the match. However, Luann pulled out his wand unhurriedly. For him who turned the button into a frog in the first lesson, the transformation of this lesson was not difficult. And Miss Hermione next to her also took out her wand, pointed it at the match, and chanted the spell word by word. Transfiguration spell. Soon, under the curious gazes of Luann and Hermione, the match began to twist. After a while, the top half of the match became a metal tip, but the bottom half remained the same, still a long wooden strip. Failed. Hermione continued to wave her wand instead of frustrated. But almost every time there is something wrong. Maybe you can close your eyes, Luann reminded. Hermione's eyes were fixed on the match while the transfiguration charm was being cast, which could easily affect the shape of the needle in her mind. Let me try. Hermione nodded and closed her eyes. Carefully build the shape of the needle in your mind, don't think about the original match. A gentle voice guides her ear. Transfiguration spell. With a pleasant sound, the match in front of him immediately began to twist, and all kinds of accidents did not happen this time. A thin needle shining with metallic luster lay quietly on the table. Impossible transformation, Miss Granger. Professor McGonagall, who was on the podium, came over, picked up the fine needle and glanced at it. Gryffindor adds 10 points. Thank you, Professor, thanks to Luann's help. Hermione hadn't forgotten Luann's guidance to her. Moreover, her desire for college points is not so strong now. Because no matter where you add it back, it will be lost on Harry and Ronald. Miss Hermione was tired. Oh, Mr. Gerald. McGonagall put his eyes on Luann. The match is still on the table in front of him, looks like something's wrong with you. Professor, of course, but I think I can now. Transfiguration spell. Luann picked up his wand and clicked on the match, and a thin needle was quickly deformed, very similar to the one Hermione made. No flaws either. Great job. Professor McGonagall nodded in satisfaction. However, only the first-place finisher can get extra points, so it's a pity that Slytherin didn't get any points for this class. Hermione thought of this too. She pursed her lips, tilted her head and glanced at Luann's profile. I don't know what I'm thinking about. Professor McGonagall, who was walking to the podium, watched the interaction between the little snake and the little lion, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. So good. The sunset glow is beautiful. Especially on snowy days, through the window, the outside seems to be covered with snow white, and even the Black Lake has a thin layer of ice. Since it was too cold outside, the little wizards chose to go back to their bedrooms after class to prepare a cup of hot chocolate milk. Luann and Hermione did not choose to go to the library to study again, because Mrs. Pants got off work early on a snowy day, and according to the ghosts, she went to the Three Broomsticks bar in Hogsmeade for a drink. So now the only places to go are their respective colleges. Luan held Hermione's notebook in the charms class in his hand and parted from Hermione at the head of the stairs. When he returned to Slytherin, Luan also paid a special visit to Professor Quirrell. Dear Professor Quirrell was lying on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, looking half dead. He just glanced at it from a distance and turned back. Just don't die. Recently, his killing curse has made a lot of progress, and he is thinking about whether to go to Senior Tom to practice his hand. But seeing Quirrell like this, after thinking about it, let it go. After all, he is also a person. The wool also has to wait for the wool to grow. Back in the Slytherin's lounge, Malfoy and Crabbe were playing wizard chess. Do you want to play together? Luan raised his eyebrows and walked over. After 2 glances, he went back to his bed. He wasn't interested in wizard chess. If you have that time, you might as well study hard. Turning on the bedside lamp, Luan took out Hermione's notebook. The beautifully continuous font line by line made notes of what Professor Flitwick said, and his keen vision led him to spot a long brown curly hair. There is still a faint fragrance left on it, which is Hermione's hair. Looking at this long hair, Luan thought about it and put it away. In case it comes later. As we all know, Slytherin has not been compatible with Gryffindor since its establishment, and there is hardly any friendly communication between the people of the 2 houses. But joining Slytherin's freshmen this year, Luan Geralt is definitely an outlier. He does not have the arrogance of those snakes, nor their ambition, nor any unscrupulous performance. Even most of the little wizards in Gryffindor had a crush on him. When eating at Gryffindor, his green scarf and robe stood out. That splendid blonde hair and handsome facial features attracted the attention of those little witches. So, this is a love letter to me from the little witch of Gryffindor. Luan scratched his head, looked at a letter dripping with love wax that Harry handed him, and asked inexplicably. Yes, after all, I promised her. Harry gave a wry smile. Just last night, while he was resting in the Gryffindor common room, a freckled little witch stopped her, blushing and asking Harry to do her a favor. And Harry, who faced this kind of thing for the first time, agreed immediately without thinking. After all, that little witch is still very beautiful. Although not as good-looking as Cho Zhang, Harry thought regretfully. Then the little witch handed him a letter under Harry's suspicious eyes. Please help me get it to Luan, I see you're getting pretty close to him. The voice fell, and the little witch ran back to the bedroom with a blushing face. And Harry froze in place with the letter shoved into his hands. So, it wasn't for him. It's for Luan. Harry's heart was devastated, and this was another emotional blow to him after learning that Qiu Zhang was dating Cedric. Forget it, I'm not interested in her. Luan shook his head and dropped the letter in his hand on the table. What's not interesting? At this time, Hermione, who had just arrived at the restaurant, asked curiously. It's nothing, it's just a letter. Luan pointed to the letter on the table, then asked suspiciously, Are you here so late today? It was almost 8 o'clock in the morning, and by this time, Hermione was already sitting in her seat, eating breakfast and doing her homework. Letter? Hermione was stunned, turned her head slightly and saw the envelope marked with love. Is this a love letter? The girl narrowed her eyes and realized that something was wrong. Someone wants to steal a home. I sorted out the theoretical content of the charms class last night, so I went to bed a little late. Notes for you. Hermione handed Luan the notes in her hand, and Luan would borrow them to study them after she finished taking notes. She simply brought it over consciously. Luan also took the notebook unceremoniously. Hermione's notes were very comprehensive and detailed in every aspect, and he preferred to read Miss Granger's manuscripts rather than textbooks with complicated nouns. Why don't you buy books next semester? This can also save a lot of Jean Gallion, which is just used to buy some potion materials. The relationship between the two of you is really good. It's almost inseparable, like my 2 brothers. When Ronald saw this scene, he couldn't help but think of his twin brother who often played pranks. The two of them have been inseparable since they were born, and no matter where they go, there will be two identical shadows. Won't you two get bored? Ronald couldn't help asking. Aren't you and Harry the same? Miss Hermione smiled and said the same thing to Ronald. Ronald was like a follower, following Harry all day long. Hey, we two are best friends. So are both of us. Just like children fighting, the two of them fought directly at the dining table, until the time for class finally stopped. Damn it, Harry, let's go. The two were fighting against each other. Ronald, who was not high enough in IQ, was mad at Hermione's counterattack. The dirt on your nose hasn't been removed yet. Under Hermione's sneering gaze, Ronald stood up and directly pulled Harry up and ran away in anger. The unpleasantness caused by seeing that love letter has also dissipated a lot. Thinking of the love letter, she turned to look at Luann, who was full. Want something to eat? Seeing Hermione looking at him with a smile, Luann brought her a piece of bread, and then the two went to the big lawn to prepare for class. Flying lessons. Mrs. Hooch had prepared brooms for each little wizard early. Due to the accident that happened to Neville last time, she set a big push after the class started. In the last flying class, most of the gifted little wizards learned the flying spell. That doesn't include Hermione. Miss Granger was gifted in other ways, but the flying charm was never able to fly. Stand up. Hermione chanted the magic spell on the broom lying on the ground, and then the broom that had been motionless suddenly flew straight up. And a little wizard in Slytherin who was standing in front of her was unlucky and was hit directly on the shoulder by the broom. I'm sorry. Hermione quickly apologized. Hey, you bloody mudblood. An expletive came out of Slytherin's little wizard's mouth, and it was clear that the apology wasn't accepted. Luann, who was standing on the side, heard the curse words, his pale blue eyes narrowed. He knew the foul-mouthed Slytherin in front of him, a noble wizard who talked about pure blood in the hall every day, Beige Shafik. I think you should wash your mouth. Hermione didn't understand mudblood, but that didn't mean Luann didn't. Gerald, you Slytherin betrayer, is too embarrassed to speak of me. Shafik looked at Luann, who was standing beside Hermione, and sarcastically spoke directly. In Slytherin, many wizards have called Luann, who was close to Gryffindor, a traitor. Yes. Luann was not polite. He took out his wand and pointed it at him. What do you want to do? Shafik looked at the wand aimed at him, and had a bad feeling in his heart. Mrs. Hooch is on the big lawn. If the other party takes the lead, there will be absolutely no good fruit to eat. Thinking of this, he felt a little relieved. Luann's academic performance is obvious to all, and he believes that he may not be able to play Luann. You think I don't dare to do it? Looking at Shafik, who became fearless, Luann smiled. The front teeth match. Just took you to try your new spell. A ray of light emerged from the wand and directly hit the stunned Shafik. He actually did it. At this time, Hooch also discovered the situation here. She hurriedly trotted over and shouted angrily. What are you two doing? I'm going to tell your dean everything here. The magic spell made Shafik's front teeth very long. As an alternative to the attack spell, the incisor matchstick will only make people's front teeth very long, and it will not be restored by other magic spells. In other words, Shafik will be taking this ridiculous pair of front teeth to class in the past few days. As for telling Snape, Luann can only say that there is such a good thing. Asterisk. After the flying lesson was over, the angry Mrs. Hooch deducted 20 points from Slytherin. And also told Snape about the fight between the two. Luann, this is all my reason. Hermione whispered guiltily, looking at Luann, who had come out for her. I'll go with you. I'll explain it to Professor Snape. No. Luann shook his head and refused. After hearing Shafik's mudblood curse, Luann knew that he must not be punished today. And Shafik was in front of a group of pure-blood wizards, glaring at Luann with ridiculous front teeth. Malfoy was not among them, he directly chose to watch the play neutrally. When he saw that Shafik dared to taunt Luan, he knew that Shafik was going to be unlucky. But Hermione bit her lower lip, not knowing what to say for a moment. After all, she accidentally caused this matter, but now it was Luan who took care of her. Okay, don't worry. Luan stroked her brown curly hair, comforting. Professor Snape knows who to punish for anyone. Soon, Snape, who came to lead the flight class, took Luan and Shafik away with a blank expression under Hermione's worried eyes. Inside Snape's small office. Tell me, Geralt and Mr. Shafik. Snape's eyes twitched as he looked at the two of them with a fearless look. I really don't know why these two don't look a little scared. Shafik was not afraid, because Luan made the first move, and he didn't even fight back. And Luan is simpler, Shafik cursed first. And it was the mud blood that Snape didn't want to hear. Sure enough, after hearing Luan's explanation, Snape's face darkened instantly. Shafik, you insulted Granger Mudblood first. Snape narrowed his eyes and his voice grew colder. Yes, but Luan moved first. Shafik also noticed something was wrong at this time, and he quickly pointed out Luan's violent behavior. Ah! Snape sneered and turned to look at Luan, eyes filled with shadows. Geralt, go and make a copy of the note I gave you. Give it to me before Christmas. After hearing this punishment, Shafik's face instantly brightened, but he didn't see Luan's mouth corners couldn't help but smile. As for you, Shafik. Snape suppressed the unknown anger in his heart, and said the punishment in a cold voice. You go to Filch and confine yourself, 3 days of confinement. No, Professor, why is that? Hearing his punishment, Shafik's eyes widened immediately, looking very funny with those long front teeth. You must know that Filch's confinement was abolished a few years ago, mainly because it was too cruel and not suitable for the physical and mental development of the little wizards. But now Snape had let him go to confinement. What are you kidding? There is no reason, you have to pay for your words and deeds. Snape looked at Shafik, who was a little unconvinced, his expression unmoved. From tonight. After speaking, Snape kicked the two of them out of the room. Good luck, Mr. Mole. Luan said to Shafik with a smile. I'll be back sooner or later. Shafik, who was laughed at, gritted his teeth, and after he said a harsh sentence, he turned and left. If you say anything bad, say Mudblood. Luan looked at the leaving back and chuckled lightly. It's not self-inflicted. Lily, if I hadn't said it back then. In the basement, Snape was restless, holding some old photo frames. If he hadn't spoken out about Mudblood, maybe there wouldn't have been anything about James Potter. However, he still said it at that time. I'll find the damn whistleblower. Snape muttered to himself, stroking the young woman on the album. Peter Pettigrew. When Luan returned to the restaurant safe and sound, Hermione, who had been waiting for him, ran over. Well, what punishment did Professor Snape give you? We can share it together. The little witch said worriedly beside him. Luan's heart warmed. Professor Snape just asked you to make a copy of your notes. After hearing Luan finish, Hermione opened her eyes wide and repeated in disbelief. Yes, to him before Christmas. Luan nodded. Shafik is rather miserable. He is going to find Filch for 3 days of confinement. 3 days of confinement? Harry and Ronald, who were also sitting on both sides, looked incredulous. When will that old bat be so fair? Did we think wrong, Professor Snape? Harry, who was deducted from small syndrome, said involuntarily. S confinement is not a good thing. I heard my brother Percy say it. It was a torture. Ronald has often heard Percy use Filch to scare him since he was a child, and naturally knows the horror of that confinement. A few people rested in the restaurant for a while and then parted ways. Luan and Hermione are going to the library to take notes together. He didn't refuse Hermione's help either. Because there are too many notes to copy. It would take him 3 or 4 days to copy by himself. After Mrs. Pins interrupted her daily study and forced the library to close. Only then did Lu-en realize that it was time for quiet school. See you tomorrow. Goodbye, see you tomorrow. Lu-en waved goodbye to Hermione and hurried back to the Slytherin Point lounge. When he got to the lounge, he saw Shafiq, who was about to go out. Gerald, wait for me. Shafiq said something vicious, turned around and prepared to leave the lounge, and went to find Filch for confinement. Lu-en glanced at the defenseless figure and waved his wand lightly. Bang! Shafiq screamed, and he didn't know when he fell to the ground. After hearing the screams, Lu-en returned to the dormitory contentedly. Tonight just happened to be the day when my frog cub came back. I don't know what good things the frog cub will bring back. When he returned to the dormitory, his frog cub had already fallen asleep on the bed. Thanks for your hard work. Lu-en put the frog cub into the den by the bed, and turned to look at a small bottle lying on the bed. The bottle was filled with water. What is this? Lu-en looked at the bottle curiously, and then the specific content appeared in his perspective. Nianguaquin, 500 milliliters, a souvenir from Grandma. Effect: convert the male user who drank the spring water into a female, but it will only last for a period of time. Usage: just drink it directly. As a friendly reminder, 1 drop can last for 12 hours of sexual transformation, and it may never change back after drinking it all. Asterisk. Lu-en looked at the bottle full of unknown spring water in his hand and fell into doubt. Mother drowning in spring? Can the gender of a person be converted? Thinking of this, he quickly raised his head and looked at the frog cub sleeping in the nest. I didn't notice it just now, and now I realize that my frog cub has changed into a different look. The lotus leaf hat is dotted with flowers, and the green dots have some blush on either side of the cheeks. It looks even cuter. My frog cub has become a mother. Lu-en muttered to himself. Boom. At this moment, the door of the dormitory was opened, and it was Malfoy with blonde hair and his sidekick Crabbe who entered. Good evening, Gerald. Malfoy raised his eyebrows and greeted Lu-en. Good evening, Malfoy. Lu-en put the small bottle in the drawer and turned to look at Malfoy. Do you want to experiment with it first? What do you want? Malfoy was furious with Lu-en's staring eyes, and he always felt that something bad was about to happen. Nothing. After thinking about it, Lu-en still gave up. 1 drop can transform people for 12 hours, and sooner or later they will find something abnormal in the morning, and then there will be no way to explain it. However, maybe Harry. Thinking about it, for some reason, Harry, who had been targeted by Snape, suddenly appeared in his mind. What if Harry became Harry? Well, Snape's expression must be funny. Thinking of this, Lu-en's eyes lit up. Going to see Harry tomorrow to discuss it, it just happens to be able to solve his recent troubles, which is completely killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In order to prevent accidents, Lu-en specially separated out 2 or 3 drops of Nianguaquin and put them in a small bottle. This bottle is used for refining potions, and there is basically no problem of leakage. As for the remaining 500 milliliters large bottle of Nianguaquin, he put it into his own magical space. It's always safest there. Unless someone took out his other eye. Having spent an entire afternoon in the library today, Hermione was with him, and the 2 of them almost copied half of what was in the notes. So at night, he just wanted to get a good night's sleep. Yawned. Lu-en glanced at the 2 Malfoys who were excited to play games every night, and couldn't help shaking his head. The 2 had been late for class several times recently, causing Slytherin to lose a lot of points. Internet addiction is a terrible thing. Thankfully he didn't. Turning off the light on the bedside, Lu-en lay on the bed, a pair of pale blue eyes looking at the green water world outside the window. The breathing gradually calmed down. The next day dawned. Lu-en put on Little Snake's unique wizard robe, took a brief shower, put the small bottle that had been filled with Mangekyō last night into his pocket, and went to the restaurant on the first floor. The place where Hogwarts was located was a steep cliff, and it was almost winter, and the howling cold wind was blowing the robes. The grass on the big lawn was blown into a circle of ripples. The sky is a little gloomy today. When Luen came to Gryffindor's table with his messy hair, Hermione leaned over immediately. He put the notes that he spent all night sorting out in front of him. "I've finished the rest of the notes." Miss Hermione, with dark circles under her eyes, raised her head proudly, as if waiting for a compliment. "Is this what you did last night?" Luen picked up the thick paper and was a little surprised for a while. To know that he and Hermione together, it took him an afternoon to finish halfway. But the rest? Luen was taken aback when he looked up to see the dark circles under the brown eyes. "What time did you stay up late last night?" he asked, frowning. "What?" Hermione was stunned, but when she saw Luen's frown, she didn't know why, and her heart suddenly became empty. "Also, it's 2 o'clock. The girl said hesitantly. 2 o'clock. Looking at the girl who bowed her head because of her guilty conscience, Luen wanted to blame, but he didn't know what to say. Because Hermione was helping him with his homework. "The two of us can do it together today." Luen sighed helplessly as he looked at Hermione, who unconsciously turned his face to the side. "Don't do it again next time." "Aha." Miss Hermione regained her spirits and nodded hastily. The brown curls scattered in the air brought a floral fragrance. "Morning, Lou and Hermione." The normally dejected duo sat across from the two, and it was Harry and Ronald who came. "Why do you two look so depressed?" Luen ordered a glass of chocolate milk from the house elf, took a sip from the straw, and asked Harry and the two of them by the way. "The two of them are because there is a potions class today." Hermione also ordered a drink and explained for the two troubled brothers. Before potions class, both of them would be like this. "Miss Jack of all trades, you don't understand how scary Snape is." Ronald couldn't help but retorted. Even Harry nodded. "Snape catches me every class." Harry was almost numb now. "Really, then why don't you study hard?" Miss Hermione pushed the potion notes in front of the two of them. "If you both learn it, he shouldn't have any other reason to deduct points from you, right? All learned, you think too highly of the two of us." Harry said bitterly. If they could learn it, they would have gone to learn it long ago, mainly because they couldn't learn it. If you read that knowledge once, you will definitely forget it the next day. I have a good way to keep you from being targeted by Snape. Luen drank the hot chocolate milk in his hand and whispered to Harry, "Would you like to try?" "What way?" Hearing that there was a way, Harry immediately opened his eyes wide and refreshed. Now he can do anything except skip class, as long as it can keep him from being targeted. "Of course, my method requires your cooperation." Luen said and took out a small bottle from his pocket. "You can't tell others about this, including Professor Snape." "Of course. I won't say it." Harry said excitedly. "Me too." Ronald next to him also said, "As long as Harry is not targeted, he will not be targeted either." But only the keen Miss Hermione noticed the problem, and that was the tiny bottle that looked like it was a potion practice bottle. "If that's the case, then come on." Luen couldn't hold back his smile, ordered another glass of chocolate milk and handed it to Harry. At the same time, he put a drop of the Mangekyō in his hand into it. "Please use." Before he could finish his words, Harry couldn't wait to drink it. Under Harry's suspicious gaze, Luen couldn't help laughing. "Harry, oh no, Miss Harry. Trust me, Snape will never target you again." Asterisk. Harry, who had just finished drinking the chocolate milk, was full of question marks after hearing Luen's words. "Miss Hallie? What's the meaning?" Then, before he could ask further questions, Ronald, the good brother sitting beside him, suddenly widened his eyes and shouted in astonishment. "Harry, Harry, your body and hair, what's going on?" After hearing Ronald shout, Harry looked over in confusion. However, before he could react, he felt as if his vision was blocked by his hair. He knows that his hair grows very fast due to magic, but it won't directly cover his eyes. No, it's his hair that's getting longer. Luan, you just gave me a drink. Harry was about to ask, but halfway through, he suddenly realized that his voice seemed to have changed. The originally hoarse voice has now become soft and soft, like the cry of a nightingale. What exactly is going on? Harry was in shock. His voice and his hair, everything changed dramatically. Haven't found it yet? Luan pointed to his chest. Congratulations, now you've turned into a girl. Hermione subconsciously looked at Harry's chest along her fingertips and was stunned. The little witch fell into silence. You better see for yourself. Luan threw a mirror directly to Harry. He really didn't expect Nyang Wuchuan's strength to be so strong. The Harry in front of him was simply a different person. Long hair draped behind his head, some feminine features, and a beautiful figure. It's not Harry anymore, it's Harry. Harry blinked his beautiful green eyes, and turned his gaze to the mirror. However, what the mirror reflected was a beautiful girl who looked very similar to him. No, this is him. How did he become like this? Harry's suspicious eyes slowly shifted to Luan, waiting for an explanation. The potion refined by mistake can keep you in your current state for 12 hours. Luan said. I have done experiments in advance, and there is no harm. But I only have so much in my hands. He raised the small bottle in his hand and said to Harry. But does this have anything to do with Snape not targeting me? Harley is still a little not used to the current state. After all, what is on her chest affects her actions. This potion is amazing. Ronald was on the side, staring straight at Harry and muttering to himself. One thing to say, the transformed Harley is definitely a more beautiful type. Don't look at Ronald. Harry felt Ronald's gaze and reminded angrily. Snape generally doesn't target women, does it? Luan laughed. It seems, is it true? Harry hesitated and nodded in agreement. Now that you're a woman, is Snape going to target you? After all, Snape was targeting Harry who looked like James. And this Harley who looks like Lily in front of me, if Snape sees it. Thinking of this, Luan couldn't wait to see what Snape looked like. This morning happened to be a potions class. So the four of them went to the basement for class after breakfast. Harry complained as he walked with the book in his hands. It feels really uncomfortable, especially the stuff on the chest. And Miss Hermione didn't want to talk at all, she just walked silently behind Luan. I don't know what will happen to Luan after the transformation. Seeing Luan's figure, Hermione suddenly thought. Come on Harry, let me hold the book for you. Ronald, who was a good friend, walked over immediately and took the book from Harry's chest. Thank you. The crisp sound made Ronald's body stiffen slightly. No, you're welcome. Aren't we good friends? We should. Luan, who fell behind the front duo, looked more and more wrong. Does he feel like Ronald is interested in Harry? He must have thought wrong. Are you tired? Let me hold the book for you. Luan said to Hermione, who was walking with his head down while holding the book. Without waiting for her to respond, the handsome little wizard took away the pile of books in her arms. Thanks. Hermione whispered. Nothing, I should do it. The boy shrugged and walked into the back row of the classroom alongside the girl. The two of them are used to sitting in the corner of the classroom, so generally no one will occupy this corner. After Luan took his seat, he prepared all the materials for the blood tonic that he was going to make today. Over time. Soon Snape opened the door and walked in quickly, his robes puffed up by the wind like a big flying bat. Okay, what we are going to learn today is blood supplements. I don't want your troll brains to be unable to learn the simplest potions. Snape's daily taunt. Now, let me ask, who knows the specific formula of the blood supplement? Harry Potter. It's over. It's over. Harry, who bowed his head, was suddenly desperate when he heard her name. The idea given by Luen is useless at all. Harry. Professor, I don't know. Harry stood up, bowed his head and replied as usual. Your mind is still, Lily. At this moment, Snape was suddenly stunned, and an incredible cry came out of his mouth. When Snape saw the figure standing up, he immediately froze in place. That face and those emerald green eyes were all very familiar. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Snape shook his head quickly, blinked and looked at Harry again. It's still the same, it hasn't changed back. Harry, what's the matter with your appearance? Snape stepped forward hastily, meeting those panicked green eyes. It's so similar, it's exactly the same as Lily. That disgusting face finally disappeared. When I was practicing the transformation spell, something happened. But Professor McGonagall said it would change back soon. Hallie gave the reasons that had been discussed this morning. Yes. Disappointment flashed in Snape's eyes when he heard that he would soon be back. Sit down, and listen carefully to the next class. After speaking, Snape walked back to the podium. Snape didn't deduct his points. Harry's emerald green eyes widened in disbelief. Unexpectedly, the method Luen gave her actually worked. She calmed down her trembling mood and slowly sat down in her seat. I didn't expect Snape to not deduct your points. Even Ronald stared at him and exclaimed in a low voice. I didn't expect. Harry shook his head in confusion. Is it really like what Luen said, Snape doesn't target women? Forget it, why think so much? Snape didn't deduct points from her anyway. You know, Gryffindor will definitely lose more than 10 points as long as he is called up in every potions class. Even Ronald was implicated. But now she is different. Thinking, a smile appeared at the corner of Harry's mouth. Ronald next to him was stunned for a moment. Your good brother looks so attractive. Snapped. The wand in Snape's hand fell to the ground, and he bent down to pick it up with trembling hands. So similar. That smile, those eyes. For the first time since the beginning of class, Snape, who had been staring at Harry, felt flustered. It's just that after today, Harry will change back to that annoying face. Snape thought regretfully. It's just that Professor McGonagall has a class on transfiguration spells. Snape was suddenly confused. Forget it, Professor McGonagall's class took care of him. Lily. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the girl who was talking and laughing with Ronald. The people of the Weasley family are a little annoying. Ronald, answer me. Snape half squinted his eyes and called Ronald in a thick nasal voice, how long does it take to boil the water of life and death? Huh. Ronald, who was called out, looked blank. Professor, we haven't learned there yet. Aren't you going to preview in advance? After hearing Ronald's answer, Snape snorted coldly. You go sit next to Luen. Let him replenish your barren brain. Ronald pursed his lips, and reluctantly picked up the book and went to the corner. Why do I feel like Snape is targeting me? He whispered towards Luen. But he's always targeted Harry before. But she's Hallie now. Luen said with a sideways glance at him. Why, you want to try this medicine too? No, I don't want it. Ronald, who was afraid of being drugged, immediately closed his mouth. Although Harry became like that, and it looked very seductive, but let him also become like that, or forget it. The potion content in this class is very simple. It is to boil some ordinary blood tonics, which is the most common potion. Ronald follows in the footsteps of Luen and Hermione in a dignified way. The speed of these two scholars has always been the fastest refining. Ronald wanted to imitate, but he had just put the material in half, and the two people next to him had already covered the crucible. He was dumbfounded. Are these two people so fast? In desperation, he could only learn step by step according to the content in the book. Professor Snape was patrolling the potions classroom, staring at Harry from time to time, and today. But Harry always felt something was wrong with his eyes. Eye-catching, complicated. After Luann and Hermione finished cooking, Snape also gave the two academies 10 points without hesitation. However, Ronald's crucible suddenly exploded during the brewing process. Thanks to Luann hastily pulled Hermione aside. This did not let the hot potion get cheap on the two of them. Hermione patted her chest with a lingering fear, her eyes glaring at Ronald. Don't you know that cold water is not allowed when brewing potions? The book says. Red hair was covered in stubble. Ronald wanted to talk back. The farce here caught Snape's attention unsurprisingly. Gryffindor's very much gone. As time goes on, this lesson will also come to an end. Even Harley, who doesn't have any talent for potions, has finished cooking. This gave her a sense of accomplishment. You must know that in the first few lessons, under Snape's fault, he never succeeded in refining. This is really good. But unfortunately, this form can only last for 12 hours. What about the next potions class? Harry thought silently. At this moment, Snape, who had been wandering in the classroom, also came to the side of Harley, who had turned into a girl. He glanced at the pot of peculiar smell of blood tonic and frowned slightly. But after seeing that handsome face, he immediately stretched out. Well done, much better than the previous few times. Snape's faint voice sounded. Gryffindor plus 10 points. It's just for Lily's sake. He thought. Harley, who heard the bonus points, immediately raised her head in surprise, her bright emerald green eyes looking at Snape with surprise. This was the first time she had added points to Snape's class. It's simply too rare. Noticing those familiar eyes, Snape turned his head subconsciously. You would never have thought that I would be awarded points by Snape. After class, among the 4 people who were preparing to go back to the restaurant together, Harley said with a face full of surprise. This is nothing short of a miracle. We all heard it. Hermione was speechless after Luann. This sentence, Harry said at least 3 or 4 times. Even Ronald nodded in agreement. Harley has been talking since the beginning of Get Out of Class, and she is still talking now. It's so annoying. Luann, this method you gave me is amazing. Looking at Harley, who was about to lean over, Luann immediately turned and walked to the side. He knew that the girl in front of him was a real man. What's more, the appearance of Harley in front of him is not amazing to him. At least there is a gap compared to Hermione. He looked at Miss Hermione and thought. What are you looking at? Miss Hermione, who was being stared at, blushed involuntarily. Mainly Luann's eyes were fixed on her, and he nodded in satisfaction from time to time. Of course you look good. Luann said it without hesitation. Asterisk. After 4 people came to the restaurant. Luann suddenly remembered doing nothing. I forgot to give the notes to Snape. Looking at the notes held in his arms, he suddenly remembered. It's okay, isn't Professor Snape's class still available the day after tomorrow? Harry said with a smile. She had nothing to fear from Snape's class now. Especially since Snape gave her a lot of points in this class. It made Harry's impression of Snape a lot better. But Ronald was in trouble. He found that Snape was not targeting Harry, but him. Whoever asked you to refine a blood tonic would make the cauldron explode. Luann said speechlessly. The content of the book is clearly organized, how can there be mistakes? Luann was puzzled. It said to be mixed with cold water. Speaking of this, Ronald flushed and defended himself loudly. However, the cold water needs to be added when the refining is finished and bottling. Hermione was also very speechless. She basically read the contents of the book once, and there were no words that she couldn't understand, so how could she not understand it? Ronald was at a loss for words this time. What can he say? He's just a little idiot after all. Have a pumpkin pie and a glass of chocolate milk. Lu-en sat at the table and ordered a meal for lunch today. Drinking chocolate milk every day will make you fat. Hermione saw the hot cup of dark chocolate milk and suddenly realized that Lu-en had been drinking this thing for the past few days. And also get cavities, it's terrible. After hearing Miss Hermione's intimidation, Lu-en didn't take it seriously. If there are cavities, then please. Mr. Granger is a good dentist. I believe that Miss Granger has also learned a lot of knowledge from her eyes and ears. Well, I'm not going to help you. Seeing the unmoved Lu-en, Hermione shook her head and ordered a cup of black tea. She prefers tea to chocolate. Hey, Gerald. I knew you were here. Just after Lu-en took a sip of milk, a familiar voice came from behind. The eyes of Harry and Ronald, who were sitting opposite him, became somewhat hostile. Why are you looking for me? When he turned his head, Malfoy with blonde hair came into view. Malfoy glanced at the group of four, but he paused noticeably when he saw Harry. Flint asked me to tell you, come to practice Quidditch tomorrow. Quidditch? There will be no time tomorrow afternoon. He originally wanted to go to the library to read books related to potions. But help me tell him I'm not free tomorrow afternoon, and I have to finish Professor Snape's punishment for me. The conflict between him and Shafik had already spread in Slytherin. Especially after learning that Shafik had been locked up by Snape, the only thing everyone discussed every day was these two people. Because the word confinement hasn't been used at Hogwarts for a long time. Okay, I'll tell him. Malfoy nodded. He also knew about Lu-en's punishment. It's just that compared to Shafik, who was locked up, it's simply not worth mentioning. What's more, he was the one who took the initiative. Many pureblood wizards felt that Snape's actions were unfair, but no one dared to point it out. Blame Snape, they'd be crazy to go. After answering, Malfoy didn't leave, but stayed where he was, hesitating to say something. What's wrong? Lu-en questioned. What's left to say? That's right, what's the name of the lady over there? Malfoy pointed at Harry, who looked stunned. Make a friend, my name is Draco Malfoy. Saying that, under Lu-en's incredible gaze, Malfoy extended a small hand to Harry. Good guy. Long experience. Go away, who wants to know you? Harry was just like eating a big dung egg, and his face was ugly to death. She had never imagined that Malfoy would talk to her. Seeing Malfoy with a gentleman's smile, Harry couldn't help but want to throw up. She wanted to change back quickly. That's a pity. Malfoy, who was rejected, withdrew his hand with a bad look on his face. This is the second time he has been rejected as a friend. Last time was Harry. Puff. Seeing such a familiar face, Ronald couldn't help laughing. Redhead, it's you again. Malfoy glared at him. Why, you're not with your good friend Harry. Abandoned, poor follower. The sarcasm did not affect Ronald, who was laughing out loud. He knew that the witch sitting next to him was what Harry had become. This kind of thing, I'm afraid Malfoy can't think of it. Finally, under Lu-en's strange gaze, Malfoy gritted his teeth and left with a gloomy expression. He's interested in Harry, Hermione said softly, lying beside him. But the silence around her made her words heard by both Harley and Ronald. I suddenly think it's better to be targeted by Snape. Harry said helplessly. When Malfoy came over to befriend him just now, he was taken aback. Although she said that her body is female now, it does not mean that he is psychologically female. Compared with this body, he still prefers the original body that has been with him for 11 years. This kind of thing is up to you, and the rest of the potion will be given to you as a Christmas present. Lu-en threw the small bottle of Nianguaquin from his pocket to Harry. Christmas is just around the corner, so it's time to give a gift in advance. Thanks. Harry didn't refuse either, and took a small amount of Nianguaquin and put it in his pocket. In case it comes later. He loves this Christmas present. After spending some time with the two of them, Luann and Hermione left the table to go for a walk by the Black Lake. Sitting in the library all day is boring, even someone as studious as Hermione would get bored. So take it easy today. Asterisk. On the edge of Black Lake. The golden sunlight was blocked by thin clouds, shadows were cast on the lawn, and the emerald green grass was slowly blown by the breeze. Today is a good day. Ah, Luann, I can't control it. It's going to fly away. Why did you catch it? Luann looked at Hermione, who was holding the broomstick tightly, and quickly picked up the wand and cast a spell to stop. Just about to move, the broom that yearned for the sky was quiet. And the little witch, who had been holding the broom, gasped for breath. It's so hard, I can't control it at all. Hermione said in frustration, looking at the broom in her hand. After entering Hogwarts, it was the first time she met something she couldn't. That is the use of the flying spell. Your talent is really good, no matter what. Hermione looked at Luann and said enviously. Harry also learned to fly in his first lesson, but not his potions class. Hermione, on the other hand, was on par with Luann in other classes, but fell short in flying class. With that in mind, Luann seems to be the most gifted in every way. Maybe. Luann touched his nose. Talent, maybe he has some talent, but only he knows it. The huge dragon-killing magic power in his body is the foundation that allows him to learn everything quickly. For the mastery of magic, it can be said that no one can surpass him. Okay, let's learn slowly. Luann held Hermione's broom, ready to give her a demonstration. For Hermione, who can't grasp the flying broom, I have been learning with Luann here this afternoon. Luann is in charge of coaching, while Hermione is the actual combat. Okay, read the spell of the flying spell, feel the flow of your own magic, and let it fly slowly. Luann was demonstrating, and soon the broom was off the ground. But he didn't like the feeling of flying on the broom because it made him uncomfortable. Occasionally Fei is okay, but if it takes a long time, it is estimated that it will be broken. So he decided to retire on the spot after playing Quidditch this year. After flying around the sky, Luann landed in front of Hermione. Simple to say, but what does the flow of magic feel like? Miss Hermione could not feel any movement in her body. Luann slapped his forehead. It may be that his magic is a little different from others, so he can feel it. Find out for yourself first. Looking at Miss Hermione practicing alone again, Luann frowned. When he was flying in the sky just now, he felt a little dizzy. Although it was very slight, he still felt it. Is it a side effect of Dragon Slayer crystal? The seasickness last time and the sudden appearance of the broom caused him to have guesses. After just fusing the Dragon Slayer crystal, he took a taxi and then a train, and he didn't feel anything at all at that time. But when he got to the boat in the water, it was the most dizzy time for him. Until now, the broom, which I didn't feel before, also felt it. Is it because the Dragon Slayer magic within me is starting to grow? In the past few days, he could feel that his magic power was constantly skyrocketing, and his golden hair stood up when he woke up the next day. As for the seasickness at the beginning, he could only guess that the boat in the water swayed violently, causing the side effect of the Dragon Slayer crystal to erupt once. After all, a boat in the water is not as smooth as a moving train. According to this, am I unable to touch the broom? Luann muttered to himself. It seems that Dragon Slayer is not invincible. Just dizzy, he can't snap out the Thunder Dragon Slayer crystal in his body. As his strength grows, I am afraid that any means of transportation will not be able to sit. It's necessary to learn about transfiguration. Otherwise, it will be difficult to go out in the future. Hey, Luann, you're here too. Two identical figures suddenly appeared in front of Luann. Both George and Fred were looking at him with a smile. Long time no see you two. Luann greeted with a smile. What are you doing here, aren't you with your little girlfriend? George asked curiously. You must know that every time the two of them see Luan, except for the night tour, they are always with their little witch of Gryffindor. Inseparable, just like the two of them. Get out of the way. A loud shout made George and Fred avoid their bodies subconsciously, revealing Luan. I saw Hermione riding a broom flying straight towards him. If Luan also dodged, Hermione would probably be on the ground. Looking at Hermione getting closer, Luan hurried forward. Boom! Just as the broom was about to dig into the ground, Luan hugged Hermione and rolled onto the grass. When he turned around, the broom had been inserted into the ground, and a large area of soil had been raised. Are you okay? Looking at Hermione riding on him and not slowing the gods, Luan asked. No, it's fine. After Hermione came back to her senses, she realized that there was something wrong with the posture of the two of them, and got up quickly. Are you all right, Luan? Looking at Luan with his robe covered in dirt, Hermione asked worriedly. Don't worry, I'm fine. Luan got up and patted the dirt. This impact was nothing to his body at all. Man, you were so handsome in that scene just now. Fred and George hurried over. The two of them saw what happened just now. By the way, Luan, do you want to join our prank shop? George, who suddenly remembered at this time, said excitedly to Luan. As long as you join us now, the shareholders will count on you. In the past few days, the two of them have been trying to find a way to get sponsorship, and even their own younger brother has not let go. Unfortunately, not many people are willing to join. Prank shop. Luan remembers that by the end of the day, they did open a shop, and it looked pretty good. That's right, you see, this is our quick-acting escaping candy. Fred's eyes lit up, and he quickly took out a packet of candy from his pocket. What's the use of this? After listening to the effect of this candy, Hermione, who never skipped class, was speechless. But Luan is quite interested. I joined you, first invest 100 gold galleons. After hearing about Luan's investment, Fred and George instantly widened their eyes, unable to utter a complete sentence. Isn't it enough? But I have about as much money as I have left. Because after the holiday, he had to go to Diagon Alley to buy some potion materials. After all, he couldn't always take Professor Snape's. Enough, enough. Fred and George nodded quickly, knowing that the two of them had only saved 20 or 30 gold galleons in the past few years. 100 gold galleons is simply a huge sum of money for them. By the way, I wonder if you guys play Hearthstone. Looking at the elated twins, a smile appeared on the corner of Luan's mouth. He has a steady and unworthy business here. Asterisk.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.